Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Kill Your Heroes in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Kill Your Heroes. Chapter 51. Atelophobia. Itachi's head thumped against the wall only a moment after his back impacted the unyielding surface, and he allowed himself to slide to the floor, his legs tucked up tight against his chest. He knew that he'd sabotaged all his careful efforts to build a measure of trust between himself and this one very essential ally, but for now at least he was finding it hard to regret what he'd said. Whatever Sakura might think, it wasn't so much that she had tested Sasuke and found him wanting, though that had been difficult. If that had been the extent of it, Itachi thought that perhaps he could have been kinder in his choice of words. He had expected this outcome from the moment Sakura had insisted that he needed to see the young man Sasuke had become. He had worked with Orochimaru, he was aware of just what the old snake was capable of. Orochimaru was many things, but strangely enough a liar was not one of them. Which only made him more dangerous. If he had offered power to Sasuke, he would deliver it in full measure, but he wouldn't take just the seeming of compliance in return. He would need to be convinced that Sasuke was fully invested in his bargain. And Sasuke would need to be convincing even in the moments when he thought he had privacy, minute after minute, day after day, year after year, until it took more deliberate effort to cast off the mask than it did to wear it. Even if they hadn't confronted him with Orochimaru looking on, Itachi didn't doubt that Sasuke's response would have been the same. It wasn't just that deception began with your allies and ended with your enemies. His little brother wasn't the kind to change his mind once he'd set on a course of action. Unlike Itachi himself, Sasuke was not calculating by nature and did not hold himself back emotionally. As a child it had been an endearing trait, but he'd known it would be nurtured into something darker by the company he'd been keeping as well as the path Itachi himself had set him on. There had been anger for the teammates who would not accept his decision, and outside the tidy, structured world of the villages, use of violence was an extremely common way to settle disagreements. Even though Orochimaru's followers were numerous, they weren't a village. Orochimaru did not implement and enforce laws in the same way that villages did because he was not interested in protecting the weak or the vulnerable. Orochimaru didn't have much use for victims, at least not those who fell prey to someone other than himself. This wasn't the path he'd wanted for him, no, but he'd been reassured by the bright, honest anger that he'd seen in Sasuke. Orochimaru had made him ruthless, but not cruel, disabling the Kyuubi as he had might have been painful in the present for Naruto, but not so painful as if he'd come back to himself to find he'd killed all his teammates in a rage and was presently at the pleasure of Orochimaru. Sakura had been cruel. Sasuke's reaction to the sight of their mother impaled on his sword had been instant, reactive anger even before Sakura had made that uncanny illusion open her mouth and taunt him in the voice that had once read them bedtime stories and sang them lullabies. Itachi wasn't so dissimilar from his brother in that regard. His mother had always been a special kind of existence to Itachi. He had loved her more than he had loved even Sasuke, but unlike Sasuke, she'd been a grown woman who'd chosen to stand beside her husband and her clan against her village for the sake of ambition. Even if the 9 familial exterminations hadn't been decided upon as the punishment, she was deeply involved in the Uchiha clan's treason. There would have been no escape. There had been no argument that could made for sparing her that wouldn't depend entirely on his ability to make it sound like his mother was a woman without the capacity to make decisions of her own. Like she was an object, not a person. Itachi had respected her too much for that, even if that hadn't been an option precluded by the directive, so her life had ended on the end of his sword. Death was nothing new to him. It wasn't a friend or an eagerly anticipated guest, like it was for some shinobi, but he was an old acquaintance. Itachi had been killing before most children graduated from the academy. There was nothing astonishing or surprising about watching someone die. All children had some chore they hated to do, and this was his, watching the soul seep out of someone's spent shell like so much blood spilling out onto the floor. When he was very young, much of his emotional response to this had been patterned upon that of the adults around him. Children raised by farmers did not flinch at slaughtering a chicken or butchering a cow. A child raised by shinobi, at least among the traditional clans, was encouraged to view human life as something that could be bought and sold. But he was observant. He noticed that they never brought other children out on the same missions that he was tasked with. The wary, uncertain looks of adults who didn't know he was watching. The angry or grief-stricken reactions of those who'd briefly survived their teammate, family, lover. That pervasive sense of wrongness eventually coalesced into something that his father had found inconvenient. A morality system that said that killing human beings shouldn't be like killing a cow or a sheep or a chicken. That it should have weight, and meaning, and not be the first option. But he had never thought of it as evil, not until that night. That necessary evil. All these years later, and he still didn't know what his clan had been thinking. They'd resented that they were resented, but Itachi could see merit in both sides of the argument. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, they'd faithfully served the village and were now several generations removed from Uchiha Madara, but had been rewarded by distrust, prejudice, and an unwillingness to let them serve in highly influential positions. The rest of the village saw only thieves with outsized ambitions. Things had reached a crisis point when the military police had become a bastion of power for the Uchiha clan. Within the clan, it had whetted their appetites for an Uchiha cage, but outside the clan resentment had grown to a point where there had been enthusiastic conspiracies about an Uchiha plot even before there had been such a thing. The plan had been to pressure Sarutobi-sama into abdicating and naming an Uchiha successor, which wasn't in itself treasonous. Many factions had been clamoring for the elderly Hokage to prepare for the day when he would no longer be there to lead them instead of being to all appearances content to let the pieces fall where they would. That reluctance to make clear his wishes concerning the next leader of the village had been the fertile soil in which the Uchiha clan's ambition had found root and sprouted into a bloody tree. Itachi still resented that failing on the part of the third. He didn't discount the part of his family in their downfall, but they would not have chosen to do anything more than grumble and work hard for the sake of future generations if they hadn't been presented such a temptation. With the political situation as it had been, all it had taken was someone with charisma, standing, and a grudge to bring their discontent to a pitch that couldn't be ignored. Not every member of the clan had gone eagerly into rebellion. Many of them had felt that they were trapped by the suspicion of the villagers, trapped by their loyalty to the clan, and trapped this one opportunity that might not come again within their lifetime. So the plan had begun with an earnest petition, and when that failed, it had become something that involved forgery, an assassination, and a scapegoat. Which had been very nearly what had happened, only turned on its head and without any forgery. Konohagakure had neither the ability nor the resources to imprison so many Shari non-users. When it had come to deciding upon the punishment, it had been mostly a matter of planning how to minimize non-Uchiha casualties. Even if he hadn't found that his loyalty lay with his village instead of with his family, if the blood of the covenant hadn't been stronger than the water of the womb, there would have been blood. Some of the other clans would have upheld Uchiha rule, especially if they believed they were following the will of Sarutobi-sama, but not all of them. And the more that the Uchiha would have tried to suppress them, the more convinced they would have become that their only choice was to solve the problem with more violence, which would have been returned in kind. Perhaps the village wouldn't have survived such a civil war. If it had, it almost certainly would no longer have been one of the 5 great villages. Itachi understood all of this intellectually, which was why he'd agreed to carry out the 9 familial exterminations, but it hadn't made it any easier when the time had come to kill his mother. That had felt like killing his own heart. And having Sasuke walk in on it, that had never been the plan, but in those brief seconds he'd decided that it would be better if Sasuke never questioned why his older brother would do such a thing. The same genjutsu net that had kept the rest of the world ignorant of the slaughter inside the compound should have also turned Sasuke aside if he had someone slipped the person who'd been ordered to intercept him before he made it past the whitewashed walls of the Uchiha quarter. There had not been time to investigate that failure. He suspected it had something to do with his assistant that night. Not Danzo, but the other. Danzo had agreed to spare Sasuke and was a man of his word. However terrible, he was like Orochimaru in that while neither were good men, they both operated within the bounds of their own unique code of ethics. Danzo was willing to ignore both conventional ethics and laws if he believed it served the greater good of the village, but in this case the good of the village had clearly aligned with keeping his word to Itachi. Aside from that understanding, Danzo's root program was in its 3rd phase by that time, which meant that he knew how and when to break someone to make them a useful tool. He would never use hatred that was too powerful and unpredictable when his goal was to make shinobi who never felt at all. Whatever the world saw when it looked at Uchiha Itachi, whatever he made the world see when they looked at Uchiha Itachi, he wasn't that shinobi. To see that scene again, to have it play out in such vivid, awful detail, that had felt like. To say it felt like a betrayal would be a foolish and irrational response to what hadn't been a calculated blow against him. But he kept recalling the eager, self-satisfied glimmer in Sakura's eyes when she'd shown him the reconstructed memory of the event. She was my mother too, Itachi murmured, letting his eyes drift shut. One last time, he let himself remember the sound of his mother's voice, then he tamped the memory down. What Sakura didn't know and couldn't guess was that this wasn't only about Sasuke. This was about a man who called himself Uchiha Madara and a war that would draw in the whole world. One last time, he thought to himself. One last mission. And then everything can end. Kill your heroes. Her arms were bare and slick with sweat, her breath rasping in her throat. With a cry that was anger and frustration and release all tangled together, Sakura surrendered to her exhaustion, allowing her knees to crumple and impact the unforgiving earth. An errant stone managed to stab into her knee, sending pain licking up her thigh and deep into the joint, but she didn't shift. Sakura instead glowered up at an impassive Itachi, who surveyed her with those dimmed eyes. She thought that she was probably the only living person who'd seen the pattern of Itachi's eternal Mangekyo, and they were like the rest of him, equal parts awful and exquisite. The sight of him made her want to rage and scream and do careless things that would break her, break him, break the world, if only she had the strength and the chakra to do it. A breeze swept by, rustling Itachi's long hair, and Sakura let him go, his form dissolving into black feathers that were caught up by the wind and vanished somewhere in the distant sky. Other people had to make do with shadow boxing and their imagination, but Sakura had found she wasn't above using genjutsu to try and spend some of this annoyance before she met up with Kakashi-senpai and faced any awkward questions. For the sake of the mission, she'd have to meet with Itachi again, so if she came back to Kakashi-senpai with a little bit of constructive violence on her mind, and right now she was almost certain that she wouldn't be able to hide her desire to shake Itachi until his brain started processing reality again, it would only make things awkward later. Though some dark, ironic part of her really wanted to explain to Senpai that this new boyfriend of hers had helped her discover herself as a sadist, and discovering new and interesting things about yourself was what adolescent relationships were all about. Senpai? It would even be sort of true, because while Sakura was mostly reactionary in her violence, she was certain that she'd really enjoy beating some sense. Alright, that was a lie, she'd just as soon settle for senseless into either or preferably both of the brothers. One for being an asshole who thought that someone doing something terrible to him justified whatever he did in retribution for that, and since the Uchiha clan had been guilty of treason, which had always been a capital crime even when it didn't involve the rebellion of an entire clan, and the 9 familiar exterminations had been carried out by an Umbu member whose actions were upheld by the Hokage, so it was in fact no different than Sasuke taking revenge for criminals convicted and punished by the government, and she did not care that Sasuke knew none of this, and one for being an enabler and an apologist for his younger brother. At this point she was probably angrier at Itachi than Sasuke. She'd thought of Sasuke as a lost cause for a long time, but there was something so damn tragic about Uchiha Itachi. You've let yourself be manipulated, Sakura told herself darkly. Of course he's going to display behaviors that make you want to help him, that make you feel sorry for him, make you feel like it's a shame that he's so determined to die. You've only met him twice. You have no idea what he's actually like. He's a genjutsu type 2, and you shouldn't forget it. Her fingers dug furrows in the loose-packed loam as she clenched her hands into fists. Bitter laughter escaped her at the thought. Uchiha Itachi is not your problem, she told herself firmly. The mission is. And when the mission ends, cleaning up afterward. It's not enough anymore to just not die. I have to become someone who can stand toe-to-toe with an S-class nin and expect to win. The Sakura who'd expected others to step in and save the day was long ago and far away and never coming back. Kill your heroes. Did you miss me desperately? Sakura queried as she dropped into a seat beside Kakashi-senpai, her brows rising as she took in the way he was not so much sitting at the table as he was transforming a corner of the restaurant into his own home. He even had his feet propped up on a chair, novel open in one hand as he caused food to vanish in his own special parallel to eating. Absolutely, Kakashi-senpai drawled without looking up from his novel. I've been counting the seconds. I might have believed you if you told me you were counting the pages, was Sakura's retort as a cowed-looking waitress scuttled up to their table. Now, what have I told you about staying off the furniture? Sorry, she apologized with a sheepish smile, we're still working on his training. It's all about consistency. And you wonder why I don't miss you, Kakashi-senpai commented. Lies, Sakura quipped, feeling her world right itself. When the waitress had left again, Sakura settled herself more comfortably, tucking her fisted hands under her jaw as she braced her elbows on the tabletop. So, after this, is this where you drag me up a mountain and cue a training montage? Kakashi-senpai chuckled as he marked his page and tucked his novel away, taking his feet off other people's furniture as he did so. Funny, I remember shaving this morning. Unless I've sprouted a waist-length beard and some impressive eyebrows since the last time I looked in the mirror, the only thing you're going to get good at if we hunker down on a mountain is fighting me. The Haytake family style isn't ruthless enough for you, after all it's part of the reason I've never offered to train you in it. Hey, she retorted. I'm not judging. I'm just pointing out when you practice a martial art that focuses on ending any battle as quickly and sometimes as permanently as possible, it doesn't leave a lot of room for friendly sparring. Sakura shrugged, unapologetic for the style that had supplanted the basic forms taught at the academy. When she'd still been under Ihara, the woman had taken her aside and advised her that she not depend so much on her knife work, that those skills were all she had to fall back on if someone managed to disarm her. The academy style was more conditioning system than it was anything else, besides being a way to teach them cooperative action. It had never been meant to be an end to itself, just a stepping stone as each shinobi found a style that suited their weight, height, strength, and personality. Most families and lesser clans allied themselves with clans who had their own martial art. In return for political and sometimes monetary support, the greater clans either taught or allowed the use of their own systems. The Harano family usually had just enough members to produce a new generation, let alone have anything to offer a larger clan, so it had come down to Sakura's own initiative to find someone willing to instruct her. So, if there's no mountain retreat in my future, what exactly will we be doing? Oh, a little of this, a little of that. I promise you won't be bored. Kill your heroes. Kakashi sometimes forgot what it had been like to have been Haytake Kakashi, a jounin on his own merits, instead of being Sherry-non Kakashi or Copycat Kakashi, a jounin whose career was overshadowed by the eye that had been Obito's last gift to him. He'd first been arrogant, because he'd never had to work hard for his skills to overshadow those of his agamates, then complacent, because the Sherry-non had jarringly unbalanced the scales of combat even as it had eaten away at his chakra. Even then, only S-class nin like Zabuza had posed a real threat, and those were few and far between. Somewhere between his teens and his 20s, he'd lost all his drive and his dedication. It was only now, watching Sakura, free from the worst of the parasitic aspects of his transplanted eye, that he was rediscovering it. When they'd first met, she'd been the student he'd expected to take care of herself, in the sense that he'd felt she'd only stay a kunoichi for as long as it took for her to snag a shinobi and make a smooth transition out of fieldwork and into housework. Maybe desk work too, if she developed more ambition than she'd displayed in those first weeks. Then had come Wave and the days and years that had followed. Nowadays, he still expected her to take care of herself, but he no longer wanted her to feel like he couldn't be relied on. And that was a very strange feeling, one he didn't know how to articulate to Sakura without saying it outright, which, well, he supposed he could just do that, but all things considered he'd rather not. That would involve an open admission concerning the strange state of his emotions really, who wanted to be depended on more, and Kakashi hadn't had relationships that involved actually talking about feelings in any kind of reciprocal way since before his mother died. He'd come closest to breaking that record in their Senpai and Sakura moments, but those were usually designed to address Sakura's feelings, not his own. As he contemplated what he might actually say in this entirely theoretical conversation, he kept an eye on Sakura over the top of his novel. He knew just enough about growth spurts in children to know that girls were usually tapering off as they approached 16, not going through another major growth period. Yet Sakura kept gaining inches as the months crept by until she was starting to resemble a gazelle, all long legs and deceptive fragility since her weight wasn't quite keeping pace with her growth. Then she would move and prove herself more cheetah than prey animal. Whatever she lacked in muscle mass she more than made up for in speed and her chakra-enhanced strength. It was as if she had some mental checklist where she was slowly eliminating any and every advantage an opponent could have over her. She had already held the advantage of strength over the average shinobi, and she'd redoubled her efforts to refine her speed until her reaction time was becoming something uncanny. He was half suspicious that her sudden lack of difficulty with the matter of reach had been solved by chakra. He was absolutely certain of it in the case of her reflexes and certain improvements to her stamina. He'd caught her once or twice with her chakra where it didn't belong in his own body, as she'd taken the initiative to heal things that would have healed on their own. "Remember, consent is sexy," he'd drawled when he'd realized she wasn't just repairing aches and sprains. Something complicated and dark had crossed her face before she'd quashed the expression. "Women should be informed and willing," was her retort, "while men are best bound and uncertain. Embrace my double standard." She was presently occupying the empty space between their beds, legs crossed, hands held loosely in her lap, her eyes closed, but her expression was serious and intent. Though her meditation did not look in the least peaceful, whatever it was she was doing was undoubtedly effective. Her chakra reserves had always been shallow, to the point where if she hadn't been such an exceptional talent at controlling and manipulating her less than ample supply, she would have spent her entire career as a Chunin. Nowadays she was much closer to an average Jounin. Considering that they'd been on this little trip for less than 4 months, that was... well, because he was fond of Sakura, that was astonishing and something he really should think about praising her for in the future. But if they had been strangers, that would fall solidly on the side of alarming. The only thing he found alarming, though, was how little she'd done anything else these past months. She'd teased less and frowned more and spent hours meditating when she wasn't reading, researching, or exercising. He hadn't seen her pick up a novel the entire time, even though Tsunami Tsundere-kun had released a new volume that had been available in a special edition to commemorate the release of both a manga adaptation and a figurine line. Thanks to some clever use of shadow clones and transformation techniques, he'd managed to acquire a full set for a birthday gift. At least her new tunnel vision had made it easy to pick out a present. The room was narrow enough he was able to reach out and prod her shoulder with his foot, prompting her to give him a narrow-eyed glare. "Do you interrupt surgeons when they're in the middle of a delicate surgery?" "Not normally, no, but I apparently now stage interventions." "Please do something that isn't directly related to your new and overwhelming ambition to become the next god of shinobi." Sakura rolled her eyes. "I'm not aiming for that. I'm just tired of almost dying," she said between clenched teeth, her hands curling into fists in her lap. "That's not exactly something I can take my time in correcting. It's not like there's some sort of posted schedule to all this. Oh, look, I won't encounter another S-class nin for 8 months, so I can take the week off, no problem." "So, you're going to keep this up until when?" A bitter smile curled the edges of her lips. "I might have some natural talent, but it's not the type where I don't have to work hard to stand on the same level you do. I just don't have that kind of chakra. I don't come from the right kind of family, the right kind of bloodline, but what I do have is the ability to cultivate it. But it takes time. And time is the resource in shortest supply for human beings. I can't afford to waste it. I'm not weak. I know that. But I am afraid. And I am tired of being afraid. So I'm going to stop. You are part of a team." That was close enough to telling her that she had someone she could trust to have her back, wasn't it? He should have known better. Teams are only as strong as their individual parts. If you aren't strong enough to stand on the battlefield alone, you're going to die on it. Something dark flitted through her eyes and she added, "Sometimes, even that won't be enough." Apparently finished in her defense of her actions, Sakura's eyes slid closed again. This action only served to emphasize the bruising under her eyes from lack of sleep. Her cheeks were edging toward gaunt because she hadn't inherited a teenage boy's appetite alongside their ability to grow like weeds, and that just made it worse. Moving his novel to the nightstand wedged between the beds, Kakashi threw back his covers as he went to flip off the overhead light. Their room, besides being roughly the size of closet, had only a single window, but the moonlight filtering in through the blind would have been enough to avoid tripping over Sakura if that had been his aim. But it wasn't. Sakura made a strange noise when he scooped her up and dumped her on his bed, sliding onto the edge of the mattress next to her and using one hand on her shoulder to keep her from struggling upright. "Senpai?" she asked sharply. "I'm giving you my first time, so quit flailing." "Your first time doing what?" "Cuddling. Actually sleeping with a woman," he said dryly. "Think of this like an extended horizontal hug, except with less effort on my part and with the lights off." Sakura stiffened and then sagged back against the mattress. "I don't need a hug," she sighed. I need to train. Please. Senpai, I know. What you need isn't only a hug, but we'll start there. Kakashi flopped onto the mattress, nabbing the covers as he did so and flipping them up into place, as this rundown hotel had substandard heating as well as tiny rooms. But it was scrupulously clean, which was more than could be said for the rooms their target was staying in. Just as he'd told Sakura, while there was plenty of time for study and practice without the distractions offered by the village, they hadn't retreated somewhere and trained in isolation. They'd been bounty hunting, which for him was a chance to exercise a skill set that had once been his specialty before the Sharingan had changed everything. For Sakura, it had been an opportunity to gain combat experience in a semi-controlled environment. They could pick their targets, their moment, and their battlefield, which was more than you could expect on every mission. Or, rather, he could pick their moment. Sakura's style tended so much toward ambush and guerrilla tactics that if he let her have her way all the time, actual combat would be extremely limited. Which defeated the purpose of the training exercise, but he couldn't argue that her methods made her a very effective shinobi. While he was self-aware enough to know that he didn't have much room for criticism when it came to coping methods, he was afraid that this dedicated, sustained effort to become a shinobi so effective and efficient that no one could ever hurt her again wouldn't leave her enough space to be a person too. Maybe it was Gozen's fault that she'd grown up like this. Maybe it was no one's. But maybe, just maybe, it was his, because almost every time she'd nearly died, it had been on a mission he'd led or ordered her to undertake. They hadn't been bad orders, in and of themselves. Most were combinations of bad luck and inevitability, but the circumstances didn't change the fact that he had set the tone of her experiences in the field. Even her very first mission outside the village had been all about pain and fear, faced alone. Intent on his own thoughts, he lost the initiative and missed the moment when Sakura decided that perhaps this wasn't a terrible idea, but he certainly didn't miss the moment when her chilly hand slipped behind his neck. "Your hands and feet are freezing," Kakashi observed with a barely stifled noise of surprise, even as her other hand slipped between his arm and side and yanked him closer, her forehead impacting painfully with his collarbones. "With less violence, please. Senpai is old and fragile." Sakura chuckled into his chest, but didn't relax her grip. Which made it difficult to return her embrace, but he managed. "I'm sorry," Sakura mumbled. "For what? The violence in bed? Well, I knew about that before I invited you in, so that's my bad. Not that. The rest of it. Making you worry. Snapping at you for worrying. I'm not sorry for training, though. Though my training more should make you worry less, not the other way around," she said pointedly. Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. "When I was your age and in your place, I wouldn't have appreciated someone intervening either. Luckily, I didn't have anyone too much invested in my continued safety and well-being. You, on the other hand, are in the unfortunate circumstance of having a partner who's discovered that old dogs really can learn new tricks, with the right motivation. I'm not going to just watch as you make your life so much about surviving it that you don't even enjoy it anymore. You should," he began sternly, when the words caught in his throat and he realized he was about to have the conversation he'd thought would never happen only minutes ago. Like a civilian bracing for oncoming impact, he closed his eyes and finally said, "You should depend on me more. Senpai." Kakashi opened his eyes again, but though the moonlight had been sufficient to keep him from tripping over Sakura, his own body was casting shadows and making it impossible to read her expression. But the tone of her voice said that though she wanted to believe, she couldn't make herself invest in something that she'd learned would end in disappointment. "I'm not making promises I won't be able to keep. So I'm not saying you won't ever find yourself alone on the field of battle or that there won't be missions in the future that we'll undertake separately. But you don't have to train or fight as if you're always going to be alone. That's not a good way to live," he said softly. "Maybe that logic works better when I don't feel like there's a storm coming and the only way I'll survive it is to be the kind of house that doesn't shudder in the face of wind and rain and lightning. I can't just close my eyes and hope it passes me by or holds off until I'm ready. I wasn't born under a lucky sky. If things can go bad, they will." Kakashi sighed and clutched Sakura tighter, knowing that she wasn't wrong but also thinking that it was a pity that she was so aware of the fragility of her own life. He'd first had an unshakable confidence to protect him from the reality of war, afterwards apathy had been a powerful drug that made everything and anything bearable. Sakura had once possessed an arrogance that had made her completely insensitive to the risks of the shinobi lifestyle, but that had been crushed thoroughly. And in the interim, because Sakura had developing a habit of keeping everything to herself and dealing with things on her own, he'd failed to notice that someone like Gozen was shaping her into someone who saw peace as only a temporary state or a shallow illusion. It was fine to work hard, it wasn't fine to work so hard that she destroyed herself before she'd turned 20. It happened quite often in Umbu and among the Medicnin, who tended to both be the most driven individuals and those exposed to the most high-stress situations. Whether it was chronic exhaustion leading to a critical error in judgment or the extremely high suicide rate, it wasn't only Eneminin that stood in the way of long careers. Sakura's outlook wasn't something that could be changed by just a few words, it would take time and patience and putting all his good intentions into consistent practice before she might begin to believe that there might be someone there to catch her when she stumbled. But that was fine. Kakashi hadn't allowed himself to grow attached to a human being for a long time, but whether it was dogs or novels or his partner, once he'd found something he liked, he wouldn't let it go so easily. A heavy silence fell between them, until Kakashi broke it. "There's something I've been meaning to show you. A new technique. Honestly, ever since your chakra started to recover, I'm no longer surprised by the range, variety, or sheer ridiculousness of your ninjutsu." "Aya, that's not a very cute reaction. You should always observe your senpai with wide-eyed wonder. Don't you read novels? What if I wanted to teach you a new technique?" The disdain of a genjutsu user. "And here I thought since you'd been working so hard on improving your chakra, I'd teach you the Hiraishin no Jutsu." "Well, it sounds impressive," Sakura contributed doubtfully. "Also like it was named by a man." "Well, that was the rumor about Senju Tobirama," Kakashi agreed. "And it is an impressive technique. Extremely chakra intensive, though, which is why I haven't given it to you before. I figure I owe you at least one technique from my not-so-much-a-sensei period. But that's not actually the one I wanted to show you." He didn't need light this time to know she was peering at him suspiciously. Sakura had relaxed her grip so that he felt less like she was trying to anchor herself so she wouldn't fly off into the darkness. She wriggled upward until they were sharing the pillow and the atmosphere slowly lightened until he could almost forget the tone of their previous discussion. He wondered now if that was intentional and how long Sakura had been deceiving him with similar tactics to keep him from prying too closely. How long his habit of non-involvement had allowed him to go without noticing this. "I don't know, senpai, after being promised a technique from Tobirama-sama, I don't know how you plan to impress me more. If you always lead with the climax, it's no wonder you can't get women to spend the whole night." Sakura yelped as Kakashi prodded her ribs in retaliation. "Then you're going to have to take responsibility for me," he intoned seriously, sitting up and shifting so that the light hit him in such a way that he knew she had a clear view of his next action. Very slowly, very deliberately, he brought his hand up to his face and hooked 2 fingers behind his mask, then pulled it down. He'd worn many fewer clothes in front of Sakura before, but this clearly felt like the closest he'd come to being naked. It made him feel more than slightly uncomfortable. But if he expected her to admit her vulnerabilities and insecurities to take off her mask, then he was needed to take off his own. He might have age and experience, but this was, after all, an equal partnership. Kakashi no longer wore his forehead protector to conceal his eye in private now that he could make the bloodline trait go dormant, but now he forced it into the Sharingan state. The first stage of a Sharingan is stable. It presents near identically among anyone who develops it. Its abilities are well known, even outside Konohagakure. The main Jikyo state, though, it's mostly rumor even inside the village. Everyone knows it exists, because of Uchiha Madara, but there aren't any good records of what it does. He felt the slight burn of the transition from the first state to the main Jikyo and then shifted so that he was almost leaning over top Sakura, all his weight braced on one elbow. He was close, very close, and her eyes were wide and wary and easy to make out with the aid of the Sharingan, and told her in a low, sober voice, "I've figured out what mine does. Between your Konoshibari to keep them still and my ability to rip holes in the fabric of the world, there won't be any prey too big for our jaws. Kill your heroes." /N. Interesting historical tidbits you really don't need to know, but I mention because I can. Zhu Lianjuziu. Basically what happened to the Uchiha clan was an actual punishment in ancient China. though it also made an appearance in Chinese-influenced regions. It was the most serious punishment for a capital offense, of which treason was one. It was regarded as cruel and inhumane, but wasn't officially repealed as a punishment until 1905. Usually children under a certain age were spared, but as the resemblance is quite marked, though I don't know if it was intentional, I'm going to be treating it like many people in the US treat capital punishment. It's thought of as archaic and barbaric, but it is still a punishment that can be legitimately carried out by the government. I'm not setting out to make an argument that it was the right way to handle the situation, but I'm trying to flesh out my version of the Naruto verse for all of you out there. While the world has a lot of modern trappings, indoor plumbing, modern clothing, color television that makes it feel familiar to us and encourages us to make use of our own values system when judging it, it still operates in many ways as a feudal society. Since large mercenary companies like the shinobi villages exist and aren't incorporated into the function of a state proper, i.e. directly employed a government that has a monopoly on violence like modern mercenary companies or the US used them heavily in Afghanistan, such as the very controversial Blackwater, I have to assume that private warfare is still a right enjoyed and abused on occasion by the wealthy and the powerful and the villages themselves. Hence, feudal. And in feudal societies, human rights don't have quite the same role as they do in modern ones. Hence, the massacre was concealed as a private individual's action, not because it was something that couldn't have been carried out openly on the Hokage's order, though Sarutobi's personality would have made this unlikely, but to protect Konohagakure's face. They can't be seen with their most powerful clan in open rebellion, so it's better to suffer an unfortunate loss and be seen to be struggling nobly onward after having suffered a blow. Kill your heroes. Chapter 52. Flying toward the sun. After the wild speculation of her childhood, it was almost disappointing to find out that beneath the mask Kakashi-senpai was only good-looking. Not like Itachi was, or Zen was the kind of eye-catching, breath-stealing beauty that was undeniable regardless of whether it was accompanied by debilitating personality flaws, but rather the more approachable kind of good-looking that was improved by acquaintance, fondness, and animation. The skin that had been hidden beneath the mask was several shades paler than the skin that had spent years being exposed to sun and wind. There was a tiny scar at the left side of his mouth no longer than her pinky nail. Even at this hour, he didn't have much in the way of stubble, so he was likely one of those men who didn't grow facial hair well, as she couldn't imagine him bothering to shave twice a day. It was really a pity, she thought with a kind of wry melancholy, that she wasn't attracted to Kakashi-senpai that way. And then whatever thoughts she'd entertained about how he looked were torn away by what he'd said. Rip holes in the world? She asked sharply, her hand automatically coming up to frame his Sharingan, as if she could divine what techniques it made possible as easily as she could trace the chakra paths that made it function. Some small part of her brain always asked whether she could recreate that route in someone else's brain, someone else's eyes, and have something so close to a Sharingan it wouldn't matter what bloodline the bearer sprang from. Senpai hummed in the affirmative. When she would have opened her mouth and begun an interrogation on just how one discovered that such a technique was even possible, Kakashi-sensei slumped back to the mattress, biting his thumb and summoning a veritable wave of furry company that immediately got to work trampling on her ribs. Couldn't you have summoned them on the floor? Sakura wheezed. And what sort of fun would that have been? He asked with mock innocence as he skillfully warded off eager tongues. He had to raise his voice to be heard above the cacophony of dogs, who were eager to express their opinion on Cuddle Party, which apparently ranked right up there with morning walks and extra treats. In retaliation, Sakura summoned Tsude, who held his head high and stiff as he surveyed the roiling mass of bodies further down the bed. Credence, he sniffed haughtily and promptly abandoned her, leaping easily over the gap between beds to claim the empty one as his own. Kill your heroes. Months piled up to become a year and more, and they did not return to the village. Witch and Hound hadn't become a household name, not by any stretch of the imagination, and without the inevitable notoriety of wartime, Sakura really thought they were better shinobi for having avoided the notice of the masses, but they were certainly well known by the mission office if the regularity with which they found missives awaiting them at prefectural offices were anything to go by. They received news from the village itself far more irregularly than they received missions from it. However, in whatever Naruto was doing, he wasn't making enough of a scandal that people outside at the village were talking about it, though she knew he'd made Chunin. That news came by way of Ino, who'd gone to a great deal of effort to make certain their paths crossed every few months. However, as he was no longer Sakura's teammate, Ino's interest was only nominal. It was partially habit and partially training that made her keep tabs on him. Time had eroded much of the guilt Sakura had felt in regard to that almost totally lapsed relationship. Without the common ground of being on the same team, it was only reasonable to expect that two people with such different personalities might grow apart. The only reason she'd felt guilty in the first place was because the academy had built up such unreasonable expectations for their genin team. They'd made it sound like it was something that would become their second family, a bond that would last forever. Which, in hindsight, was somewhat ridiculous. Very few genin, no matter how intense their family training or their performance in the academy, graduated with a specialization that was immediately useful to the village. And as they gained those specializations, teams were dissolved and reformed to suit the current needs of the village. Her genin team had been doomed in the womb. Even without Suzuki's betrayal, their wild imbalance would have sent them careening toward dissolution sooner rather than later. On the rare occasions when she tried to understand why they had decided that that particular team, placed under Kakashi-senpai's dubious guidance, was a good idea, she could only conclude that it had been one last sentimental gesture, one last weakness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's twilight. In contrast to her almost total ignorance on Naruto's advancement, she knew exactly how Ino was doing in her career and how she felt about it. Sakura had listened to her describe how she appreciated the security of knowing exactly how her team was supposed to function and having all the support and training she needed for the role, but also the occasional feeling of being absolutely stifled by having been locked into a single path since birth. On the whole, though, when all was said and done, Ino felt that her satisfaction was to be found in exceeding the expectations placed on her rather than rebelling against them. After all, her father had controversially decided that his daughter deserved to be the heir of their clan regardless of her gender. How could she fail to live up to that? On the personal front, Ino had still been with the Tsukigawa boy she'd caught her with, but the last time they'd met Ino had confessed that she intended to break up with him when she returned to the village. It was nothing that Kaoru had done wrong. Ino had been quick to explain, so quick, in fact, that it hadn't required Sakura paying attention to her tone of voice to know that she was conflicted about her decision. The problem was that Ino was certain that Kaoru was serious about her and Ino wasn't certain she was ready for the kind of serious that ended in a marriage. There was nothing that she particularly disliked about Kaoru except the fact that he was the first boy she'd dated and she didn't want him to be the only boy. She'd asked Sakura if that made her terrible and Sakura hadn't been able to give her a good answer. Her own dating history hadn't prepared her to make any judgments to what was very clearly a morally gray area. It wasn't fair to Kaoru, but she could understand Ino's anxiety as well. They were only 17, after all, and while there was always the chance that the next mission might be their last, there was also the chance that they were going to be like Gozen-san and live for a long, long time with the choices they made. Sakura had her own dilemmas in her personal life, but none so pressing as Ino's decision, though their last conversation had been weeks ago, so in theory it was not so much pressing as already carried out. Aside from her actual, secret boyfriend, whom she'd graced with only 2 more perfunctory visits in the intervening time before declaring her healing finished and her part in that farce nearly over, she'd cheated on Itaka with Zen. If she'd really had a secret boyfriend, she'd certainly have visited him more often than she rendezvoused with Itaki, and she had to go somewhere when she was establishing her cover. Their first date had been a matter of luck and chance. The terms of their alliance with his village allowed them to pursue Konohagakure's criminals across the borders of the country that Takigakure was situated in, but when they'd discovered their target, he'd been partnered up with a rogue Takinen who had to be duly turned over to his country of origin. Both of them had been middling shinin, so they'd separated, Kakashi to deliver his to the nearest prefectural office in their country and she to hand over the other one to Taki. She'd sought out Fu while she was there, and while Fu had been out of the village, Zen had not. Unlike Ino, she was not conflicted with Zen. He was not her forever boy, but he was beautiful and exciting and willing to obey the prime dating directive he respected no, even without her having to come out and say it. Sakura hadn't had sex with him yet and probably wouldn't. It wasn't just that awful thought, what if she found her forever boy and he was perfect otherwise but compared badly in bed? It was also because whatever her stance on premarital sex, and despite the fact that some such activities were carried out at the village's behest, kunoichi were often still judged like it was something low and shameful and not at all like the triumphant seduction of a mark that a shinobi might undertake. She at least wanted to enter into such a relationship believing that it was going to last, whatever the actual outcome. Sakura was also 17. While she'd been on a battlefield since she was 11, that hadn't made her immune to insecurity. The idea of coolly propping open the appendix to Kangaroo next to the pillow sent her into fits of blushing embarrassment. Sex was already an act of trust that was very easy for some shinobi and very difficult for others to introduce something less than well accepted into that relationship seemed to raise the hurdle impossibly high, and yet Sakura wasn't prepared to pretend that her interests were anything but what they were. She'd read some of the more mainstream romances, whose sex scenes had a strong element of insert name here. All the women enjoyed assertive, aggressive men, their default dialogue was harder. Because languid or gentle sex was not a thing with partners they'd rarely known before the start of the novel, and they had never met a sex act introduced by their partner that they didn't like. And yet she still was not convinced that she was wrong for having opinions. But how did one find the courage to assert that she would never, ever perform oral sex and that she'd rather be the one on top and in control? And that if her partner wanted to make an issue of it, it would be something that he'd have to attempt to solve with words, rather than cowing her physically like the men in the movies and manga, as it was very, very unlikely that he would win when it came to brute force. However, all these things lurked very low on her priority list, not just because she was far more interested in securing that theoretical long life than indulging in the hormonal impulse of the moment, but because if the situation had progressed to the point where she was required to shed her clothes at certain periods during the last several months, an awkward conversation would probably have ensued. Though if anyone walked in on them at the moment, that would be awkward too, Sakura reflected wryly as she smiled into her arms where they were comfortably crossed in front of her chin. Sai was straddling her thighs as he used her back as a canvas, her hair carefully braided and pinned up so that it was out of the way. She was as bare as the day she was born except for a pair of boys' hort panties, which had only embarrassed her about the first 2 times they'd done this. Well, provided that he was working on her back and not her front, that was still embarrassing. It had only taken that long to realize that when Sai was looking at her, he didn't see an object of sexual desire, he saw only a human-shaped canvas. Part of this was probably shaped by the fact that he found her request more interesting than her body, whatever she felt about that. The other was that he'd been conditioned to sublimate human impulses into useful activities. The time since they'd met wasn't enough for him to have overcome what had to have been a thorough and comprehensive system of emotional programming, but in these last few months of consistent meetings she'd witnessed a slow unfurling of Sai the person rather than Sai the shinobi. Sakura wasn't so self-centered as to attribute the cause to herself, at best she was only helping to reinforce that the change was both something desirable and worth the effort. Everything else was Sai. And Sai disliked raw fish, enjoyed fried foods, and was experimenting with impressionist landscape painting as he tried to unbury responses to the world around him that weren't directly linked to its suitability as a combat environment. Even during those times, though, she never saw Sai more himself than when they were collaborating on the ceiling array that had made her body at times a fantastic combination of inked artwork and intellectual exercise. It had been Sai who'd assessed that applying the array she wanted as a complete work would at best kill her instantly and at worst cripple her chakra channels entirely. Instead, they'd been applying it in layers, and Sakura had finally discovered just how Sasori had gotten his ink on the inside of human flesh. Provided that the ink itself was infused with chakra, and here it was a very good thing that she'd been taking so many missions with Senpai, because the ink was appallingly expensive. She could force it beneath her skin, making it invisible to the naked eye and a permanent and irreversible part of the array. Trying to separate the layers back out was extremely painful. She'd only tried it once out of a sense of curiosity. While it was still on her skin, though, she could test how it interacted with the rest of the array and have Sai amend it if it was unstable or unreliable. You couldn't be too careful when you were filtering raw natural chakra into your own system, after all. They were currently at the most pleasant stage of the process. Despite the mutual lack of attraction, there was something incredibly pleasant and sensual about the feel of his brush drifting over her skin, especially as the chakra and the ink reacted to the chakra she was very carefully and very evenly emitting from her skin in the sections Sai was working on, which would cause the chakra and the ink to bond to her internal chakra system. It was more tedious than difficult, at least for Sakura, but she was aware that most shinobi would have found it difficult if it had ever occurred to them to try. Sai had, though to be fair he had also been using a shadow clone to apply his own seals at the time and was therefore suffering from the reduced abilities that came from separating out your consciousness. It was for this reason, rather than lack of chakra, that Medicnin like Tsunade-sama didn't use the forbidden technique in the field, and those few infamous individuals throughout history that had the kind of chakra to do so simply hadn't cloned themselves into an army. Something someone should have told Naruto, way back when, Sakura had reflected wryly when Kakashi-senpai had taken it upon himself to actually explain how and why the technique worked. Sai's seals were not a copy of her own. One bound him to silence on the Fuinjutsu arrays and the journal from which they came, and he had been the one to insist on that, while the other was a counterpart to the modified King Seal that was at this point was a dismal failure. Sakura was aware that Team 9 had required at least 3 people linked by the jutsu just to provide stability, but that was a more intimidating conversation than one about sex. Most people got around to having sex and presumably talking about it. Sakura imagined much fewer people were up to participated in Fuinjutsu experiments, even leaving aside that the source of said seals was an Umbu team with a dubious concern for personal safety. She'd asked Kakashi-senpai, who'd just raised his brows incredulously and dryly replied, "I think there's enough invasive experimentation in our relationship already." Sakura thought timing was at least part of the issue on that. She hadn't been able to come up with a plausible excuse as to why she would suddenly discover the solution to the Sharingan's inevitable degradation. So she'd bided her time, and a few less than pleasant men and women had helped her to discover what could be done in lieu of showing senpai a full illusion like she'd done with Itachi. She had felt dirty when the idea had first occurred to her. But the thought had proved as insidious and terrible as Gozen-san had always promised her genjutsu could be, and there had come a day when her ethical concerns had been outweighed by an alarming realization that as awe-inspiring as the ability to tear holes in the warp and weft of the world was, it was also probably going to leave Kakashi-senpai blind within 5 years. And that was not acceptable. Sometimes it seemed that all her lines were drawn in sand, and when the tides of her life shifted, they were all drawn out to sea. This had worried her in the past and would worry her in the future. But it was Kakashi-senpai. So she had swallowed down her hesitation. It wasn't hard to find evil people in the world, if you knew the right places to look, and she'd gotten awfully good at looking while Witch and Hound had been on the prowl. Sakura knew, instinctually and intellectually, that the fact they were awful people did not make it right, what she had done. Sometimes the guilt was gnawing, and she lived in fear that one day Kakashi-senpai might discover what had been done to secure his sight, but most of the time the vicious satisfaction of the knowledge that Kakashi-senpai's vision was safe, for she had been successful in correcting his eyes, as she had been successful in correcting Itaka's, and that he himself was safer, for that was worth any amount of nightmares. She felt Sai shift atop her, his weight settling more firmly on her thighs, which drew her out of her reverie. Sakura felt his fingers ghost over several parts of the pattern, never quite touching, but close enough that the fine hairs on her back prickled and a shiver worked its way up her spine and crested over her scalp. Sakura didn't otherwise move. Fuinjutsu required a strange combination of surgical precision and artistic vision. Sakura had a lot more of the former than the latter, and so left the application itself to Sai, but she knew better than to shift while he was at work on the array. "This layer is complete," he pronounced. "How does it feel?" Now the parts that she disliked began. The body drew in small amounts of natural chakra as a part of its basic function. Processing it not unlike a tree might process sunlight, but intentionally drawing it in could cause wild cell mutation if done incorrectly. And if that mutilation progressed too far, it wasn't something that could be reversed by simply waiting for the body to digest it. It did not hurt, precisely, but using Fuinjutsu to facilitate the process? That changed everything, though admittedly the pain was relatively brief in comparison to what one stood to gain. It was Sakura's learned opinion, after all these months of careful study and application and experiment, that it was probably not any easier to use seals rather than the meditative process of the sages. Especially if they hadn't been building on the bones of geniuses. The difference was that the knowledge of the sages was carefully hoarded, but Fuinjutsu, while a neglected discipline just as Genjutsu was something that would have been available in a building blocks sort of form to any shinobi of the appropriate rank. The end result, if one managed to get there without destroying one's chakra channels, was far more stable and difficult to interrupt, or so she imagined. There weren't exactly enough sages lurking around to quiz them on it. The only one she knew was Jiraiya, and that was only in a vague, former teammate of my commanding officer kind of way. Even if she hadn't been in the habit of secrecy nowadays, that distance would have been more than sufficient to keep her from prodding. As it was, Sakura focused on her breathing, keeping it slow and even as she cautiously siphoned chakra from their environment. Chakra ran through the body in rivers that pooled in a lake or a sea, or if one was lucky or talented, an ocean. The array overlaid that enacted like locks, dikes, and canals that allowed one to take advantage of a world-inundating flood rather than drowning in it. Many minutes later, she decided she was satisfied with the result of this layer. There was less conscious guidance from her now and more mechanical processing occurring as the array helped to filter and direct the natural chakra into her own channels. Though she wasn't certain mechanical was quite the right comparison, it was more like she was growing a new organ, a metaphysical one, that specialized in filtering chakra just like the liver filtered toxins. With the array still incomplete, if she just yanked natural chakra blindly into her body, it would quickly overflow or rupture her channels. This was where practice in meditation was a requirement for success, not just something that made the process easier. In the center of her sea of chakra, she visualized a vast whirlpool, one which drew her chakra into a tighter, ever more compact construct that was something like scorching blue sun, or something like a pearl that radiated light, or maybe something like neither of these things. The whirlpool made the sea deeper and wider by its motion slowly, because just like the motion of real water wearing away the earth in its path, there was very rarely anything instant about the benefits garnered by meditation, and if there was, it was usually accompanied by a good dose of devastation and drew in the chakra from the rest of her body, which naturally replenished itself from natural chakra. A source of energy far more endless and efficient than taking it into the body as food. Sakura eventually allowed the whirlpool to settle, the rivers of chakra flowing through her body resuming a more leisurely flow as she mentally braced herself for the next part. When they'd first begun this project, they'd allowed more time to elapse between the first application and when she pulled the ink beneath her flesh, but Sakura had become attuned to what it should feel like and was no longer in the habit of making excuses or putting things off. She controlled another shiver as Sai moved away, returning quickly to silently proffer a wad of cloth that would keep her from biting through her tongue or breaking her teeth during this unpleasant little interlude. This was one of those unfortunate cases in which she couldn't risk deadening the sensation with anesthetics, because if she skewed the array at this stage, it would render null and void all those months of hard work. It felt like she was being branded, her screaming nerves making her hyper-aware of each stroke of the array. If she closed her eyes, as she did now, she could almost see them limned in red. It wasn't the chakra. That would have been painless, and the journal had indicated that the first experiments had been conducted with blood and chakra, and sometimes volunteers, which were far more forgiving in terms of no permanent damage done to the channels, but eroded without constant maintenance until the patterns fixed themselves. Which could take years, and that was time she did not have. The ink, on the other hand, was permanent at the price of dredging foreign molecules through her skin, which was sort of like traditional tattooing, except this tattooist was a well-prepared sadist with thousands upon thousands of needles, and they were piercing deep, 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 and burning as they went. Sakura was all but sobbing by the time she yanked the material out of her mouth, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Meditation could be used as a pain management technique, but while she was quite good at manipulating her chakra in increasingly complex ways when in relative quiet and comfort and even in chaos and confusion, she was still working at the self-discipline required to ignore pain without the threat of death and the adrenaline of battle to distract her. She buried her head in her arms, staring blankly at the floor as she promised herself that the pain would fade, just as it always had. In the moment though, it was more difficult to believe that. It was safe now to treat the pain, but shifting either her chakra or her torso would make the pain flare to unmanageable levels. Sakura felt Sai's presence draw near again as he knelt next to her, and she risked shifting her head to peer blearily at him. "This is awful," she croaked. "Why is it always awful?" "Because it's unnatural," Sai suggested blithely as he applied the first soothing, tingling strokes of a modified Kojojiga illustration, which had seen pulped herbs added to the ink. "Better?" he asked as that sensation spread, quenching the fire underneath her skin. "Kami, yes," Sakura murmured, tucking her head back down into her arms again. To distract herself while Sai brushed away the pain, she tried to follow the pattern he was painting on her back. The strokes were long and flowing, which made it more difficult to guess at the final shape. The rattle of the door in its frame alerted her to an intrusion, and Sakura turned her head to see Kakashi-senpai enter, Michi perched on his arm. "I tried to tell her that there was something inappropriate about carrying messages from your secret boyfriend while you were naked with another boy, but she insisted it was urgent." He surveyed the scene, his expression amused. "Strange. This doesn't look like fuinjutsu and yet doesn't look like any of the usual things teenagers have been known to do with the door closed and clothes off. I've seen Yakuza with smaller tattoos as that an eagle. I have no idea what he's doing, Sakura admitted. All I know is that it feels fantastic. It will also give you about 15 minutes of flight when it's finished, Sai told her as he continued applying brush strokes unperturbedly. Kakashi-senpai gave a theatric sigh. It's a sad day when I know I can trust you two alone even if all Sakura's clothes were off. Sorry, senpai. I really tried, but Sai says he loves me for my brain, not my body. I only told her that because I'm afraid of her, Kakashi-senpai, Sai volunteered in a distracted monotone that told her he was probably paying more attention to his painting than their conversation. After all, she's so strong and vicious. She might have hurt me. I could still hurt you, Sakura pointed out. But you won't. Now you know I'm useful. If you hurt me now, who's going to finish your seals? He asked as he finished the ink drawing, which dried as soon as it became a viable jutsu, and flopped a sheet across her back so that she could drape it around herself. It was one thing for Sai to see her more or less naked, it would be awkward if she flashed Kakashi-senpai by accident. Not in that exciting, sexual tension sort of way, more in the vein of Okami my brother just walked in on me. Knotting the sheet into place, she extended her arm and Michi settled solidly upon it, the dry, rough skin of her talons a sharp contrast to the softness of fur. It had been harder to bond with her crows than it had been with her cat, in no little part because they were what connected her to Itake, but also because they just weren't cuddly in the same way the Ninken were or Sude could be. Just about any child could tell you how to entertain a cat or please a dog, but what did you do with crows? With Michi the answer to that had been, strangely enough, tea and conversation. Which was much messy with a crow companion than a human one. The crow eyed the two shinobi, before fluttering her wings at them. What are gawking for? Go, shoo. Girls only. That seems like discrimination, was Kakashi-senpai's lazy retort. Michi clacked her powerful beak together meaningfully and replied, I can arrange it so you can stay. On second thought, I think we're overdue for some male bonding time, senpai suggested to Sai, who rolled his eyes. I decline to be part of your erotic literature circle, Sai said dryly. But if by bonding time you mean sparring, I'd be honored to learn from you, Kakashi-senpai. When the boys had left, Michi startled Sakura by launching herself briefly back up into the air before settling on her shoulder and sidling close. Her raspy voice was just loud enough for Sakura to hear. There's a letter, but the message is this, the chick has gotten impatient in waiting to fly and has killed the snake keeping him in the nest. He thinks his claws are enough to take the weasel and the weasel is eager for him to try. Good, Sakura said darkly, one hand clenching so tightly into a fist that her knuckles stood starkly white against the flush of her skin, her heart thumping wildly in a mixture of fear and anticipation. I'll leave as soon as I get dressed, I'd hate to make them wait. Kill your heroes. Chapter 53. Eosophobia, Part I. It didn't take Sakura long to dress, but she took her time undoing the hasty braid that had kept her waist-length hair in check while Sai worked. She wasn't plotting or planning, just putting off the master-level test to her professionalism that was suddenly looming large in her future. It shouldn't have felt like a surprise, because she'd known for more than a year that this was coming, but enough time had elapsed that she'd tucked her anxiety away. Not dealt with it, like a kunoichi should, but ignored it until it couldn't be avoided any longer, like an inmate awaiting execution. Sakura had retreated to the small bathroom in order to have the benefit of the mirror and her hands splayed on either side of the reflective surface. Petal pink hair tumbled down in front of her shoulders, framing a face that no longer had the roundness of childhood, but had finally recovered from the gauntness of her growth spurt. When barefoot she now stood just an inch shorter than Kakashi-senpai, which still sometimes felt weird. It also put her well above the average height for a woman, which served as a good excuse not to wear heels when masquerading as a civilian, but made her more noticeable as well. The reach, though, was well worth the trade-off. You can do this. You will do this, she snarled at the girl in the mirror. You're not 12 anymore. Suck it up and be a grown-up. If she thought she could slam her palm against the wall for emphasis without having it shatter the drywall, she would have done that too, but as it was she settled for sneering at herself as she twisted her waist-length hair up into a slightly more elegant arrangement than her usual style. Date night with destiny, she thought to herself, the words steeped in dark, bitter humor. When she'd finished, she exited the bathroom to find Michi preening herself on the back of a chair. "Are you going to read the letter?" she croaked. Once, the irony of Uchiha Itachi writing love letters had made it amusing to read the coded messages, once she'd gotten over the embarrassment of his assumed persona. But irony was eroded with overuse, now it was only annoying to wade through the paragraphs to glean the pertinent information from them. Practice had made her quick at it, and it was only a matter of minutes before she had everything useful memorized. Bringing it close in a mockery of a kiss, Sakura exhaled instead, whispering out a nascent flame that licked at the eloquent words and burned quick and hot as the paper caught. Releasing it rather than allowing it to singe her fingers, she watched with satisfaction as Itaka's handwriting was distorted and destroyed, the flame dying out to glowing edges that soon cooled, and with them, her little fit of temper. Michi cocked her head, looking meaningfully from Sakura to the curled and blackened remnants of the letter. "You're not going to make someone else clean that up, are you?" "No," Sakura sighed. When she'd finished disposing of the ashes, Sakura sought out Kakashi-senpai to tell him she was leaving. They hadn't gone far. They'd overnighted in a small town, which made it fairly easy to get out of the range of civilian senses. Out of politeness, they'd chosen a fallow field to spar in, and Sakura plopped herself down on one of the wide fence posts that flanked the gate. Her eyes were on Kakashi-senpai as the two shinobi exchanged blows. She was beyond the point of the fruitless wishing to confide in him concerning this mission. Now she'd prefer that senpai never know what she had done to aid Uchiha Itachi's plans. He would understand. She knew he had once been Umbu, but even with the new openness between them, he had only ever once talked about his time with the organization. And that had only been to warn her about Danzo, back when she'd asked if he minded Sai traveling with them for a little while. They were traveling not quite incognito at the moment, which meant that they weren't selling a cover, but neither were they advertising that they were shinobi. Which meant that senpai was without his flak jacket. If her new height was sometimes weird, seeing Kakashi-senpai in daylight without his armored shell was always bizarre. It had been a part of him, an integral piece of his silhouette, for so long that when he wore something that exposed the lean, well-built lines of his torso, it took her an extra half-second to pick him out of a crowd. And right now, it wasn't just the clothing that made him unlike the Kakashi that had imprinted himself so deeply in her memory. He'd recently lost a bet with her and the Ninken, and there'd been a quick but furious debate whether they were going to take him to a groomer or a stylist to have something done to his hair. Sakura didn't have a lot of room in her life for the vanities that had consumed so much of her time before she'd been shown what being a shinobi meant, but she still kept her nails clean and tidy, had her hair trimmed on a regular basis, and moisturized regularly. She reserved the right to be judgmental about Kakashi-senpai's hair, especially when he was almost religious about the Ninken's grooming, and his philosophy for his own hair involved roughly trimming it on his own, with kitchen shears, which went a long way toward explaining the asymmetry whenever it grew long enough to demand regular brushing. And it was really a pity, because he had such thick, fantastically soft hair, like the heavy undercoat of a mountain dog. In the end, they'd taken him to a stylist chosen by Pakun, who'd taken off much of the length and trimmed it in such a way that it no longer had its gravity-defying properties, which mostly involved going to bed with his hair wet and sleeping on it. His bangs had been left long enough to cover his eye, though that was habit rather than necessity, since both his eyes were so similar in color it would have been difficult to guess which was which if it weren't for the scar that bisected his brow. It managed to make him look much less eccentric, which was deceptive. He might not be a cuddle virgin any longer, but senpai would always and forever be very much a person who lived at his own pace. And his pace was weird. As she thought that, Kakashi-senpai glanced over at her, which Sai took as an invitation to strike. He really should have known better, Sakura thought ruefully, even as senpai sidestepped the blow, catching Sai's forearm and using his own momentum against him. Normally, loss of an eye marked the end of a career for a shinobi, much as loss of a limb would. Only someone like Kakashi-senpai, who could compensate for the sudden lack of depth perception with incredible chakra sensing skills, would be able to stay in the field without resorting to the Sharingan at every turn. As Sai was picking himself back up, Kakashi-senpai ambled over to Sakura, who hopped down from her perch. "You're making that I am leaving you for another man face again," Kakashi-senpai sighed. "If you keep doing this, I'll start to believe you don't love me anymore. Now, you know that's not true. Those other men, they don't mean anything. You're the one I come back to in the end. Besides, you can't blame me when you never tell me you love me. Kakashi-senpai glanced back over his shoulder at Sai before his eyes lit on her, glimmering with the kind of mischief that usually preceded a puppy doing something it had been explicitly told was bad. He moved closer, which prompted her to take a wary step back, the fence post suddenly a solid barrier at her back. Senpai leaned forward slightly, which put him at a level with her ear, so close she could feel his body heat, so close that when he pulled down his mask, she felt his lips brush against the fine hairs on her cheek. I love you, Harano Sakura, he murmured in a low, husky voice right before he licked her, his tongue warm and wet as it swept up her jaw and along the edge of her ear. An ungainly little shriek of surprise and outrage escaped her lips as she shoved him away, swiping at the wet trail up her face. She saw his grin for only a moment before his mask was back in place, the fabric obscuring all but the contours of his expression. That's just gross, she protested. I was raised by dogs. Wet, sloppy kisses are an expression of true love. Then I feel like I should bop you on the nose, Sakura said, emphasizing her point by pointing a finger demonstratively like she would with a real dog. No boy, down, bad dog. This is me with my tail tucked between my legs, but you'll have to keep waiting if you're looking for sad puppy eyes. Kakashi-senpai's eyes were creased into the familiar crescents by the force of his humor. Seriously, senpai, I feel like I should go scrub my face now, she muttered and then shook her head. Anyhow, I don't know how long I'll be gone, so. This time, you don't need to send the crows, Kakashi-senpai told her. It's time we checked in at the village. How long has it been since you've seen your parents? Sakura's reply was an uncomfortable shrug, because she hadn't been keeping track. It made her feel guilty, how much more like family Kakashi-senpai and the Ninken and Sude and Michi and Yoko felt than her own parents. It was with them that she felt that promised bond of second family, though if she was in the mood for brutal honesty they'd usurped her blood family as her first family. This was the bond she'd been promised with her genin team and never found, but now that she knew it, she knew why Shinobi would struggle and survive and die to protect it. It wasn't like she didn't love her parents, because she did, but this was the family she ate with, slept with, and shared danger with. She'd spent more time with Kakashi-senpai in the last year than she'd spent with her parents in all her years at the academy. Whatever they might say about absence making the heart grow fonder, proximity tended to feed and maintain a relationship in ways that distance just couldn't manage. The everyday annoyances might loom larger in her relationship with Kakashi-senpai and the others, lacking the rosy-tinted nostalgia and longing that characterized her bond with her parents, but Sakura knew that was just time wearing any sharp edges from her memories and the very human impulse to desire what she didn't presently have. At least with senpai, though, she was aware of his foibles and habits, annoying or not. After she'd entered the academy she'd never spent long enough with her parents to know whether living with them would be difficult or not. But part of her did want to know and part of her missed her house, her room, her bed. No matter how many things could be neatly packed into scrolls, they couldn't recreate the sense of being a sanctuary that her room could and did. And she'd probably need that, coming back from this mission. So she nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped by Kakashi-senpai's voice. Before you scamper off. Sakura turned back to him expectantly and watched curiously as he drew something out of his pocket and tossed it to her. She caught it easily and turned inquiring eyes to what turned out to be a bracelet. It wasn't anything particularly fancy, just a length of braided cord with a single bead set in the center. She'd seen similar evil eye decorations in Suna, where they were believed to ward off evil, but rather than the striking blue that characterized those talismans, this one was bright red. And there was something off about the way it looked. Besides simply the color, it wasn't colored glass or enamel. It was only when she shifted it for a closer look that she noticed that there was an air bubble that moved as the bead tilted. Is that blood? Sakura queried. Kakashi-senpai hummed an affirmative. Just in case mauling becomes an attractive option, since I haven't been able to talk you into taking the Ninken with you, I thought I'd pick Sai's brain while we have him with us. If you crush the bead, my blood is going to spill onto the paper folded in the center, which will activate the summoning. Senpai, Sakura sighed as she closed her hand around his gift, it's not that I don't appreciate that you're worried for me, but I can promise that the only way he'd hurt me is emotionally, and I don't think that really calls for a mauling. Humor me, Kakashi-senpai insisted as he leaned forward and plucked the bracelet from her unresisting hand, tying it into place on her wrist. There, he said with satisfaction. For when you need a little help from your friends. Kill your heroes. You bring me the best presents, Sakura said flatly as she took in the man restrained on the narrow bed. He shared Itaka's general build and coloring and had been drugged into unresisting placidity. Itaka did not respond from where he stood silently in the doorway, but Sakura had not expected him to. She understood by this time that Itaka tended to eschew pointless conflict, and though she couldn't quash her do not want to be here temper, she knew that it wasn't serving any real purpose. It wasn't even making her feel better about the sensation of being trapped by her orders, which were counter to her own judgment. Have you infused the ink with your chakra yet? If you haven't, you should, while I prep him, she told him when he didn't immediately retreat. When he still didn't move, she only shrugged and tugged the unresisting body of her subject to the edge of the bed, her knife making swift work of the barrier of his clothes. She didn't ask Itaka his name, his age, his occupation that would make him more like a person, and while Sakura had practice in ignoring the sick, nagging feelings that pooled in the bottom of her belly, she didn't feel any particular need to make this more difficult. Where are the lines in your life? The tiny disapproving voice in her head hissed at her as she tugged the remnants of his clothes free of the man's body and ignored the distant curiosity that was the only expression in his eyes. She made a mental note to ask Itaka whether it was genjutsu or drugs keeping their guest compliant, in case of an undesirable interaction. She noted Itaka's retreat as she used a combination of poison and chakra to purge the man's chakra, leaving him something of a hollowed-out shell in terms of metaphysical energy. When she'd finished, Itaka had returned, carrying with him the solid stick of ink. It quietly thrummed with his chakra even as he shoved the battered nightstand into a position where it would be more convenient for her to reach the Shiozuri as he ground out the ink. They worked together in silence, this time less because of her temper and more because all of Sakura's attention was required for her task. She had just enough space to think. Sai would be really useful right now. It took them almost 2 hours before she felt the jutsu catch, for lack of a better word, Itaka's chakra locking into a cage which would bind the body to his will when it was activated, the seals slipping beneath the skin to become invisible puppet strings. She hadn't quite figured out how Sasori had managed to do this without suppressing the host's chakra, or how he'd been able to activate it after releasing his victims back into the wild, so to speak, but as Itaka's plans had them putting this body into use tomorrow, she supposed it didn't matter. Kill your heroes. Even after the founding of the village, the Uchiha didn't abandon their old hidden strongholds, Itaka told her as he showed her how to access this particular one. The terraced forests above them were full of crows, ominously silent and watchful. We kept them supplied even after generations of peace, and even now, some of them are still guarded by the spirits they contracted to the task. The Uchiha found it very hard to let go of the habits of war, even after they had become part of the village. When a child came of age, we were taught or shown their locations and how to open them. I wouldn't exactly call this one hidden. How in the world did this not end up as a stronghold for bandits or missing nin after the massacre? She asked as she resettled the weight of her passenger on her shoulder, but she was more interested in studying Itaka from behind the safety of the mask. Her hair had been temporarily dyed a rust brown as a precaution, though being seen at all would be a failure on her part. Itaka had been briefly startled when she'd emerged, and she realized that it was the first time he'd seen her in full kit. The moment she'd decided she'd reached her optimal height, Sakura had commissioned new body armor to replace her old, and all the money made from bounty hunting had been freely poured into the new gear, which had far better fit and function than village standard issue. Itaka himself was without the cloak that was indicative of his status as an Akatsuki member. Even the ring was on the man slumped across her shoulder, and he'd traded in the outfit he'd formerly worn beneath it for something a little less like a jinbei and a little more like something you'd want to wear on a battlefield. He looked back over his shoulder at her as he led her through a long narrow hall that led down into the heart of the artificial mountain. It has been in the past. Bandits and missing nin both. Occasionally I come here to clear out the vermin. There is a sense of theater here. I always intended to end things in this place. And Sakura saw exactly what he meant as the hallway led into a vast, cavernous room that had a throne atop a dais. Sakura's eyes narrowed as she read the calligraphy on the tapestry centered behind that throne. Kitsune? She asked sharply. I thought your family was affiliated with cat spirits. The Uchiha? Yes. Itake's eyes fixed on the tapestry and he didn't turn back to her as he replied. But that's a story for another day. Sakura frowned at him from behind the barrier of her mask, then asked, so, remind me what you hope to achieve here. If I am right about Sasuke, then I hope to exorcise all his demons. By dying on his sword? Besides salving your conscience, even if by some strange stroke of fate it actually works, what's it going to do? Sasuke's been declared a missing nin. This is an irrefutable fact that won't change no matter how he feels about it. He can't come back to Konohagakure unless he wants to hand himself over to TNI and whatever they'll do to him when they're finished asking him nicely what Orochimaru was up to. If he hadn't slaughtered the leader of the village he'd defected to, maybe somewhere like Kiri or IWA would have taken him in, if for no other reason than to try to breed him. As it is, his only real choice is to keep being a missing nin. And missing nin only survive by doing things that legitimate villages refuse to do. Normally, you'd be right. But there is a war coming and war provides unusual opportunities. 4. Storytelling, was Itake's succinct reply. And the story of the prodigal son is a favorite. And if you're wrong? She challenged him. Which would make you right? Was Itake's dry reply. In order to be convincing, I won't be able to let Sasuke have an easy victory. I don't think he'll be in any state for doing anything particularly stupid on his own in the immediate aftermath, but there have always been certain parties lurking in the dark, waiting for their moment. That's why I've asked you to watch over the battle, even though you aren't there to interfere. I think that we might very well have a guest who will attempt to take advantage of Sasuke's emotional vulnerability when the battle is finished. And you don't want me to swoop in and save him. Sakura pressed, thrown by the direction that their conversation had taken. Unfortunately, you can't, Itake said with a strange, sad smile. After all, redemption must be bought and paid for with his own strength. I can only open the path. He'll have to walk it on his own. Your part is to observe the person who will come to collect him. If your cat companion is much good as a tracker, you should ask him to memorize the chakra signature. He's been too careful to make the mistake of keeping Sasuke with him for long. And this person will be. He should be the one behind the Akatsuki. The one man whose will is strong enough to bind together the disparate wills of Cage-class missing nin and keep them bound. The man responsible for this coming war, who has been skilled enough to evade all my attempts to locate him since the night of the massacre. If he doesn't come himself, it will be someone connected to that man, which will be a more substantial lead than I've had in years. He's been patient for a long time, but I don't think he'll be able to resist when all the pieces are falling into their final places. Sakura stared. You're also using Sasuke as bait. He glanced over at her from where his gaze had been focused on the tapestry. There was a hard, resigned sort of dignity in his expression, as if he couldn't quite bring himself to be proud of the fact that even in this he hadn't let his judgment as a shinobi be compromised by his emotional involvement. Did you really think that I would fail to account for something like outside interference? My little brother's habit of striking out when he's angry and confused? That I would pass on the burden of eliminating a threat I've been aware of for longer than you've been out of the academy onto a brother who I intend to emotionally destroy in the belief that something better will rise out of the ashes? You should know better, he said softly. Without giving her a chance to reply, he began walking again. The vault is this way. Kill your heroes. Chapter 54. Eosophobia, Part 2. Sakura padded silently after Itake as he led her through a series of corridors and down uncomfortably narrow stairways until they came to a stop in an unremarkable hallway. They were deep enough in the earth now that the air had a distinctly subterranean chill. Itake slipped a kunai from an equipment pouch and drew the well-honed blade across the pads of his fingers, his eyes shifting to cherry non-crimson as he did so. Blood welled instantly, which he encouraged as he flexed his hand before he smeared it across the wall in what turned out to only be the first stroke of many. It was only when Itake had opened up a third bloody line on his fingers that she began to see the emerging character. Dato. He paused for a moment. I'm surprised you know how to read it. If it wasn't for the weight of the man laying across her shoulder, Sakura would have shrugged. "It's certainly not one somebody's going to guess," she said wryly. Itaki hummed a sound of affirmation. "At 84 strokes, it certainly reduces the chance of that." As he finished speaking, he drew the last stroke and the lines of the 3 dragon characters began to gutter with red-orange light. They writhed and twisted until they weren't words any longer, but pictures of dragons, as detailed as anything Sai might have painted. They swiftly pierced through the 3 cloud characters, which dispersed like smoke, before they circled back on one another and intersected to become a creature with 1 head and 3 tails. And it was along the trajectory of these 3 tails that the rock face opened, the stone drawing back with nary a rumble. "There are protections in place that will keep anyone from sensing my chakra once I'm inside, but the vault is also airtight when it's shut. There is a very good chance that I will be unconscious when this is finished, so I would appreciate it if you retrieved me before the seeming of my demise becomes a reality." Sakura blinked at him. "Why didn't you just tell me?" The red was fading from Itaka's eyes when he replied, "About that you thought there was a mastermind behind Akatsuki and this wasn't just about Sasuke." Long, heavy lashes briefly veiled his eyes, perhaps hiding some expression, for when he opened them again all Sakura could read in them was the kind of exhaustion that had nothing at all to do with physical health and everything to do with spending too long in the darkest corners of the shinobi world. "You did not need to know, and it did not occur to me to tell you," he admitted. "It has been like hunting a ghost and I could not risk anything that might lessen our chances of success. If I had told you, you would have been honor-bound to report it to your cage, who would have begun her own investigation. Perhaps they would have failed to find him. I was more afraid of what might happen should they succeed. I doubt any of them would have returned to report their success. Not intact, at least." His gaze had grown distant by the end of his speech, but his eyes suddenly focused on her again. "If there isn't anything else, you should return to the hall. According to the crows, Sasuke's team will be within the range of his sensor very soon. Kisame will intercept his team, but I doubt that will keep Sasuke from charging ahead. Just one more question. Your sharing and specific abilities. Are you going to be able to use them like this? When we first met, it was one of the telltale signs that it was only a simulacrum. The distance was much greater then and I had far less of my chakra invested in that body. And I have been practicing. There will be a lag, because I will have to draw my chakra back into this body before I can make use of the jutsu. It will be clumsier than usual, as well there will be no helping that. But as I have been careful to maintain the illusion of my body failing, it will, with any luck, only be something that Sasuke should be quick to take advantage of." Sakura nodded, then stepped back and watched as the stone sealed itself shut behind Itaki. Should have asked him if he was certain that non-Uchiha blood would open the vault, she muttered to the unyielding stone, which kept its silence, but hopefully not its secrets when the time came. Not that there wouldn't once have been non-Uchiha allies housed in a structure this vast, Sakura mused as she retraced their steps through the halls, but she doubted they would have been allowed to access that area without an escort to open the way. Though, she allowed sourly, perhaps this was just another of those things that Itaki had anticipated and made arrangements for. Not that this made him some sort of omnipotent seer. If she'd had almost a decade and all the information that Itaki had access to, she too would have had plenty of time to think about what needed to go right and what could go wrong. After arriving in the hall, Sakura carefully deposited her passenger on the throne when she felt a very bizarre pulse in his chakra, causing it to become a tangible repulsive force. The vague stare that had been the man's only response to being packed around like a sack of grain vanished as Itaka filled his skin, like a body was only a set of clothes that could be stolen or borrowed or lent. A moment later, it was as if the other man had never existed. There was only Itaki, this illusion far more convincing than the one that had been built into Sasori's framework. Sasori's specialization had been puppetry, Sakura's was genjutsu and perhaps medical ninjutsu. Together, they had created something awful. Some small, appalled part of her brain wondered whether something very similar was at the root of Orochimaru's immortality. "How's the integration feel?" Sakura asked. "Very smooth," was Itaka's reply as he dexterously manipulated his fingers, the enveloping fabric with its red-tinted clouds making it difficult to tell if he was testing other muscle groups as well. While he made himself comfortable in his borrowed body, Sakura slowly turned, taking in the hall properly now that she didn't have someone draped across her shoulders. There, she thought, eyes lighting on a row of stonework protrusions high above the entrance. The last tattered remnants of now unreadable banners still hung from them, but they seemed wide and deep enough to offer a comfortable seat, if not a clean one. Striding across the vast space, Sakura sprung lightly up onto the little outthrust bit of stone. Finding her estimation had been right, it was indeed wide enough to support her pretty comfortably. Settling in, she nipped at the space left bare by her gloves just for this purpose. With her blood, she summoned Sude, who stretched himself comfortably across her lap as he peered down below. "Seems that we're in for a show," he queried, rumbling his pleasure as Sakura stroked his silky fur. Though, according to Itachi, the brother versus brother battle to the death is just the opening act. Apparently, we're here for whomever comes to collect Sasuke when it's all said and done. Sounds more interesting than two brothers squabbling, Sude replied as he began to wrap the first threads of his not here illusion around them, Sakura automatically layering her own over and under and through his until it was an impenetrable mesh of chakra. "Somehow, you don't sound surprised." "I am allergic to surprise. I can be pleasantly diverted by unexpected things, but it is nothing so plebeian as surprise," Sude sneered. "Right," Sakura drawled, scratching him between his ears, marveling at the tiny, fragile skull that housed such an enormous ego. It was strange, she reflected as they waited quietly for Sasuke to arrive. Anticipation stretched the seconds out into somehow almost painful, and she had a queer moment of self-reflection. Who'd have thought, so many years ago, that she would become someone who watched behind a veil of illusion as two people, one whom she'd once shaped herself around, another whom she'd briefly begun to regard as an interesting companion before he'd revealed himself as a textbook enabler prepared to face something so emotionally wrenching that it could have been plucked straight from a melodrama. She'd helped set the stage in ways that were exceptionally questionable ethically, she'd helped close the jaws of the trap regardless of whether the bait Sasuke was destroyed in the process. Her child self would have thought that there wasn't any need to worry about becoming Orochimaru any longer, as she'd clearly slipped over the line some time ago. Her adult self, however, was beginning to think that there wasn't anything so clear or simple about it, because her understanding of Orochimaru, the concept, not the man himself, though what she thought about him had shifted as well, had changed. There was no guilt as she watched Sasuke stride into the room, so focused on the man sitting on the throne that she might as well have not bothered with the genjutsu. Just a strange sense of empowerment that probably explained why voyeurism existed. What followed next was a testament as to why, when they'd been plotting treason, the entire clan had been handled with ruthless efficiency. "There are gods and monsters in our world," Araki Kenta had written in his Madman's memoir, "and often they are the same thing." Even fighting through a puppet body, which he had claimed would make a lag in his Sharingan specific abilities, Itachi was. She almost didn't have words for Itachi, who controlled the battle from opening movements to closing notes. Aside from Gozen-san, she'd met very few people who used genjutsu as it was meant to be used, not just as an illusory ninjutsu. Itachi manipulated Sasuke with half-truths and illusions and just the right amount of real violence for the whole thing to culminate in what might have been a moment that might have made her heart quake had she not just witnessed him help him engineer the whole scene. "Never trust someone who's good at genjutsu," Gozen-san had cackled at her once. "It's all an illusion." And Sasuke, she couldn't deny that Sasuke had found some strength when he'd sold himself over to Orochimaru. Borrowed strength, dearly bought. In the case of the seal, the rest wasn't anything he couldn't have learned on his own in the village, even if it would have taken longer if he hadn't been being raised like a prized animal for the slaughter. There was a danger in raising up dangerous beasts, though, and as Sasuke stared blankly into the middle distance, his eyes blooming in a strangely elegant mangekyo state and the shattered remains of the wall behind him the only thing keeping him upright, Sakura had never been more tempted to defy her orders. Letting him live is a mistake, she thought with an eerie certainty. Sasuke had always been driven and single-minded in his focus. Seeing him now, so shattered and so strangely empty, Sakura felt a chill travel up her spine and crest on her scalp. Emotions could be addicting, just the same as anything else. And Sasuke had clung tight to his hurt and his rage and his need for vengeance damn the costs for too long for it all to simply vanish, and she wasn't like Itachi, who hoped that he'd find better things to fill the void. Just as Sasuke's life was controlled by his anger, Sakura's was shaped by her fear. Fear was the mother of both caution and cruelty, and she'd embraced both. Her instinct was to strike first and without mercy or hesitation. Better to be certain than to be sorry. But she didn't move from her hiding place among the rubble even as it began to rain, because those were not her orders, and orders were a part of that tenuous but extremely important line that separated the likes of her from the likes of Orochimaru. And because what separated her from Sasuke was an ability to see beyond the fear to the repercussions of her actions, for all that Itachi was willfully blind concerning his brother, he was probably the most competent shinobi she would ever meet, and if he hadn't been able to track and kill the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, then she would allow Sasuke to have this second chance. The red faded from Sasuke's eyes like the blood being rinsed away by the driving rain, his expression still empty as his head slowly turned to look at Itachi's fallen body. Then came an expression difficult to interpret, the angle of his head and the oppressive rain conspiring to hide his eyes even from her enhanced vision. But an odd smile had tugged up the corners of his lips. Was it melancholic? Smug? Satisfied? Eyes sliding slowly closed before she could come to any conclusions, Sasuke sagged, toppling face first next to his fallen brother. She'd detected something unusual about the chakra of the chamber just after Sasuke's dramatic entrance, even before Sude dug his claws into her thigh in silent warning, but it had been oddly dispersed, almost more like a jutsu than a person's presence. It had vanished shortly after Sasuke's collapse, but Sakura held her position in the rubble despite the rain that was seeping down her collar and tracing a long, tickly path down her spine. She was eventually rewarded by the emergence of a man atop the wall beneath which the two bodies were laying. Behind her mask, Sakura's eyes narrowed, because while she had seen teleportation techniques before, she'd never seen anyone unfold themselves out of space quite like that. His chakra signature was oddly muted too. If she hadn't been accustomed to picking out the disturbances that heralded genjutsu at work, she might never have sensed him. Judging by how deeply Sude's claws were imprinting themselves into her shoulder, his clever claws somehow finding purchase even through her vest, he didn't much like it either. "You're too slow," the man commented, his face hidden by a nearly featureless orange mask and his build hidden by the concealing Akatsuki cloak. There was nothing distinctive about his roughly shorn black hair either. If it weren't for his voice, he could as well have been a woman. With the right kind of medical jutsu to manipulate his vocal cords, he still could be. Or, she amended as she watched a man-plant grow out of the ground, perhaps Sude had been warning her of the approach of what she was fairly certain was their watcher in the wall. She had seen several strange Kekai Genkai in her time with Kakashi Senpai, and Itachi had briefed her on the different members of the Akatsuki, but this rapidly sequestering thoughts of chloroplasts and rigid cellular walls and symbiotic parasites, because in this moment it did not matter whether the thick, fleshy pads of the Venus flytrap erupting from the man's shoulders were functional or cosmetic or otherwise. Sakura observed them both like she was preparing them to integrate them into her genjutsu arsenal. "Well, excuse me for not being able to move at the freakin' speed of light," the man-plant grumbled. "Zetsu," she recalled. This one was Zetsu. And by physical appearance, the other one was Tobi, but his actions didn't correspond to the character that Itachi had described, and he was too new to the organization for Itachi to have gotten a glimpse of his abilities. Too new or too old and too canny? "Did you make certain to record the whole thing while you watched?" Tobi asked. When Zetsu spoke again, there was a jarring kind of dissonance. His voice was deeper and rougher. "Relax. I got everything. Though you could have just come and watched yourself. It's not like you had anything better to do." Tobi chuckled. "It wasn't worth the risk. But I will enjoy viewing it later. For now, take Itachi's corpse. We need to leave immediately, before someone decides to investigate why the sky was on fire and a mountain exploded." He hopped down and collected Sasuke, tossing him over his shoulder before he folded himself into space again. Sakura kept herself still and her breathing steady through force of will as Zetsu approached the corpse that still retained Itachi's appearance. When the paper-white hand reached down to hoist the body up, black flames roared to life, slithering up his sleeve and burning the flesh beneath with unnatural quickness. The dark voice started cursing, ripping off his cloak, but it wasn't normal fire. It was like some mad animal that had tasted blood and wouldn't be dislodged so easily as that. Abandoning the body he thought was Itachi's, which was already well on its way to becoming overcooked meat and shattered bone, he retreated underground, where Sakura was unable to tell if the fire followed. She waited patiently until Sude relaxed his grip and leaped gracefully to the ground, where he proceeded to eye the sky balefully. Sakura rose and eyed the body still crackling merrily but didn't approach it. Konohagakure had stopped trapping the bodies of their shinobi immediately after the last war, in part because in light of the reduced threat, families could have something to say goodbye to, and in part because it didn't reflect well on the village when well-meaning civilians went to move the bodies and got caught up by an undiscerning trap. Umbu Team 9, however, had lived in a time of acceptable casualties, and were more than willing to sacrifice their bodies to buy a few more lives from the opposition. Without extensive modification, she'd always known the body wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. She'd expected Itaka to be hesitant, but in the end he hadn't expected his brother to be in any condition to meddle with his body, and doubted his brother's team would disturb the corpse if their special guest failed to make his appearance. "Let's go collect the baggage and get out of the rain," Sude said crossly. Suzuki and Itaka had been rather thorough in their destruction, and it would require earth manipulation and more than a little mental calculation to open the hallway to the vault. Closing her eyes, Sakura mentally rebuilt the room around her, resisting the urge to manifest it as a genjutsu. When she was certain she had the proportions worked out, which wasn't helped by Sude twining himself impatiently between her legs, Sakura nimbly traversed the rubble until she found herself roughly above the hallway that crossed in front of the vault. Sakura inhaled deeply as she set her feet more than shoulder width apart, slicking back her hair where unruly strands had begun to slip free of their knot, and then struck the stone with one open palm, the other hand folding into a hand sign of concentration as she shaped both the force of her strike and the chakra that flowed into the stone. With a noise like rolling thunder, the rocks gave beneath her hand, shuddering like disturbed water as they rose up in small, jagged mountains to either side. Sude fearlessly led the way into the resultant pit, Sakura jumping down after him. Luckily the hallway was partially intact, which meant she did not have to play archaeologist to discover the wall. Slipping out her discolored knife, she slid open somewhere with better blood flow and fewer nerves than the pads of her fingers, though it had looked very dramatic when Itaka had done it earlier. Painting her blood on the stone, she trusted that Itaka wouldn't have looked a detail this critical, though if he'd intentionally done so as a fulfillment of that martyr complex that had been on full display above, she hadn't met a wall capable of keeping her out yet, and no demmed vault was going to prevent her from forcing Itaka to see this through. But just as they'd done for Itaka, the dragons pierced the clouds and the vault groaned open, Sude slipping inside before the door had completely retracted. Itaka's response time to her entrance was sluggish, his head rocking back in a way that said he wasn't in complete control of his body, his eyes half-lidded and glassy. Combined with his blanched skin and shallow breathing, he was a textbook example of chakra exhaustion. Even so, he tried to struggle to his feet, and Sakura was there to catch him when he faltered. Sweeping him into her arms, careful not to catch his hair, Sakura felt his warm breath feather against her neck as his head settled against the collar of her body armor. It would have been more comfortable for both of them if he'd responded to her murmured coaxing to put his arm around her neck rather than having it peeny-wand between them, but he didn't shift even when Sude used him as a stepping stone on the way back to her shoulder. The door had sealed itself behind them, but opened at her approach, and Sakura found it broad enough that she didn't have to maneuver them over the threshold, though the hallway beyond was another matter. Shoving chakra generously into her legs, she launched them into the sky, hearing the stones shift as the vault was once again buried, feeling the strange sensation of something crawling beneath her skin as she woke Sai's tattoo. The eagle coalesced beneath her feet with a proud, soundless shriek, and Sakura used chakra to seal her feet to the construct as the wind and the rain tried to tug them back into the open sky. Maneuvering herself and her passenger carefully into a position that minimized their profile even as she willed the eagle to take them to their destination, Sakura pulled out her scroll and unsealed a waterproofed cloak from it, wrapping it around Itaka and half-smiling as Sude vanished beneath the seal-brown material. Having seen to her companion, her eyes fixed on the landscape flowing by like a river beneath them, the smile falling away into a thin-lipped line. This mission is over, she thought to herself, but nothing is finished. Kill your heroes. Chapter 55. Suganeguzen, Part I. Focus. Control. Discipline. Those were the pillars upon which his person was built and the chains that he'd bound by all his life. It was only in this moment, which the rational part of his mind recognized as an altered state of consciousness brought on by extreme chakra exhaustion, that Itaka felt those chains slip loose enough to contemplate the things that the everyday Itaka could not. Would not. Like the resigned feeling of an older brother knowing that his younger brother was probably going to do something stupid again, he knew every enabler had moments when their willful self-deception faltered. It was in those moments that women left abusive husbands, relatives confronted addicts about their problems, and people involved in nasty business tried to get out of it. It would not last. Whenever the visceral response to whatever had jolted them from their usual habits had faded, people went back to what they were accustomed to, whether it was for the best or not. Tomorrow, when he did not feel so lightheaded and strangely giddy, he knew he would believe in Sasuke again. But today, as a very snide cat dug his claws into his stomach even as it acidly remarked that their target had snatched Sasuke's teammates out of the rain and they ought to follow his example, he knew his brother's emotional development had stopped on that long ago night. Sasuke was as short-sighted and as unable to marry consequence to cause as a child. His only comfort on that front was that he'd seen a brief flash of white among the rubble and his brother's shoulder had been bare of Orochimaru's brand when he'd collapsed. The snake had been too canny to attempt to fight Itachi in his brother's battered body. When it became clear that the battle was one that Sasuke wouldn't win, Orochimaru had abandoned him without fanfare. He didn't know if Sakura had noticed, though her snide companion probably had. Sakura. With his head resting against her shoulder and her mask and its eerie, too pleased for words smile concealing her face, his view consisted mostly of the line of her throat where it emerged from the high collar of her body armor. But he could feel her warmth, which was welcome against his own chilled and clammy skin, and he wondered if the tightness of her grip was indicative of an inner battle to not shove him off the eagle and have done with the whole Uchiha family. She wouldn't. He knew that, with the same kind of confidence that most people reserved for things like the position of the constellations and the rising of the sun. It might make her deeply, violently unhappy, but Haruno Sakura had a very rare kind of discipline, and it seemed that the present Hokage was either careless or perhaps more cruelly canny than most people gave her credit for, testing this shinobi as she was. If Sakura succeeded in this mission, which by all rights she should never have been assigned considering exactly how compromised she was when it came to his little brother, Tsunade-sama would be able to send her out into the world without fear that her personal feelings would ever supersede her Hokage's orders and her situational analysis. There was a strange sort of possessive pride in that thought. Somehow he was glad to have been her proving ground. Glad to have had the chance to work with Sakura, and regretful that this angry professionalism was the note on which their partnership would dissolve. Perhaps, he thought muzzily, he had starved himself for companionship for too long, because there was a powerful regret coursing through him at the thought that this would be the end of many things, which should no longer have mattered at this 11th hour. And just like he would believe in his brother tomorrow, perhaps he would not miss the chance to be just Itachi. He would not miss Sakura's quick wit or quick temper, he would not miss teasing her and watching as she scrambled to regain her composure even as her ears flushed pinker than her hair. And he would absolutely not regret the loss of the strange, heady sense of connection that seemed to make his own body a stranger. It was unnerving. He had escaped the teenage phase where it seemed the male brain was a slave to the body's biology and was aroused by the act of existing, and had felt no particular regret over that, but also strangely enticing. Glancing up at Sakura again from beneath half-shuttered eyelids, he gave in for a moment to weakness. He allowed himself to imagine some impossible reality where there were no deadlines and no brothers and no wars, where they both openly served the village and their meetings weren't on the order of the Hokage. Where the pleasure and laughter in her eyes wasn't tempered by the limitations of reality, wasn't hemmed in by her unwillingness to forgive or forget. Where she could look at him, free of all their history, and find him a person worth keeping company with. A person desirable to keep company with. Despite how cold he felt, how out of place in his own body, like his soul was only lightly tethered to his flesh, it didn't stop the heat that invaded his groin, unfamiliar instincts and impulses reverberating through him. Heart thudding harder than it had anywhere outside a battlefield, he for a moment understood what made this loss of control appealing to other people. It took the dig of claws into his belly to bring him back to himself, where he found judgmental eyes peering up at him. Seeing that he had his attention, the cat sneered at him, exposing the sharpness of his teeth. "Do not," he said in a low, rumbling voice that wouldn't carry, "distract my human. Kill your heroes." Both of her parents were at home when Sakura returned from her debriefing. She was feeling vexed and worn and old, and by habit she'd slipped into the house like she was entering enemy territory, because homes were supposed to be sanctuaries and that was asking for it. So it was in silence that she followed the trail of voices to the kitchen, peering through the gap in the Norin as her mother laughed at her father, the harsh brackets around her mouth relaxing in her mirth. A feeling of isolation seeped into the already depressing morass of her emotions. It wasn't just Itake, because she'd already resigned herself to knowing that was a secret between her and Tsunade-sama, but all the rest. If either of her parents met with violence in the course of their duties, something had gone badly wrong. She entered into every mission with the expectation of it. Her mother raised and trained hawks for a living. She hunted criminals who'd been judged worthy of Hatake Kakashi's time and effort. Her time and effort as well, she acknowledged very quietly deep inside herself, feeling very strange at the thought of being worth that kind of consideration. Not that she felt that her kill count made her somehow better than her parents made her special in the way some jounin thought that it made them special. It mostly made them assholes, but she couldn't deny that there was some unspoken understanding that you could only find with people who also knew what it was to risk their lives every time they stepped outside the gates and who knew better than to hesitate when it came to human life. That wasn't to imply they were some sort of cohesive caste. Not all jounin were made equal and all jounin were also people. They formed their own cliques and Kakashi-senpai was happiest being a strange loner outlier, so she hadn't inherited a group of friends upon becoming his partner. Months at a stretch outside the village limited her chances at changing that, so she had only a handful of people in the world that were precious to her. Her parents might no longer stand at the top of that short list. Something ingrained notions of filial piety and family loyalty and cultural values gave her very complex feelings about, but that didn't mean they no longer had a place on it. She was old enough now to recognize that her parents were people too, with their own dreams and ambitions. She was reasonably certain nowadays that she was a product of obligation rather than an actual desire for a child. Sakura had never asked for obvious reasons. She tried not to judge them for that even now. There was an expectation of marriage and children, in that order. That didn't mean she wasn't loved, it was just love as it existed in real life, imperfect and limited and requiring effort. So while the Norin might have felt as heavy as iron, she still slipped it aside and stepped into the kitchen, where she greeted her parents with a smile. Kill your heroes. There was enough restlessness and tension in the room to have her clenching her teeth to keep from fidgeting. Given that this was a gathering of jounin, they'd clustered along the walls with their partners, leaving the center of the room empty except for Tsunade-sama and her aide. Kato-san looked nervous and even the pig at her feet looked somber. Crossing her arms beneath her over-generous bust, she cleared her throat and the silence in the room deepened. When the door behind them slid open, it was like the sound rasped across raw nerves and the silence became profound when Jiya-sama slipped inside. If you look around this room, she began in a low, serious voice, you'll see the closest thing that Konohagakure has to Hunternin. As a unit, each partnership in this room marries excellent tracking skills with top-tier combat abilities. Sakura tracked her gaze as it swept over the well-represented Abarame, Inyazuka, Nekida, and Hyuga clans. She'd noticed clan markings for a few of the avian-associated clans as well. The bulk of the rest were like Kakashi-senpai infamous and from small, well-regarded families. There was one notable exception to this, a quiet and well-ordered contingent to one side of the room that flanked an inscrutable Danzo-san. Your success rates are unmatched, you are resourceful and flexible and dogged, Tsunade-sama told them. And you are our best chance of making this work. You are all aware of the terrorist organization that calls itself Akatsuki. You are aware of its agenda, which is the same tired one that you see every month. Destabilization of the current world order, so that they can replace it with their own. The difference is that Akatsuki has cage-level operatives to carry out their mission, which is to collect the Biju. There was a shifting in the room at that. It wasn't any secret that when Akatsuki had successfully collected the One Tail, the long-simmering argument about whether parting out the Biju had been the right choice had once again become a current topic. The necessity of peace had been understood, was still understood, but the cost of it was resented. It was just bad luck that the most resented decision of the revered first Hokage had come back to haunt them in the time of his granddaughter. Negotiations have begun for something unprecedented, a summit in which all the Kage from the 5 great nations will meet and discuss how this threat ought to be handled. It is going about as well as you might expect, she commented sardonically, which earned her a few dry chuckles from around the room. And while we debate about where we will be seated and how many guards we can bring and whether or not we'll wear our fucking hats, Akatsuki is taking advantage of our inability to cooperate and unwillingness to exchange information. It has come to the point that even the successful elimination of their public operatives is unlikely to completely halt their plans. But we know who they are and what they're capable of, and if we can't agree on the table settings, I know that I'd prefer to have their heads on platters. Her mouth twisted briefly into what was almost a snarl before flattening back into a grim line. I know what I'm asking of you. Even preparation and strike teams formed to precisely combat your target's abilities won't be proof against enemies like these. This will be the last thing I ask of some of you. Many of you have rendered great service to this village in the dark and in secret. I won't ask you to die in it. I can't offer you the kind of money an outsider would have to pay to earn your service, to buy your skills and your blade and your death, and I won't insult you by thinking that you'd hesitate because of that. You were called because you won't flinch, even if I send you against cage killers and S-class criminals. With their deaths, you can buy your own immortality, if that's what you're chasing. With their deaths, you can purchase the security of this village, if that's what you serve. This is the order of your cage. Will you receive it? Sakura heard an echo from a lifetime ago, when Naruto had stood before an unprepossessing stone in a grassy field and declared that his name would go down on it. She remembered Sasori and remembered even more vividly the cost of bringing him low. She'd read that the brain had a clearer recall for pleasure than pain, especially women's brains, as a coping mechanism for menstruation and childbirth, but she had a very clear and colorful recollection of the kind of pain that was real and present and not going away anytime soon. Death in battle wasn't always sudden and quick, and was only glorious in the eyes of the severely deluded or in the imaginations of the far removed. Worse still was the possibility of being maimed or crippled and left with the choice of a life defined by a single ill-fated battle or escaping it on your blade or someone else's. So it was not empty bravado or naivete or even blind obedience that made her bow to her cage, to the order, to the prospect and promise of pain. It was necessity. It was an acknowledgement of responsibility. It was also resignation somewhere. Someday she was going to die in love because Kakashi-senpai would be going, and if he was going, she was going, because heroes might have to die alone, but soldiers lived and died together. The choice didn't kill the quivering, gibbering thing in her chest that did not want that kind of catastrophic damage being done to her body again. No matter the miracles that medical ninjutsu might be able to work on her flesh, the injuries were phantoms that clung to her soul. They made her wary and they made her vicious, but she promised herself as Tsunade-sama started calling out the names of the captains of each squad that they would not make her run. She wasn't surprised that Kakashi-senpai was singled out as a captain, and despite her inner panic, she was slightly reassured when she saw their roster and their target. Witch and Hound would be joined by Sai, Abarame Shino, Hyaganiji, and an unfamiliar member of Root whose name appeared on the list as Kama. Their target was Deidara, an S-rank missing nin from Iwagakure. Another team was assigned to his partner, on whom they had little information. From Mitaka she knew Deidara's bio without having to glance at the packet. He was a young, flashy sociopath who'd confused artist and terrorist. He was susceptible to genjutsu and relied on chakra-embedded explosives to compensate for less than S-rank hand-to-hand and weapons skills. The greatest obstacle to overcome would be his mobility, which she familiar with from their previous encounter. As for his combat abilities, though he could theoretically mold his clay into any number of shapes, in reality he was just as limited as a shinobi shaping elemental chakra. Battlefield conditions curbed his creativity, and with the Kazekige's record of his battle with the blonde, as well as Kakashi-senpai's own experience, they had a reasonable idea of what they might expect from their opponent. Given his personality and his skill set, I wouldn't be surprised if he has some suicide jutsu tucked away, Senpai told the people who'd assembled in one of the soundproofed conference rooms in the Hokage Tower. His type aren't usually satisfied with going out quietly. Then we deal with him before it becomes an issue, was Niji's calm pronouncement. While his gentle fist technique was badly matched against an enemy who could take the battle to the air, the concussive shockwaves and shrapnel of an explosion could be turned aside by a well-timed rotation, and his Kekii Genkai would be able to pick out the chakra triggers of hidden explosives. If they could manage to ground Deidara, he would be immensely useful offensively, otherwise he was a powerful defensive asset. Shino, whose expression was particularly inscrutable behind his glasses and deep hood, might very well be able to sabotage Deidara's explosives as he didn't use mechanical triggers. An opponent who commanded the sky was no issue with a swarm at his disposal. While Sai couldn't disarm bombs, though he could provide cannon fodder for them, he could also maintain distance combat or even close that distance for his comrades, though having manipulated his constructs before, Sakura could attest that if any of them wanted to attempt mounted combat, they'd be best served practicing during the hunt. A leisurely glide atop an eagle was one thing, keeping to its back as it banked sharply was another. She'd have to master it, though. Itaki had mentioned that Deidara had been recruited against his will and that he owed his loss to the Sherry Non. If she'd been made to do anything against her will, let alone been conscripted into an organization like Atoksuki, she'd have moved heaven and earth to find some way to undermine that control. Her skill set heavily favored genjutsu, close-distance combat, and guerrilla tactics. If Deidara had honed his senses with overthrowing the Tsukiyomi in mind, she couldn't rely on her own illusions and she refused to be the weakest link in the chain. No one except Sai had ever worked with Kama before, in that peculiarly bland way that Sai had possessed before they'd broken him. The Kunoichi outlined her abilities and combat strengths in the same way that a particularly knowledgeable but unenthusiastic sales clerk might extol the virtues of a new piece of gear. Unusually dark-skinned, with a complexion of burnished copper, the Kunoichi's lower lip was painted, perhaps tattooed, black, and a thick line dropped from it to neatly bisect her chin. In the heavy, blocky style of Kakuji, a Yajijukyugo marched its 4 characters around her neck in a shackle, Jakunika Kyoshoku, over and over and over again. The weak arm eat, the strong eat. The same kanji reappeared on the back of her knuckles. Long black bars like exclamation points stretched up her forearms before terminating at the elbow. The Kunoichi was primarily an archer and her wind-natured chakra made her arrows capable of piercing through stone and steel and body armor. She could also produce far less effective and shorter-ranged wind blade constructs using her sickles. While Sakura was reassured by both the size and the skills of the group, she was also aware that Tsunade-sama was making a very dangerous gamble. If the worst should happen and none of the squads survive their mission, the results would be catastrophic for the village. Which was why no other village was willing to bear the risk of this hunt alone. Even Suna had not attempted a retaliation of this scale after the assault on their cage. Not only did their number represent a not insignificant portion of her active duty jounin, the high-risk/high-reward missions they specialized in were the most profitable for the village. Even if they weren't being paid for this mission, removing them from the roster for the duration represented a potentially staggering amount of lost income. Security details and such were the foundation upon which their reputation was based, but the often long-term commissions weren't as highly paid as one might initially think if you considered the man-hours involved. Konohagakure had too many restrictions in place for assassination and other Black Ops work to be their major source of income. For that, you had to look at villages like Kiri. If they stumbled, if they failed, it wouldn't just be their failure, it would be the village which would be left to bear the cost of their absence as they swept inexorably toward war. They could not fail. A suspended moment of perfect understanding spun itself between the occupants of the room, and as she met the eyes of each of her squad mates in turn, she knew that she wasn't alone in her resolve to do what would need done to have this mission succeed. Operation Headhunter had begun. Kill Your Heroes. Chapter 56. Suganeguzen, Part 2. Sakura sat on the edge of the great wall that the first had raised against the world, the scent of Pakun's fur in her nose and her forehead pressed against the space between his shoulders. It was hard to remember, most times, that he was so small that his ribcage was no bigger than her hands, shifting beneath her palms as he breathed. She knew that this couldn't be particularly comfortable for him, but he didn't struggle and didn't protest. Sakura tugged at his ears gently in apology as she settled him on her lap. She'd had a bad night last night and what sleep she'd gotten had been disturbed and disturbing. Sometimes the vivid imagination of a genjutsu specialist wasn't something to be envied. She'd gotten spoiled, traveling with senpai for so long. Sakura wished she was someone who cared less about what people thought. She'd get a place of her own and ask Kakashi-senpai and all his rabble to move in with her in a heartbeat. It wasn't that she felt physically crowded by the parents she hardly ever saw, nor was there anything wrong with the attractive house in the quiet neighborhood that had been built by her grandfather. It was more the psychological pressure of performing Sakura who was fine and living well rather than the Sakura who'd spent so many nights sleeping in the well-lit sanctuary of the bath and flinching at things half glimpsed from the corner of her eye. It wasn't like that all the time nowadays. If it was, she'd have gotten herself killed herself, or killed someone else by now. But it had been like that, and that time would always be with her, waiting like some ambush predator in the back of her mind for the right combination of stress, exhaustion, and external triggers. She didn't want to show her parents that Sakura, because that Sakura was not their fault, and sharing that Sakura with them would be like passing them a little piece of her hell. She wanted to protect them from that, as much as she could, but she was also ashamed of that little girl afraid of the dark, ashamed of those moments when she wondered if blood and breeding and boyhood really mattered more than she wanted to think. She slept easier and felt safer with Kakashi Senpai nearby, and on the nights and during the days when even that wasn't enough, he didn't ask her awkward, probing questions, demand she talk even when talking was the last thing she wanted, or watch her helplessly in a way that burdened her with guilt for being broken. He was just there, unobtrusively reading his novel, non-judgmental about her nightmares and her coping methods. They never talked about Senpai's own experiences with combat fatigue. He belonged firmly to the time wherein there were some scars you never revealed. No one from the previous generation talked much about the wars and what it had cost them to survive them. Combat fatigue had been so endemic that it had been standard operating procedure in hospitals during the last war to assign shinobi to each room for fire watch. It was still regarded as something just as normal for field jounin as joint wear or broken bones. It was only after this long stretch of peace and with new medics entering the field that it was beginning to be regarded that something that could be treated, just like any other illness. Sakura had not been overly impressed by the field still in its infancy. Back when she'd been scrambling desperately to learn how to cope, some of the side effects of the experimental treatments they'd been using to manage anxiety and regulate sleep had been just as bad as anything she'd experienced without them. Genjutsu would have been more effective, in her opinion, but she'd never read anything that indicated they were even considering it as an option. Which, to be fair, was likely because most of the genjutsu they'd be aware of would have been the level taught at the academy. Genjutsu types were rare to begin with, and rarer still would be a genjutsu type trained as a medic, who was also interested in treating psychological disorders. In another life, perhaps that could have been Sakura. In this life, Sakura could only think that it was already enough to wade through her own hardships. She didn't have right combination of compassion, emotional fortitude, and clinical detachment required in order not to drown in other people's hell. She didn't even have the confidence to treat herself. Pakun's ears pricked up even as Sakura sensed the approach of a chakra signature she recognized once you knew what you were searching for. An Abarame who wasn't using their swarm to disperse their chakra signature was unmistakable. She silently wondered at the men and women who married into that clan and shared their bed with 500,000 other inhabitants. Even just feeling the crawling, creeping of his chakra and allowing her vivid imagination to fill in the hollows beneath his flesh was enough to make her want to shudder. But she didn't, because while her senses had grown more acute while she was away, she hadn't lost her respect for Shino as a person and as a shinobi. "Shino-san," she greeted as she dropped lightly back onto the walkway, placing Pakun at her feet. "Sakura-san," he murmured courteously back at her from behind the barrier of clothing even more concealing than what he'd worn in the academy. "You've arrived early." "I went for an early morning run to warm up and clear my mind," she admitted. Though as she was more than capable of running and worrying, it had been the visit to the Hyuga graveyard and then Gozen-san's house afterwards that had helped to settle her rioting emotions. Their current mission was S-ranked and therefore confidential, but Sakura had confessed her worries about her long-range capabilities and gotten a scathing look and a "don't be stupid" in return, which had been followed by a very condescending explanation of projectile weapons, such as kunao, and how they might reasonably be used by someone with chakra-enhanced strength. Gozen-san had also given her some frank and disturbing advice on Danzo-san and the subordinates he'd raised completely unprompted, and confirming either that she really could read minds or that her information network was well and alive. But Sakura would think on her opinion of his very pragmatic wartime ethics when her mind wasn't full of recently reviewed data on explosives. What he'd done was neither better nor worse than some of the things that the regular Umbu had been asked to do. It had been done with the second's and the third's knowledge and the village's funding. The only difference was that his social experiment had been conducted on their own people. Pakun and the other Ninkin were keeping me company earlier, but when we'd finished the run everyone else went to hunt down Senpai. There was a midnight release on the newest Ika Ika novel and no one has seen him since we received our orders, so. Whatever her opinion on his books, she couldn't help but be somewhat impressed that Jiraiya-sama could so deftly manage spy networks, conduct his own investigations, and meet publishing deadlines all with his characteristic good humor. The briefing had been the first time she'd seen him so grim for so long a stretch. Shino chuckled. Heitake-senpai never changes. I noticed he'd assigned himself an evening departure. Though it was unlikely that any of their targets were the type to go to ground if they realized they were being hunted, no one had felt the need to put out an announcement and give S-class marks any advantage. The deployment of the squads was being staggered and even the individual members of the squads themselves had been given different exit orders. She shared an early morning slot with Shino and Niji. They would rendezvous with the rest of their team outside. Kakashi-senpai, of course, would be leaving at the absolute last moment by himself. Ah, speaking of senpai. I meant to ask last time. I was surprised not to see Yui-senpai at the briefing. Your team's specialization was pursuit, wasn't it? Surprised was probably overstating things a little, given that Yurei-san had been so quickly shunted into mentorship after promotion or had chosen to apply for a genin team rather than garnering experience in her own career, but Sakura was willing to give her face in front of her student. She was also genuinely curious about whether or not that group had stayed close after Shino had made Jounin, while the other two remained in the mid-ranks unlike Ino's squad, which would likely raise their own children in the expectation of following in their parents' footsteps. The squad under Yurei-senpai had always had a limited lifespan unless Hinata was relieved of her position as heiress of her family or the other two were willing to operate within the constraints put forth by the Hyuga. Sakura sensed she'd made a mistake when Shino lapsed into an awkward silence, but before she could think of a way to extricate herself, he made a very quiet reply. Kurane-sensei is pregnant. Sakura blinked, quickly reviewing the latest gossip that Ino had forwarded. Births, marriages, and deaths of people they knew all merited special mention. It had been a while, however, and it was just within the realm of possibility that Yurei-senpai had gotten herself married and pregnant since the last letter. I hadn't heard she'd gotten married. She's not. And now she understood the awkward note in Shino's voice. Even if she thought the timing was less than ideal and she could see how it would probably always be less than ideal, Sakura could guess at the pressure a newlywed wife might face to quickly bear a child when the chances were high that either she or her husband might die in the coming conflicts with Akatsuki. Clans especially were insistent on every branch bearing fruit, not only because that was the only way to maintain their influence and position every child, increasing the likelihood that some extraordinary talent might appear, but also because they were very realistic about how many of these children would survive long enough to reproduce when most of them entered the battlefield before they entered puberty. These were the things that Sakura had learned from observation and from Ino. These were acceptable reasons to take yourself out of the field. Kunoichi weren't civilian women. From the moment they entered puberty, their menstruation was suppressed and managed by well-tested medical jutsu for a host of very practical reasons. It had, in fact, been the development of this range of jutsu that had revolutionized the role and position of women on the battlefield, with chakra and projectile weapons rendering null and void most arguments about physical strength, and without the biological rhythms of their bodies to provide an excuse for their male counterparts to restrict them, for their own good. Kunoichi like Gozen-san had demanded that they be given the same opportunities and held to the same standards as shinobi. That was a work in progress that continued to Sakura's day. The jutsu, however, wasn't. There was no such thing as an accidental pregnancy for a kunoichi. Sakura was young enough and occasionally romantic enough, as well as otherwise well occupied trying not to die on missions and cooperating with deep cover spies, to have mixed feelings about sex, dating, and marriage. She knew the kind of dating that Kakashi-senpai did wasn't for her. She hadn't made any firm decisions about bedroom sports with long-term boyfriends, and it had never become a pressing issue because the boy she was seeing wasn't usually in the same country. She did know that she thought real commitment should end in marriage. She also thought real commitment should precede children. She also thought that this was a damned bad time to try and trap a man who wouldn't commit, if that was what Yurei-senpai was doing. If her partner had asked her bear him children without the benefit of marriage and she'd agreed, Sakura's opinion of her judgment was still pretty poor. Yurei-senpai was beautiful, talented, and from a reputable clan. Barring deeply hidden defects in her personality, there was nothing about her that should make a partner balk. Sakura, who'd learned a lot of lessons about self-worth since the days when she'd shaped herself around Uchiha Sasuke, felt that any man you had to try that desperately to keep wasn't a man worth keeping. Oh, was the only thing she said aloud, her internal disapproval left unexpressed. Though his clothing made Shino very difficult to read, from his hesitation earlier though he'd probably already received more than his full share of other people's opinions. "How are your parents?" she asked. They made the polite conversation of long-separated former classmates as they made their way off the battlements and down to the gate, where they waited for Niji to arrive before they began the always tedious process of filing their orders with the gatekeepers, which hadn't been an aspect of Konoha she'd missed while away. This was worse than tedious, though, passing straight through to grim. The Chunin on gate duty were looking at them like their instructors had the day they'd filled out the paperwork that made their parents or guardians their official beneficiaries. The date of expected return field had been left blank and they weren't logging a travel path. Their mission was designated only with the special seal used for S-class ops. She wished that they didn't look like they were saying goodbye to dead men. Once it would have unnerved her, now the weight of her flak jacket was a reassuring one, her boots were well broken, and the knives strapped to her thighs were as much a part of her person as her hands or her feet. She wouldn't go far as to say that she was leaving with confidence. Confidence meant you slept easy, and she certainly hadn't done that, but she trusted this team and the judgment of her cage. Eventually they were released into the wild, where she had a moment to study her teammates. They weren't traveling as civilians, which would have curtailed their movement speed unacceptably, but some of their most easily distinguished features had been concealed from casual scrutiny. For Shino, this had simply meant putting on a different coat than usual, but Niji and Sakura had dyed their hair and both were wearing uncomfortable cosmetic contacts. Niji's long hair had been bleached and dyed silver, while his telltale opalescent eyes were currently a striking shade of green with a lighter corona of silver around his iris. Sakura suspected he'd gotten some helpful and doubtless enthusiastic advice from the stylists who'd handled his transformation. His usual outfit had been replaced one with more body armor, though the shirt he wore beneath his flak jacket was more traditionally styled than the standard Jounin uniform. Sakura's extremely distinctive hair had been dyed black. She didn't know whether it had been the dye they'd used or some strange interaction with her natural color, but it had a glossy, almost green sheen like the tail feathers of a rooster. Unlike Niji, she didn't have a Kekkei Genkai to conceal, but they'd still asked her to wear contacts, which she really could have done without. Though with bronze eyes and black hair, she looked sufficiently unlike herself to risk a crimson shimmick, even though it was to make a part of her usual silhouette alongside her tall boots and her knives for real coveredness. Witch's most infamous accessory, however, was undoubtedly Kakashi-senpai. Sakura didn't think she'd be recognized on her own. "We have 2 days before we're scheduled to rendezvous and cross the border," Niji, who'd won the round of Jenkin that had decided their lead, said quietly as Sakura and Shino moved to flank him. "It'll be an easy run. Kill your heroes." The run was easy, and it stayed easy, because it was no good to catch their prey while they were ragged with exhaustion. The anticipation was harder as the days of their hunt became weeks. Deidara might be loud and flashy, but he wasn't stupid, and his habit of moving from place to place atop a giant clay bird meant that he could cover ground in a way they'd be hard-pressed to match. It also made him harder to track, as fewer people made note of sky traffic than they would a stranger passing through their streets. It did give them time to practice with size constructs, among other things. It was always eagles and falcons for her, proud wings brushing up against the underside of her breasts and lethal beaks plunging down her thighs, feathers like sleeves down her arms. None of the others except Niji could take so many without chakra burns, and Niji found them cumbersome in combination with his chakra release. It was dragons for Niji, clouds for Kama, and Kakashi-senpai had learned to ride on jagged lightning bolts through the sky, though they'd hit an unexpected obstacle with Shino. Even overlooking a Barame-bodied Abuse, layering unfamiliar chakra and blood on his skin would only cause his beetles to swarm. She distinctly remembered the clan laws that had prevented Tsunade-sama from addressing the issue of Kakashi-senpai's transplanted Sherry-non. She now learned that it was difficult enough to treat an adult host that the Abarame were actively encouraged to marry medical talent the way some families married money or status. The Kekkaicha weren't like Sude or the Ninkin. They could be directed or controlled, but they couldn't be reasoned with. Especially when it came to the state of the hive. However, while he couldn't directly participate in an aerial battle, Shino had full confidence in his ability to contribute from the ground. Senpai had made a wry comment that if the Deidara assignment didn't work out, the rest of them could become Yakuza and form their own Ninkyu Dantai. Sakura also had time to discover exactly how hard and how fast she could throw a kunai when she was using her chakra-enhanced strength. The answer was something that had to be measured in meters per second and destroyed the kunai. Well-balanced kunai weren't inexpensive, but Sakura, who'd, perhaps bizarrely considering her personality, come to specialize in close-distance combat, thought that she could very much come to like throwing things at people from very far away. "Those boys," Michi said dismissively from where she was perched on Sakura's arm, feathers ruffled in scornful indignation. "Your blonde is impulsive and he lets resentment make him stupid. As if Atotsuki would recruit an idiot. The dark-haired one is overplaying it, though. As you asked, Yoko has been feeding information to the team tracking him. Toby goaded Deidara into an argument earlier this morning, at the end of which Deidara stormed off. It's likely that Toby wanted him out of the way for his own reasons. Almost as soon as Deidara was out of range, he used an unfamiliar teleportation jutsu. This is going to be your best opportunity. Your target might not take notice of little details like us, but the other one is going to notice. She clacked her beak sharply. Good work, Sakura murmured, half turning to look at Senpai. Kakashi-senpai nodded, eyes narrowing before he tilted his head up slightly to look at the sky. His silver hair had also been dyed black, though his hadn't taken on the green sheen, and his normally dark eyes were crimson. Combined with his present seriousness, it lent him an intensity that he didn't usually possess, and Sakura felt a shiver sweep up her spine and crest atop her head. Some small corner of her mind wondered what the response would be to this witch and hound, who didn't look much like shinobi of Konohagakure, even disregarding the fact that they'd all cached their hitayate and other identifying markers as they'd crossed the borders into Kaminari no Kuni in direct violation of the treaty. Sakura's slickly green-black hair was roughly twisted up and back, with dark makeup generously framing her eyes. She wasn't the only one. It wasn't a fashion statement so much as an attempt to cut down on the sun glare that they'd anticipated might be a problem if Deidara took their battle to the sky. As part of their prep work, they had all acquired lightly tinted combat glasses, not only because of the sun but also because there was something very undignified about dying in battle because you'd intercepted a bug with your eye. It didn't look like they had to worry today, though, as the sky was darkly overcast and tinted faintly green. The breeze had stopped some time ago and left them with a muggy stillness that heralded an awful storm. If we hurry, Kakashi-senpai said at last, we can have him dead before cloudburst. They'd run endless scenarios since the orders had been issued. No one was in any doubt of their opening roles. Michi fluttered to her shoulder as Sakura slipped on her combat glasses and the others did the same, the combat glasses being followed up by gas masks whose filters would keep them from inhaling particulates. It took a bit of fiddling to situate it comfortable with her headset and to keep the microphone from transmitting the sound of her breathing. There was that peculiar rippling sensation between her skin and her clothes as one of the tattoos beneath quivered to life. Sai's chakra was practically buzzing against her skin. Black wings were soon bearing her aloft, up where the air was thin and cold enough that she had to circulate her chakra to keep her skin from being frostbitten or her lungs from being damaged, her mount's wings sweeping through the trailing fringes of the clouds. Even then, it still burned in her nose and in her throat, and drawing breath required a careful shaping of the air that had taken her 3 days and loss of consciousness and nearly falling out of the sky to master. She could feel the ionization in the air and hear the low groaning of a sky full to bursting. Of course our opportunity would come in Kaminari no Kuni during the monsoon season, Sakura thought darkly. Flooding her eyes with chakra, Sakura perched high on the neck of her eagle, peering down through the stomach-churning expanse that separated her from the ground. She saw movement first, then the bright speck of blonde far below that marked her target. He was well beyond the recommended range of engagement and outside the conventional range of danger. Sakura fetched a wrapped packet from her kit, unfolding the oilcloth on the head of the eagle and aligning the kunai within into a neat row. She could wish for calmer winds, but that wouldn't make it so. She'd compensate with a calmer heart and steadier hands instead. One by one, with the kind of force that could shatter steel, she flung them down like they were lightning released from Raijin's hand. And when there were no more kunai left on the paper, she reached into a different pouch and withdrew one more knife, this one a black steel custom cast, and sent it hurtling below. She only had one legacy jutsu, but she didn't think the Hiraishin an inferior inheritance to the Reis non Orchidori. Like she was diving off a tall rock rather than plunging into empty space, Sakura took a deep breath and shoved herself into the sky. It was less than 10 seconds from the moment she threw the first kunai to the instant where she unfolded herself out of somewhere neither here nor there. One of her hands was empty, one was filled with a hilt more familiar than the shape of her mother's eyes. Either her calculations or her aim had been insufficient. One of her kunai had caught him in the shoulder instead of in the head, and he'd used the momentum from the impact to throw himself clear of the rest of the tightly clustered barrage. His visible eye was wide and startled, but his uncrippled hand was already deep in the depths of a large pouch hanging at his side. Press him to death had been her directive, and her foot came down not with feather lightness, but with enough force to shake the earth as she launched herself toward him. But even though the ground shuddered like a horse trying to shake off a fly, Deidara rode the quake with contemptuous ease, flinging a handful of crudely shaped sparrows at her. Rather than retreating, Sakura clenched her teeth and flashed forward, not thinking very hard on everything except the negative space between. Wrong choice, yeah, her opponent snarled at her and she could see his lips creasing into a satisfied syllable. BA. Something caught her hard about the waist and Sakura didn't struggle as Niji swept them both into a rotation. The force of his chakra impacted with the concussive force of the explosives in an ear-splitting crack that raised a curtain of dust, the blowback sending their opponent flying. There was a moment's brief satisfaction as Kakashi-senpai's Kuroiman technique opened up behind Deidara, and then she had to curse the gods that favored the enemy, because he must have caught some glimpse of it. A smaller, more controlled explosion allowed him to change direction in midair, ripping out the kunao embedded in his shoulder as he did so, droplets of blood arcing through the air. It had gone deep enough that in the normal course of things yanking it out like that was incredibly stupid. What if she'd missed the subclavian artery and carelessly pulling it free finished her work for her? But the bleeding seemed to stop when he slapped a generous handful of clay over it, even as he twisted agilely out of the way of Kama's red-fletched arrows. He wasn't smiling anymore. As their rotation ended, practice had proven that a second person destabilized it badly. Niji released her in such a way he was almost throwing her toward their objective, himself following only seconds after. As they closed in and Kakashi-senpai erupted up out of the earth beneath Deidara's feet, Kama ceased fire and ceded distance combat to Sai, whose Incan-air creatures concealed thousands of guests. Perhaps they were preventing him from creating larger creatures, but Deidara didn't seem to need much time to manufacture smaller ones. And once this second wave hornets this time detonated and forced them to retreat and knocked several blades in mid-flight askew, he reached into a difference pouch and retrieved a scroll, which disgorged several large shapes under the care of his blood-soaked hands. But from beneath his coat and beneath his flesh, Shino's swarm was now in full flight and they descended upon the constructs like locusts on a freshly planted field. Without chakra, they weren't much more than clay statues, and the look on Deidara's face was truly ugly as his oppressors scattered to avoid being crushed by the weight of the falling creatures. Whatever fit of temper he was building up to, they didn't give him time to indulge it as Senpai ripped open a whole array of gates, set in a complicated array. He couldn't open them too wide or set them too close, as there was a strange resonance between the gates, and neither he nor Sakura thought the results would be pretty if he lost control of the jutsu. Sakura also knew what using it cost him, not in terms of chakra, but in long-term effects upon his brain. The main Jikyo bent the laws of heaven and earth, and in doing so damaged the brain in ways whose long-term effects included paranoia, obsessive-compulsive behavior, and if history was any judge, compulsive stupidity. She swathed the location of the gates in subtle layers of genjutsu, but as she'd suspected, Deidara had trained himself to break the Tsukiyomi. Her Kanashibari was exceptional, but even it had its limitations. Using a series of flattened clay discs like steps, Deidara vaulted free of the array, the hems of his Akatsuki robe flaring like the petals of a flower. The clay he'd slapped on his injury earlier had been seeping down his arm, and as he landed, shifting his feet in such a way that left them spread wide and his palms flat on the ground, it was obvious that it acted as a kind of framework that allowed him to manipulate his arm. "Eat shit, yeah," he suggested as the ground swelled. "Minefield!" Niji shouted in warning, a dragon already curling at his feet, which surged forward to collect Shino as well before sharply banking upward. Like lightning striking from the ground into the sky, Kakashi-senpai was carried aloft and Kama had never descended. Sakura soon had a second eagle bearing her up, and she saw Sai following, though he was slower than the rest of them as he was producing a whole menagerie in an attempt to clear the field. "No, there's something Wr." Niji didn't get to finish his sentence before the earth erupted. Sakura's eagle bucked beneath her as she struggled to ride out the blast, whose hot wind carried shrapnel like large, sharp ceramic knives. One caught her hard in the side, nearly knocking her from the eagle and causing her to gasp like a fish thrown from the water, though the flak jacket did its work. Though she felt like it had cracked a rib, that was far better than being skewered. As the eagle swept this way and that, Sakura found herself clinging with only her hands, and then there was another one she didn't avoid cleanly, and it took the flesh off the back of the fingers of her right hand all the way to the bone. Her distraction cost her, as another piece caught her eagle hard enough in the chest to dispel it, and she was falling out of the sky. If she couldn't breathe before, it certainly felt like she couldn't breathe now, and there was an instant of animal panic before training asserted itself and the wings that had been painted down her arms were unfurled and spread wide. She'd fallen far enough that she'd only need to watch for falling debris from above, but movement in her peripheral vision caught her attention. Sigh. She immediately used the Hurricane, recklessly yanking herself toward the anchor she'd lost sight of in order to get beneath his falling form. She shoved off so hard against the ground and spent her chakra so freely that a huge pit formed beneath her feet, the displaced earth rupturing up like a rammed earth wall around her. Some people handled free fall badly, she'd hoped that was the cause of his loss of consciousness. However, as soon as she took his weight in her arms, she knew it wasn't the case. His left leg had been sheared off just below his knee joint. It was cleanly cut through the front, the bone, and the tendon, but at the back there was a ragged flap of skin and trailing bits of muscle where it had been torn off. Her second-to-last eagle became a trauma platform as she hastily sealed shut the veins and arteries that were allowed his blood to flow like water from a tap, but as soon as she was convinced he was stabilized, she directed the eagle up out of the way of combat, knowing that without direction it wouldn't do anything but maintain its altitude and drift in broad circles. Calling on the one she'd left to fly aimlessly at the beginning of the battle, she and he plunged downward into a steep synchronized dive. If the others had been injured, no one else was as badly off as Sai, and they'd been no less busy than she in trying to regain the ground they'd lost when Deidara had forced their retreat. She'd worked with a large team before, but never in one so synchronized, as they silently coordinated to open paths of attack. Without Sai, they all only had a single construct left. If it was destroyed in midair combat, the chances of recovery were very poor. Her whole side felt like it was on fire, with the pain radiating out from that rib she was now certain had been cracked, and beneath the shell of her flak jacket her skin was slick with sweat. People might train for hours at a stretch, but live combat was a different beast entirely. Every sense was stretched to its limit as she tracked the actions not only of her opponent but also her allies, because now she'd dipped her fangs in poison. For that reason she kept close to Niji, who had the highest battlefield awareness and whose style complemented hers well. Deidara made it very difficult to close with him, even though Kakashi-senpai pushed himself near to his limit with the Kuroiman, and no one else stinted on chakra-sapping abilities either. It was Shino who managed to land enough of his Kidacha that eventually there came a moment when their enemy stumbled. She might have deep reservations about the Sharingan, but as Kakashi-senpai saw that instant of weakness and rammed his arm wreathed with shrieking lightning deep into the chest of their opponent, she had a moment's bright and blazing approval. Long blonde hair slid forward over his shoulders as Deidara tucked his chin in to stare down at his own chest in disbelief. A short, strangled chuckle escaped his lips, and when he looked up again, his eyes were wild. "It's not a party if it doesn't end with a bang, yeah?" His body began to swell grotesquely, which made them instinctively begin to retreat even before Niji called out, "There's something changing in his chakra, it's a suicide jutsu." Kakashi-senpai withdrew his arm, and this time lightning really screeched as he thrust it back into the mass that had recently been a human being. The lightning crackled and arced, but the thing only continued to grow at an alarming pace. "Damn it," senpai hissed softly. "I won't be able to open a gate that large." "Abarame. My beetles are almost glutted," Shino reported in a voice hard with resolve. "I'll have to stay nearby to force them to feed. Chances of us getting outside the blast radius without taking measures?" Senpai asked Niji. Sakura was swiftly considering her own skill set, but she knew what earth or wind manipulation she possessed wasn't going to be equal to the task until the seal that allowed her to make use of natural chakra was complete. She hadn't thought ahead to plant an anchor somewhere outside of the combat zone so she could ferry them out using the Hurricane. Hurricane a moment in time, neither here nor there. A technique she'd never practiced with another person, the timing that would have to be so incredibly precise. "Go," Sakura said sharply. "Take Saito and get as far outside the blast radius as you can." She tossed an anchor to Senpai, who caught it easily. "We'll get as far back as we can, before Shino loses control. When the time comes, I'll bring us through to you." There wasn't really time for arguments, so Kakashi-senpai only nodded sharply before signaling the retreat to the others. "Right," Sakura said, taking a deep breath even as her muscles quivered with tension. "Let's do this. Kill your heroes." Chapter 57. Suganegozen, Part 3. "You don't have to stay," Shino said softly as the others swept up into the sky and Sakura heard an ominous roaring that heralded rain on a distant ridge. As he spoke, beetles were crawling from beneath his coat, but even she could see they were more sluggish than usual. Heavy rain would further limit them. Who knew how much they'd be able to reduce the blast radius? Don't be stupid, Sakura said curtly as she sheathed the knife in her good hand, carefully prying the knife from the death grip of her other hand, which set to trembling as soon as she did so. She ignored both the pain and the blood dripping steadily to the ground through the ease of practice. Meditation wasn't just good for increasing one's chakra reserves. There's sacrifices that have to be made for the sake of the mission, and then there's just being an asshole. Maybe there would come a day when she had to leave someone behind in order to complete her objective, and the current her would probably do it, though it made her sick to her stomach to think of it. What she'd never do was leave someone behind to avoid personal risk. Sakura cast out her senses to retrieve the anchor that she'd used before. Whether they were exterminating Akatsuki for the good of the world or not, they were still violating a treaty with a grudging ally. Luckily, it hadn't been subsumed by the still swelling mass of Deidara's body, and the last of the beetles were still taking flight from Shino's coat by the time she returned to his side. If they had more time or even a definite deadline, she knew Sude might have been able to track down whatever remained of Sai's leg, as it was the last of her eagles peeled away from her skin, and she and Shino mounted it in time to be drenched by what was almost a literal curtain of water. Visibility was instantly brought to almost zero, and only the faint sense of her anchor in the distance allowed Sakura to navigate. She supposed that the others were making heavy use of the Byakugan to make any headway. She could only hear the rain hammering down and the sound of her own breathing, creating a sense of isolation, as if time and space had suspended itself. That was until a great blazing streak of lightning struck only a handful of yards away, and the sky roared like it was going to eat them. Her nerves were so on edge that when Shino's hand pressed softly against her back, she instinctively shifted as if she were going to use it to fling him off the bird. She caught herself in time to turn the movement into merely half turning to face him. Even though her combat glasses were coated to prevent them from fogging and were probably the only thing keeping her from being blinded by the rain, she felt like she was looking at a world underwater. "This is my limit," he said. Or rather, he all but shouted, judging by his body language. Sakura nodded sharply, concentrating on holding them steady as the wind began to pick up. It wasn't really a bird and therefore could hover, but it was almost harder to stay in one place and be buffeted by storm winds than it would have been to ride through them. She was too anxious to enter the kind of deep meditative state that would have allowed her to maybe shape the wind and water. Monsoon strength gales weren't something she'd tested herself against. So she could only stick grimly to the eagle's back, attempting to ignore what felt like a small stream trickling down her spine and into uncomfortable places. Circulating chakra kept her body temperature from dropping, but her hand was soon all but useless, curled tightly into itself and feeling like a second throbbing heartbeat. Her dexterity with that hand was going to be non-existent, which was going to make forming the hand signs for hydration slow and painful, and she could only regret not having mastered it to the point where hand signs had become unnecessary. But hydration wasn't just any jutsu. She could do complex shapings without any kind of crutch, but something that folded space was dangerous to more than just her enemies. Much like Senpai's black gates, except that if she lost of control of the technique, it would only leave neatly divided bits of Sakura along her path instead of whatever happened when you lost control of the holes you'd torn in reality. Between the rain limiting her field of vision and the physical discomfort, it was an act of will to keep her awareness stretched out when all it wanted to do was huddle inward. Perhaps it was that to blame, perhaps it was that Shino's shrouding clothes made reading the nuances of body language impossible when at best he was a blurry shape. Perhaps it was a combination of these things. Wherever the blame lay, Shino had almost slipped from the back of the eagle before she noticed, and Sakura lunged toward him, only catching at his collar and hauling him towards her before they were slammed by a wall of water, which wrenched both of them from the construct. The filters of her mask might have protected her from dust and particulates, but they wouldn't do a thing to keep her from drowning, and as Sakura spluttered, trying to breathe water in a world whose only directional certainty was that gravity would win out, she tried keep hold of an unresponsive Shino. She managed to awkwardly loop her arm through his, pinning it against her body as she fumbled through the hand signs. There was a long moment between where the disorientation was almost total and Sakura clung desperately to the distant anchor that was in Kakashi Senpai's possession. Then they were spilling out of folded space and a strong hand was against her back and other hands were taking Shino. Clawing at her mask, Sakura managed to dislodge it, coughing so violently that she ended up vomiting, her senses still so disoriented that it felt like the room was spinning. Her thoughts were fractured and running wildly, her breathing erratic, and her heart beat like thunder in her ears, like they'd never made it out of the storm. The well-trained core of self that remained unshaken by her physical misery recognized that this was only due in part to breaking a wall of water with her face. The rest was a gyration that had almost gone awry, her chakra rampaging and interacting strangely with her near-finished seal. She coaxed it back into steady flows in the more usual channels, her breathing slowing and her heart rate following suit. "Did I get all of Shino through?" she rasped at last. "That was awful." Finally feeling equal to glancing up, she found the area illuminated only by a few glow rods shoved into the dirt. The earth had been folded up to create a kind of earthworks cave, which made her look to Kakashi-senpai, as he was the only one capable of earth manipulation on that scale. He gave her a tired kind of smile. "Welcome back," he said, subtly shifting the earth again, the sour smell of her sick disappearing. "Hyuga, what's Abarame's status?" "All present, but I think he's going into shock," was Niji's grim reply. "He's non-responsive." Sakura painfully shuffled over to where he was crouched over Shino. Niji'd gotten his mask off and laid him on his side, but his near plummet had spared him from the force-driven water. The rain had only felt chilly in comparison to her combat-heated body. Monsoon season with its ferocious thunderstorms and driving rain was a summer phenomenon. So it alone couldn't be responsible for the alarmingly low body temperature that presented itself when she worked with Niji to open Shino's complicated layers. While it was pointless to ask that the Hyuga refrain from using their Jujutsu when in the presence of another clan, unlike their offshoot the Uchiha, they kept whatever they perceived to themselves and made no efforts to replicate them. As Sakura glanced up at Niji, she wondered whether he would keep strictly to clan law or help her treat Shino. She would respect his decision if he kept quiet, even if whatever adaptations the Abarame had developed proved too strange to treat. She had the freedom of being clanless, but respected that it meant something to those that did belong. The normally subtle glow of chakra that coated her hands was as bright as the glow rods in the dark, casting sickly shadows over Shino's sallow skin. "Maybe it's a physiological response to the loss of his swarm," Sakura muttered to herself as she took in the slowly blooming bruises that were an external testament to internal damage. Just as he'd warned when they'd made the attempt with Sizink, Shino's body proved reluctant to accept the intrusion of the foreign chakra, even without the threat of his beetles swarming. She was so intent on attempting to infiltrate without doing harm that she almost flinched when Niji leaned forward until they were all but cheek to cheek, his voice so low she almost couldn't hear it. "Kikaichu are poisonous when crushed, right? He has a lot of dead beetles in his abdominal cavity. My guess is he got caught in a blast. If he has any internal bleeding and the toxin has entered his bloodstream," he trailed off, setting back on his heels. Sakura grimaced as she considered what needed done and what could be done. She wasn't plying any false modesty when she claimed she wasn't a medicnin. A real medicnin would have had supervised experience in treating a wide variety of patients and a consistent and thorough education. What she had was specialized experimental knowledge of her own body, of the Sharingan, and of the nervous and by extension the endocrine system due to her specialization in genjutsu. A natural toxin like crushed Kikaicha would fall under her interest in poisons. Should someone without extreme body adaptations like Senpai be the one suffering, she was almost certain she could treat the poison. With Shino, well, she'd do her best, but she didn't think that his injury ended with poison. Whatever metaphysical bond existed between the Abarame and the beetles that parasitized him, that must have suffered when they stopped existing. They might make her skin crawl, but to Shino. Lips pressed together, Sakura eased a formless genjutsu of peace and rest over Shino. Unlike his body, his mind didn't resist her. When she felt it settle and latch, there weren't any ghosts to see with this kind of genjutsu, except for a faint haloing effect. She turned her attention to his exposed abdomen. Beneath his layers, he was built solidly, with a wide ribcage that didn't fashionably taper into a narrow waist. Instead he was all straight lines from armpit to hips, probably to maximize the space available inside his abdominal cavity for his swarms. Like a fish's gills, there were curved slits that followed the angle of his ribs, their edges slick and pink like scars with enough excess skin that they overlapped. Retrieving a penlight from her kit, as well as her canteen, Sakura held the light clenched between her teeth as she teased open one of the vents and emptied the contents of her canteen into his body cavity. Her good hand followed with considerably more care, and she tried to ignore the ick that was warm organs and unexpected pointy bits courtesy of dead bugs. There was really no question of being able to purge all the toxin in his bloodstream, not with the Aberame constitution serving at this moment not to serve as a stable environment for the beetles to propagate in, but as a stumbling block to a Sakura who already battered and exhausted. So instead she'd flush out the beetle carcasses and sear shut any veins that had been damaged. At the same time, she'd be killing any immature larvae that hadn't been ready to emerge, but she couldn't help that. Perhaps there would be unhatched eggs that would survive without tending. Now that the barrier of his skin wasn't providing a primary defense, she could vaguely sense them tucked within the coils of his intestines, clinging like frogs' eggs. Ick, her brain reiterated even as Sakura sent healing chakra coursing through the medium of the water. She wished that there had been an actual medic nin assigned to their pursuit team, but there were only so many medic nin judged qualified to take part in Operation Headhunter. She managed to convince his veins to clot, then swept all the mess out onto the dirt like some awful afterbirth, all blood, and beetles and pale wriggling things. It was like something Gozen-san would have dreamt of, and it was that experience that allowed her to keep her composure. Niji flinched before he visibly gritted his teeth and helped her strip Shino out of his wet clothes and wrap him in an emergency blanket that Senpai produced. By the time they'd finished, Sakura was clutching her damaged hand close to her body and Senpai was looking haggard and gray from the effort of keeping their shelter intact in the face of the storm raging overhead. "How's Sai?" she asked Kama, whose eyes opened in response to her question. The other Kunoichi's voice was impassive as she answered, "Alive. For what that's worth." And without waiting for a response, her eyes slid closed again as she rested her cheek against her knees and her breathing evened quickly back into a steady rhythm. Sakura was reminded of what Gozen-san had told her before she'd left. He was trying to make perfect soldiers, she'd said of Danzo, but all he managed was to make weapons, sharp and brittle and unthinking. You can't be forged into what we are, it is something you must choose every day and every minute to be. Once you break the spirit, all the body is good for is following orders. That doesn't make you a perfect soldier, it doesn't even make you a good one. By this point, the pain in her hand was making her sick to her stomach as her body metabolized the adrenaline that had dulled the sharp, stabbing edges, but she still did a more careful sealing of Sai's severed limb once she'd trimmed the flap of muscle and skin where it hadn't been cut cleanly. Unlike Shino, his body responded easily to her chakra, pink skin creeping over what had been little more than cauterized muscle and veins. Also unlike Shino, she had no fear of painkillers having an odd reaction, so she liberated some from her supply and administered them liberally. No one needed to wake up in a hostile country and find themselves with one less limb than they'd had before they lost consciousness. Then, at last, she could do something about her hand. Kill your heroes. The storm broke, eventually, and Sakura piggybacked Sai for the duration of the grim trek back to Hinokuni and the nearest outpost. Niji took charge of Shino, whose body temperature rose alarmingly, but never woke. There were some tense moments as they avoided the border patrols, but otherwise it was just a matter of slogging through country she'd be glad to never see again. They handed off their injured squad mates to the medic nin upon arrival, but found themselves checked in for observation as well. News trickled in. The team that had been assigned to Tobi had disappeared entirely. The squad that had been assigned to Kakuzu had made contact and had died in the attempt, though the squad who'd taken his partner had been more successful despite suffering casualties. There had been no sign of Zetsu. Kisame Hoshigaki had been loitering in populated areas and the team assigned to him had decided not to engage. No attempts had been made enter their stronghold of Omegakur. The seismic event of Deidara's detonation had been significant enough to trigger a mudslide that swept away a village that had been perched on a nearby slope as well as flattening trees for miles. They hadn't been able to glean numbers of the lost, but Kaminari no Kuni was already squalling with outrage and looking to assign blame. In the real world, there never was such a thing as a clean victory, Gozen-san's voice echoed in her head. Kill your heroes. Chapter 58. Jusquo Bustisma. She was fairly certain that the new orders were dispatched as soon as Tsunade-sama read the report that cleared Kama, Niji, Senpai, and herself for active duty. There was really no time to do more than eat, collapse into a heap and sleep for 12 hours, wake to the news that they'd managed to stabilize Shino, and sit quietly for a few minutes with a very solemn sigh before Kakashi-senpai broke the seal on the scroll carried by the special dispatch hawk. They were ordered to rendezvous with the remaining members of the squad who'd taken out Hyden, after which they would take up the hunt for Kakuzu. The Hokage had received reports that despite the total annihilation of the first hunt team, they'd managed to gravely injure the missing nin. Konohagakure before the invasion had been in the habit of leaving enemies to lick their wounds. Strength through calculated mercy, the legacy of the first and third and fourth, shinobi strong enough, a village strong enough to be able to afford it. Tsunade-sama wasn't in the same position, and she'd gambled and lost too many of her jounin in Operation Headhunter to let someone as dangerous as Kakuzu go. Find. Fix. Finish. Those were the orders, and there was no apology in them for not giving them time to rest or the other team time to grieve. She didn't expect it and couldn't ask the others, though Sakura wished privately for the kind of world where a few days to catch your breath wasn't a luxury. We are securing that world, she reassured herself as she perched gingerly on the edge of Sai's bed. We are saving those days for someone else, so that Ino can worry about Forever Boys as part of her Forever team, and my father can putter around the house writing terrible jokes to my mother, and the civilians back in the village can go about their day without expecting enemy shinobi to bring the walls down around their ears. We're leaving, she told Sai inanely, because she didn't. Why wasn't there training for this? Something that would have told her what to say to a squad mate and a friend who wouldn't be coming with them. Not on this mission, not on the next one. Not because he didn't want to, but because the last mission had cost him in ways that money would never be able to repay. You shouldn't make that face, Sai told her. You're ugly enough as it is. Sakura couldn't help it. She snorted with unwilling humor. Well, I can't compete with you, all pale and swooning against your pillows, but this is the only face I've got. You shouldn't make fun of it. Lies, Sai replied. Which? A small smile tugged at her lips. Sai's gaze dropped to his hands, flexing his long, pale fingers. My jutsu doesn't rely on my footwork, he told her. My hands are fine. I can manipulate ink, give it an animal's nature so that you can fly like you were born with wings. You think that I can't modify a prosthetic? Someone has to finish that madman's seal on your back and watch while you light yourself on fire with wild chakra. Root, she began, checked herself. Sai's expression hardened, but he didn't retreat inside himself like he'd done in the beginning. What was done to us, I know now that it wasn't right, he said carefully. But it wasn't done out of cruelty. There was a methodology. And those of us who survived the training are valuable. Valued. I won't be discarded. I will be in the field again. She found his strange brand of loyalty to a man who'd broken his childhood only slightly bizarre. After all, she kept returning to Gozen-san of her own volition even though she knew the old lady was cruel and poisonous. Sakura reached out, fingers pressing gently against his own seal. Which, as the jutsu had collapsed with just the two of them, was nothing more than an elaborate tattoo unless someone else was willing to risk untested jutsu produced by the less than safety-minded Umbu Team 9. But it was a symbol of their bond. She'd told Sai things she hadn't even told Kakashi-senpai, because while every time she walked away from Gozen-san she was a little blacker in her soul, Sai had come to her black all the way to his bones. I'll hold you to that, she replied, pulling away. No, he told her gravely. I'll be the one holding you to that. Kill your heroes. Mariko's hug was enthusiastic enough to nearly knock her off balance, and if she hadn't sealed the soles of her boots to the ground with chakra, Ri would have taken them both down. She'd known the Kunoichi was on the headhunter mission, but hadn't known which target her team had received. Hadn't let herself think about it, especially when the casualty reports came in, giving only numbers and not names. When all your friends were frontline shinobi, it was statistically improbable that they would all make it to retirement. It was part and parcel of why she'd been so determined to be worthy of Kakashi-senpai, who was cursed to outlive them all. Some part of her knew this was both fundamentally untrue and extremely unfair to senpai, but this belief was one of the twin pillars of her existence. Kakashi-senpai will live forever. Shinatako now. Look at you, Mariko crowed. I didn't have time to comment on it at the briefing, but you're certainly all grown up. I hope you make the boys go to their knees and beg before you let them into your bed. You have to start training them early. And consistently. Sakura snorted laughter. Really? Really, Mariko quipped. Why do you think we Inyazuka women live such long, happy lives? We train our men like we train our dogs. Though she knew Mariko hardly needed the encouragement, she replied slyly, I'm still working on housebreaking senpai, but my boyfriend knows sit, stay, and roll over. That made the older girl practically howl, hands clutching at Sakura's shoulders as she laughed. It hadn't been all that funny, but Sakura knew what scrabbling desperately for brighter things looked like. The movies always made it look like Shinobi mostly came in grim, silent, and resigned, and while there were those times and there were those people, most of them compensated by laughing a little more readily, talking a little more loudly, living a little more in the moment. Swiping at tears with the palm of her hand, Mariko gasped, Kami, I've missed you. Is he good looking, this well-trained boyfriend of yours? Almost painfully pretty, Sakura replied. What about you? She grinned sharply at that. Whatever man I settle on, when I'm ready to settle, will find that he enjoys my experience. Until then, I'm making certain that experience is as wide and as varied as possible. Just in case, you know. I can sense you want me to ask, in case of what, but I've decided I really don't need to know, Sakura told her dryly. That's no fun. Oh, it's plenty of fun. For me. I hope your boyfriend likes denial play, Mariko quipped as she stepped back. Didn't you just say that you train your men like you train your dogs? Mine knows when to beg. That is more than your poor, innocent senpai needed to know about what you're doing to that unfortunate boy, Kakashi senpai interjected wryly from the doorway. He pretended to wipe a tear from his eye. And to think, I can still remember the days when you couldn't even read a smutty novel in public. Other people have mentors they can aspire to, Sakura told Mariko, I just had a collection of bad habits to inherit. Ha ha, Kakashi senpai said drolly. If you're finished with your gossip, come read the files. You can lead the briefing. Sakura scowled at him. If you're thinking that as squad leader I should lead the briefing, you should know that part of my role is developing the people under my command. You need the experience. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly as his gaze swept the room. Your menace seems to have mysteriously vanished. Mysteriously, Sode scoffed as he slipped between Kakashi-senpai's legs and the door frame. I simply have no desire to watch Sakura engage in the banality of the social grooming ritual. You have finished re-establishing your standing in this little monkey troop, I assume. His tone made it clear that whether she'd actually finished or not, he expected that she wouldn't waste any of his time with what he considered a pointless triviality. Kami, what an asshole, Ri muttered. Speaking from experience. Came Sode's snide reply. Sakura scooped him up even as she sighed, depositing him on her shoulder, where he made a pleased sort of sound as he looked down on the dog. You're not even going to say anything to him? Mariko asked, her tone of amusement edged with irritation. Selective deafness makes it pointless, Sakura replied, though she did tap him gently atop his triangular head. He took this as an invitation to duck upwards into her hand, rubbing his head against it and purring in self-congratulation. He's just lucky he's handsome. And terribly clever, Sode contributed. Shall we go look over the reports? I don't trust that Hatake can both read and comprehend. Yes, Sakura sighed. I'm not leading the briefing, though, she told Kakashi-senpai. You could pretend to take things seriously. It makes people nervous when I start taking things seriously, he told her with a lazy wink as she brushed past him on her way through the door. Yes, Sakura acknowledged. But it also causes resentment when your squad leader appears to sleep through the briefing. They'll survive, was his blithe reply. Kill your heroes. Officially speaking, they weren't merging the squads. Shinobi weren't rank-and-file soldiers like samurai. Their training wasn't designed to make them interchangeable pieces in a greater military machine. Without time to run exercises together, close-quarters combat was delicate and awkward and anxious and not at all what you wanted to be doing in front of an S-class enemy. They didn't have that kind of time, not if they meant to press the advantage bought for them by their predecessors. Instead, taken tactical control had been deferred to Kakashi-senpai, who made this easy by devising a plan of brutal simplicity that Sakura wasn't certain she liked at all. Witch and Hound were a wedge, everyone else was a hammer. Kakashi-senpai could go toe-to-toe with Kakuzu's ninjutsu, and none of their intelligence said that the older ninja would have Deidara's practiced immunity to genjutsu. Senpai would neutralize, Sakura would keep him off-center and off-balance. While they had him hamstrung, the others Niji and Kama would go for the throat. Metaphorically speaking, of course, as they were all aware that Kakuzu had almost as many lives as a cat. The second squad was there to provide support and to prevent their target from fleeing. They would also close and kill if for some reason the primary squad was unable to do so. Because she seemed to be weak to the people she loved, she'd ended up giving the briefing after all, while Kakashi-senpai had slouched down in his chair, using a second one as a footrest. Some 5 minutes into the process of introducing themselves and their combat specialties, she sensed when his mock sleep actually settled into a light doze. Liar, she thought with mingled worry and fondness, because it was precisely like Kakashi-senpai to manage to get himself cleared for combat when he was clearly still dealing with residual fatigue. Though her ability to sense his chakra shifts with such clarity was indicative that her battlefield hypersensitivity hadn't faded to everyday functionality either, and probably wouldn't, not until they were recalled to the village. If the missions dragged on, she'd pay for it in increasing paranoia and nightmares whenever she managed to sleep deeply enough for a full RAM cycle. Sooner than most people would give it credit for, it would begin to dull her reflexes and blunt her ability to make split-second decisions. And there's been no further word on where Kakuzu has retreated to. Eshun asked without looking up from the maps. The Jounin who'd been in charge of the hunt for Haiden was probably no more than 4 or 5 years her senior, but he had a hard, worn look that made him seem much older. His black hair was growing out of its neat, short cut, and he hadn't bothered to shave the 2 or 3 days' growth of facial hair that shadowed his jaw. Though some of his shinobi had looked skeptically on Kakashi-senpai's display, Eshun had instead fixed his attention on Sakura and ignored the older shinobi entirely. "No," was Sakura's reply. "We're still tracking him from the site of the battle." "Fantastic," he muttered. Eshun pulled a clear plastic overlay that had population density marked out in shades of red over the map he was examining, scowling down at it. "With his lead, we're going to have a hell of a run. Unless they've all but killed him, there's 7 or 8 villages within an easy 3 days' walk that he could slaughter out of spite or hold hostage against us before we ever get to him. Do we know how or how long it takes this asshole to integrate a new heart? Because if he can just walk in, yank someone's heart out of their chest, and walk away, it won't matter what the first team managed to do. If there was an optimist in the room, a Mato guy or an Uzumaki Naruto, he or she might have taken the moment to say something like, 'Then we'll run faster,' or 'Then we won't let that happen.' But the only reason that the first team had managed to make their damage permanent was a jutsu that had imploded their bodies when the heart had been yanked out of its place in the chakra network, a jutsu that their teams would also be utilizing. Sakura said, "Then all he's done is given us a clearer trail to follow. Intel suggests Kakuzu's too canny for that, he'll make his escape quick and clean. He's more mercenary than zealot, though it can't hurt to have a contingency plan in place. As for his jutsu, it allows for immediate absorption and incorporation of a new heart, but if he's hunting civilians, he's desperate. I don't even know if they have enough innate chakra to be useful to him even for regeneration. I do know that if he tries to channel any kind of serious chakra through them, they'll fail." "Let's hope you're right," Eshun grunted. He looked up at her then, lips turning up in a wolfish smile. "Even if this all goes to hell, at least we'll all get to see Witch and Hound in action before we die. Kill your heroes." It was one of those summer days that happened along only once in a great while. The sun's heat was tempered by a sluggish breeze and the sky was as blue and clear as it had ever been, the grass and leaves that precise, vibrant shade of green they were only in those hours before her blood and body might soon be feeding them. Kakuzu's eyes were nearly as luminously green. She couldn't read his expression behind the fabric that shrouded his face, but his body language conveyed only relaxed contempt from his seat on the raised planter bed. Probably a public beautification project, it sat in a pretty little square where the everyday life of everyday people carried on around him. Housewives swept in and out of shops and stands, baskets or bags brimming with fresh produce. A few children careened around the square, engaged in a round of inagako that involved more shrieking than she remembered from her own childhood. They glanced occasionally at the shinobi in their midst, but they eddied around him without much other disturbance. There were countries where civilians feared shinobi and would have scuttled indoors at the first sign of someone in a hitayate, Sakura almost wished that this country were one of those. He thinks he's got us hamstrung, Eshun breathed from his position next to her. Niji had confirmed Kakuzu's presence and grimly related his position, which had left Sakura and Eshun to execute their contingency plan for civilian hostages. It didn't deviate much from Kakashi-senpai's original tactics, except that it temporarily splintered Sakura from the main group. Kakuzu had clearly analyzed his options and chosen to advantage of the Konohanin's conditioning to avoid causing harm to bystanders. Killing them or terrorizing them before they'd arrived would have drawn their outrage, leaving them to make the first move put them at a distinct disadvantage. Not every team had a genjutsu specialist. Sakura wouldn't have liked to have been in the position of a team that had come in without someone capable of casting a genjutsu net wide enough to blanket the whole village. There were only a handful in Konohagakure left after the massacre, and of those, most lacked flexibility with their illusions. They would only be able to force down unformed things, fear, exhaustion, exhilaration. Things that people reacted unpredictably to, except for the second, which would have been about as useful as using ninjutsu to the same effect. Not Sakura. She took a deep breath as she built the framework that her victim's subconscious mind would fill with detail, like hedging in a dream, then closed her eyes as she held that breath. It was poor technique to close your eyes, and Gozen-san would have had more than just scathing words about poor technique, but Sakura had never done something on this scale, and if she failed, it would be the blood of innocence on her hands. It was stretching her abilities. This many people, even in the relatively compact space of the village, she would have to work to keep the edges tethered and not let it dissipate, to hold so many minds firmly while at the same time maintaining a gentle enough touch that she didn't cause an intracerebral hemorrhage in a brain that couldn't process chakra in the same way a shinobi's could and would. This was the kind of genjutsu that made people view the whole field with the suspicion that more than the most superficial grasp of it made you the next Orochimaru, the next Uchiha Itachi. The ripple was less subtle than she would have liked as it swept out from her like a tidal wave, washing away whatever these people had been and filling them temporarily with an impulse as undeniable as an Ophiocordyceps unilateralis to an ant. Women dropped their shopping, children stopped their play. A man sweeping the sidewalk let his broom fall from his hands even as he began to sprint. There was no hesitation, no moment of indecision. Even as Kakuzu rose from his position, black threads spreading, Kakashi-senpai was there like natural lightning striking from the sky, leaving crackling trails of light in his wake. Sakura unfolded herself out of his shadow. He'd never given her anchor back, and she would never ask, cursing herself as she felt her illusion quaver in the moment she was not here, not there, but it didn't fail. She didn't have the space for relief, she wouldn't have had the time to do anything about it if it had slipped. Fighting Kakuzu was a little like fighting Sasori all over again. He wasn't limited by traditional constraints like reach or flexibility or number of limbs. He could attack from any angle, he could attack from all angles, quick as thought, without the recovery interval of muscle contraction. His spatial awareness was profound, almost impossibly so, like he'd learned to use those threads like antennae. There wasn't space for thought, not against this kind of enemy. Everything was reflex and implementation of a strategy you'd discussed beforehand, because at best you kept your blades and your jutsu from doing the work Kakuzu hadn't managed. The threads weren't edged, but with enough speed and force, you didn't need edges. And with wind-natured chakra, he could give them teeth. So could she. She needed the reach. Her knives might have been generously coated in contributions from the Irukandji jellyfish, but whatever leached from the severed ends of the threads, it wasn't blood and didn't conduct electricity. It was like being the whirlwind, always in motion, her teeth bared behind her shimok as she reaped great swathes of black threads. She shoved aside guilt as more and more of the buildings that surrounded them began to show evidence of the battle between two S-rank shinobi. Her role wasn't just pruning, however, that belonged to Kakashi-senpai and the vicious ninjutsu that even now fenced Kakuzu in with dragons of fire. It was flashy and terrific and dangerous because no one could see worth shit, but it gave her the moment she needed to start layering her genjutsu. It was the subtle knife beneath senpai's excessive force. Just like most people didn't notice the first edge of drunkenness creeping up on them, with Kakashi-senpai pressing him hard, even someone like Kakuzu didn't notice the first misreads as he grew less able to sense the exact position and trajectory of their attacks. Kakashi-senpai noticed, though, and the earth ruptured like some great beast was trying to drag Kakuzu down into the deep places. Wind howled as Kakuzu countered and the clash filled the air with choking dust, which meant that she was all but blind as she threw an anchor hard enough to have penetrated steel on force alone. The tip of a spear, she reminded herself as her mind threw up warnings about how stupid and reckless and stupid it was, what she was about to do. But they could lop threads all day, and without reaching the core, reaching Kakuzu, it wouldn't do any good. Kakuzu was fast and inventive, and if one of his hearts gave out from chakra exhaustion, he had others. Kakashi-senpai didn't. She counted out the seconds and folded herself away, feeling the tearing of her larger illusion and letting it go without a fight. Her secondary one, however, she clung tight to, even as she let the chakra constructs that had lengthened her blades diminish. She didn't need reach, she needed the naked blades and their deadly sting. Sakura's knives weren't made for piercing, but for slashing, and her targets were embedded deep and not quite here in Kakuzu's body. More than one average-sized human heart wouldn't fit within an equally average ribcage, and though Kakuzu wasn't a small man, he wasn't that large. She could hardly sense the dark, tangled nexuses of energy that denoted the location of what had once been other people's hearts. And if that weren't enough, they moved and shifted more than organs had any right to. She didn't let it matter. Whatever Kakuzu was made of, it was close enough to flesh and bone for her knife to cut, and she turned the blade to its purpose, screaming but not flinching when the threads tried to burrow into her arm and she felt something give with a dry snap. He broke her bone, tore her skin, crushed and bruised her muscle, but she took his heart, and Kakuzu didn't have that many to spare any longer. Even an S-class nin wasn't immune to the kind of pain, and for a long, suspended moment in the choking haze everything seemed to still as his threads seized. It wasn't invisible to Niji, who'd been watching, and Kama was only waiting on Niji for her own cue. Kakashi-senpai took his pound of flesh before either of them though, roughly yanking Sakura free of the clinging threads before his hand opened another channel in Kakuzu's chest. His hand was shrieking with lightning again, and, even if Kakuzu's not blood no longer conducted electricity, it still stunk like ozone and burnt meat. Niji was there, then, and his quick and sure hands kept the other nin paralyzed even as the dust began to settle. Then he was ducking, and one arrow, then a second following the same trajectory, buried themselves deep in Kakuzu's back. She knew that Kama too used poison, aside from the nastily barbed steel broadheads that would do as much damage being pulled out as going in. And that was the end of it, without a single word exchanged. Oh, she was still bleeding and the village was still burning and there were civilians screaming and shouting, but Kakuzu was dead and he was the only one. Kill your heroes. She was still getting phantom twinges in her arm when the crow came, and she scowled at it, because it wasn't one of hers, which made her think it must be one of his. The little spiteful girl that would always be a part of her wanted to tell it to go away, but aside from the huge and looming shadow of his decisions concerning Sasuke, she mostly respected Uchiha Itachi. And because she entirely respected him as a shinobi, even if she was slightly dubious of him as a person, she held out her arm and allowed the crow to settle on it. She felt a frisson of unease when she saw how short the message was. In person, Itachi was quiet and gently teasing, and not at all like his assumed letter-writing persona, who called her nicknames that would have sat awkwardly on his tongue and used the excess of words to disguise the core message. This was not disguised. Went to have a look at the weather with our old friend. It was sunny in Megakure. We'll try to meet up from my end. Please wait at home to receive our guests if I can't ask them to visit another time. She wasn't aware she'd stopped breathing until Kakashi-senpai said sharply, Sakura. We have to get back to Konohagakure, she said sharply. We haven't received orders, Niji replied, brows furrowing and lips dipping into what wasn't quite a frown. They'd sent in their reports on the successful mission and settled in to wait for word from Tsunade-sama, whether that would see them recalled to the village or sent out again for another hunt. Though they maintained varying degrees of silence on the subject, everyone was hoping for the former. They were tired and more than a little stressed from 2 S-class hunts without any downtime between them. A third would be hard, not just physically, but psychologically. Without time out of the field and without free access to their coping mechanism of choice, personalities you'd been professional enough to deal with in the beginning turned grating. Tempers were already fraying, while most of them were hoping for privacy or new novels or enough time to lose themselves in someone else. Some of them had families, the kind of family you wanted to come home to each night, not just the obvious biological one. This was the first mission back in the field for one of the Kunoichi on Eshun's squad, who'd recently given birth to her first child and had a grim prognosis about the situation at home. Her parents had moved in and she was worried that not only would she be facing pressure from them to resign from field duty entirely, her husband might have been converted and she'd have to face opposition on all fronts if she ever wanted to do anything riskier than operate a stapler. That was what waiting did. It wore you down, made the little things into rough chainsaw edges that caught and tore until it was hard to hold on to the bigger picture. Until something like this, which made her feel small and guilty and ferociously angry that even this, the blood and the pain and the sacrifice, wouldn't be enough. The comforting fantasy that if you gave anything your everything it would all work out in the end was buried in the same grave with the rest of her childhood. "One of my assets just sent word that Pain has left Omegacore," she announced grimly, and the pronouncement was greeted by a silence heavy with the knowledge that their time had run out. She didn't have to argue or counter-mand anything. There were already contingency plans in place if someone received word that Akatsuki was attempting retaliation. Tsunade-sama would have been stupid not to expect it. Their Hokage was a lot of things, but not that. No one ventured the thought that perhaps he was leaving for some other reason than making war on Konoha. There were only realists here. Kill your heroes. It took discipline to not run themselves to the ground. The wave of relief that she felt in seeing the village in the distance almost brought her to her knees. The protective wall was whole and unbreached. Niji confirmed that the sentries were still posted at their regular intervals along the wall and none of them were displaying any behavior outside the norm. "We made it," Mariko panted. Much like the dogs they partnered with, Inuzuka clan shinobi emphasized speed over long-distance stamina, and the kunoichi had been suffering these last few miles. "You wouldn't happen to conveniently stashed one of those engraved knives under your bed, would you?" she asked Sakura. "Do you have any idea what it costs to have anything forged in black steel?" was Sakura's reply, though the last was slurred as she bit down on her thumb and summoned Yoko. The otherwise unprepossessing little crow could fly faster than a well-rested shinobi could run, though not for any distance, and she soon had her winging her way toward Tsunade-sama with the news of their return. She presumed that if Itaki had managed to get word to her, Jiraiya-sama would have done the same for the Hokage. Even if he hadn't, they were hardly the only assets with their eyes turned to Omegacore. It came just as Yoko was about to crest the wall, a pillar of fire that roared up like it would swallow the sky, the concussive wave enough to make the sentries stagger and send Yoko tumbling through the air, though the little crow managed to right herself before she crashed into the ground. "No, no, no," Mariko howled, each repetition more strident than the one that followed it. "Hayaga," Kakashi-senpai snapped, "status." "A summoned spirit," Niji reported grimly, "ruptured a gas main and immolated itself and anything within 100 feet. There are more of them appearing throughout the city. Dozens of them, some of them as big as Gamabunta. What about the rest of the invasion force?" "I can't," Niji paused, frowning ferociously. "It's small, whatever the actual number is." Hard for him to see among the tens of thousands of people inside the wall, she parsed from his terse statement. "Ambush? Negative." Kakashi-senpai eyes were half-lidded and dangerous as he looked out toward the village as if he, too, could see through the wall. "You know your orders." Sakura had been in some awful battles, ones she'd been poorly prepared for. Mentally, physically. Wave had been the worst, that Sakura had been little better than a civilian. It felt wrong to say an invasion was better than anything else, but except for the last long stretch out in the woods, there'd been a solidarity to Orochimaru's invasion. Standing up and fighting with your comrades in arms was a different beast than fighting alone and outnumbered. She'd thought she'd prepared herself for what she'd see behind the wall as they sprinted for the gate, which was already becoming a crush point as civilians tried to flee. Orochimaru had wanted to capture Konohagakure. He'd focused his attack on the shinobi population and avoided crippling infrastructure that he'd need once he was in power. Pain wanted to break its spirit and make an example of the village that had been systemically hunting the members of his organization. It actually took long, precious moments for her brain to process what she was seeing as she scrambled up to a rooftop. Sakura only realized how much chakra she was cycling through her eyes when she noticed how clear and sharp her vision was, even well beyond the range where normal humans could pick out detail. Enormous summoned animals were carving out paths with their passage, buildings collapsing in their wake. Water lines ruptured, turning the streets into a slurry of mud and bodies and debris. Even as she watched, a vicious blue flash in the distance heralded the deafening sound of a substation exploding. Dark smoke was beginning to hang over the village as if a storm unlike anything they'd ever seen had settled in to stay. Another eruption came with a fountain of fire that blossomed and spread, the horizon turning an ominous orange. Chaos reigned, civilians flooded the streets and became a river of fragile flesh. Jiraiya-sama's message must not have come, she thought with growing horror, or it didn't come in time. There were actually two separate sets of orders for a second invasion, dependent upon whether it occurred when most civilians could be expected to be at work or at home. Pain had come on the latter. In this scenario, Sakura was assigned to a district that housed a large percentage of what Tsunade-sama had designated as high-value civilian assets. Master carpenters, civil and electrical engineers, water and waste management system designers. She couldn't have been further from that district and still be within the walls if she'd tried. Kakashi-senpai was a comforting presence at her side as he too surveyed the village, but that wouldn't last. Her objective was the preservation of life, his was to coordinate with other frontline jounin to contain the threat. Sakura believed in Kakashi-senpai's ability to survive like she believed in the sun rising or the tides shifting, but she'd never seen anything like this. And there was a terrible knowing as she watched her world die around her. This was what fear was. This was what fighting without hope was. This was the march into a battle you couldn't win, this was the charge that ended in a fall. This was stepping forward knowing that you're going to die, knowing that your friends were going to die, that there were going to be so many corpses on the field it will take them days to count you all and they might never get all your names sorted out, because some of you will be sent to your parents in numbered pieces, if they can identify you at all, if anyone is left to dig the graves or sort the dead because it seemed like the whole world was falling down. They were already dying and it stunk like the insides of people. This place that this morning was beautiful and will never be again, and some part of you knew that this wasn't a battle, this was a slaughter, and there was no god who will save you and no tactic that can spare you. And when Kakashi-senpai clapped her on the shoulder, she stepped forward anyway. Naruto would have gone because he would have believed that at the end of all things, he would win, because he had never really lost. Naruto was not here and she was glad. Kakashi ran at her side because he didn't know any other way to be, because he had been chasing this death since he was old enough to run. Sakura felt trapped by their courage, because there was no space for personal cowardice here, for the wailing child closed up in the dark places in her chest, but there was also a strange peace that swept through her when the fear swelled up and burst beneath her skin. There wasn't hope, but neither was there uncertainty, there wasn't an escape, but there was purpose. No more sleeping beneath the kitchen table or beneath the bed or in the shower, no more waiting for the knife to catch her in the back or the next mission to go to hell. Because hell was here they were running through it, walking on it, as she dropped to street level and dodged falling debris and the clinging, grasping, pleading civilians who were someone's mother, daughter, father, son but weren't her mission. It was every nightmare she'd ever had, every genjutsu she'd ever conceived, except there wasn't any dissonance that promised a real world where this couldn't be happening. The world was smaller than it had ever been. There wasn't room for rhetoric or dogma or the reason that this was happening, just room enough for the friends who'd already been swept from her side and the fact they weren't all going to survive. This was the first time she'd felt free since Wave, before she'd settled into her place in their culture of fear, before she'd truly traded in her childhood for a well-fitted combat vest and a handful of kunao. There would be nothing to fear after this, because the dead were free of fear and because she was as good as dead. She too felt like someone had loosed something that had wrapped crushingly tight round her chest for so long she'd all but forgotten what it was to breathe. A wild laugh, loud and cackling, made her jerk her gaze upwards, where she caught sight of Gozen-san perched on the edge of a half-toppled building that was supported only by the building next to it. She wore body armor, not a carefully preserved relic of some long-ago war, but a sleek modern statement that for her, the war had never found an end. Other laughter joined hers, rising out of the screaming and the collapsing buildings in an incongruous bubble of sound. This is how the last of the first should go out. She shouted and received in return a fierce reply from men and women Sakura recognized and some she didn't as belonging to the first generation of Umbu. They shouldn't have looked fierce. One of the men had a prosthetic leg and was leaning heavily on a cane, one of the women had no left arm below the elbow. But the man was heavily tattooed and even as she watched, his skin blackened, the tattoos beginning to gutter with red light like something was burning beneath his flesh. The woman was yanking tight the straps of a harness that held a great saw-toothed blade fast against the stump. And as Gozen-san laughed again and shouted out, "Magen, Tosatsujo!" The earth seemed to quake, and what stood before them weren't old men and women wasted by the passage of time, but the ghosts of a force that the whole world had learned to fear superimposed over the living. For the first and the last time, the witch looked up at the foxwife, who looked down at her as if she'd called out and inclined her head like some wild woodland god bestowing a blessing. Her hair was long and white and caught up by the wind. She might well have been the most beautiful woman Sakura had ever seen, even as she turned away and donned the laughing fox mask. Her range was vast. Sakura couldn't see where the edges of her illusion was, and she wondered whether the other people who'd survived the days in that blood-stained journal were somewhere out there anchoring the edges of this great illusory net. Sakura didn't have time to admire it, though she picked out that this illusion didn't stab fear into the enemy. It buoyed the courage of the Konohagakure shinobi, shored up their faltering morale, and soldered their shattered selves into something that could hold back the tide just a little longer. Konohagakure's jounin weren't this weak. They shouldn't have been falling this fast, not to so few. But their strongest techniques were meant for battlefields far from home, where it wasn't their own civilians that would be caught by the flames or torn apart by the hailstorm of steel or crushed beneath the undiscerning weight of a summoned spirit. Pain had crippled them when he'd struck without warning in streets that had before seemed so broad and now kept them pressed so close. They were choosing in every moment what kind of blood they were willing to bear. Samurai might say that shinobi sold their morals and had them rewritten fresh on every contract, but here was evidence that wasn't true. Frontline shinobi who might have been monsters on a field far and away were dying before they'd risk killing a civilian child. He wasn't killing them just with force, he was crucifying them on the strength of their scruples. Not all of them. The Umbu and Root and some very grim jounin had found their definition of acceptable losses and were pressing ahead, pressing through, even as their brothers in arms and those they'd lived to protect were caught in the crossfire. Sakura thought they were right and that they were wrong, but she knew that there wasn't another moment in which they'd be truer to themselves than in this time. These were the moments that made men, and these were the choices that broke them. There wasn't time for philosophy. Agonized indecision was bleeding out in the street. And she was running through it all, this world of fire and terror, until she was at her assigned sector. It had been a neighborhood of master craftsmen, with large multi-generational homes. Several hassled-looking shinobi were already trying to muster the residents, but these fine houses were full of fine things, and sometimes people had bizarre reactions to approaching death. They were, for example, convinced that it would hold off for just one more minute as they gathered some last, vital thing. Sakura slammed down a fresh genjutsu matrix not Una-like to the one she'd used in that village. This time she didn't spare any thought to moral quibbling, she just made them docile and orderly and alert to danger, locking them in the illusion that they were academy students and their instructors were running a simulation. In a shinobi village, most civilians spared at least a few moments to a what-if fantasy. Today they got to live it. She was sucking air raggedly through her teeth at this point, and that air was beginning to taste bitter and gritty from the smoke, so she slipped on her mask. "Where are we on the evacuation of this sector?" she asked one of the other shinobi. "Now that you're here to keep people from going back in for their damned photos, we're ready to move this group." The dig team went ahead a few minutes ago to open up the graves. The graves was a slang term for the catacombs that ran beneath certain parts of the village and served as storage and safe houses and evacuation passages in turn. She didn't know where or when it had originated from, but it clearly spoke to the civilian fear that without a competent team of shinobi skilled in Doton, the bare limestone caves were just cells to die in. Sakura nodded sharply at this information, slitting open her thumb on a kunao blade as she summoned Sude. The cat only spared her a baleful look before loping ahead, flicking his tail imperiously. A nervous silence prevailed as they herded the civilians down the street, the eyes of their shinobi minders flicking from one alleyway to the next, sweeping over roofs and windows, always returning to the fires looming to their right. She tried to reassure herself that if there were only a handful of invaders, it was unlikely that her group would encounter anything other than an animal summons. Which, while dangerous, didn't intimidate her nearly as much as the prospect of meeting an Akatsuki member with this team. She didn't even believe herself, and all she could think about was how desperately thin Tsunade-sama had been forced to spread her jounin forces outside wherever the main battle line was established. Even though they were protecting an important group essential for the restoration of infrastructure, there were only a handful of high-ranked shinobi here. The bulk of their force was composed of chunin. Her heart almost stuttered to a stop when she saw the fluttering fabric of an Akatsuki cloak. A very large man had stepped out of an alley just ahead and to their right. She'd noticed a trend among the terrorist group, which tended toward extremes of attractiveness or the grotesque, this latter one falling into the second category. He had a crown of spikes protruding from his bald head, which sat atop an unnaturally broad neck, so much so that it almost seemed to protrude beyond his jaw. He had eerie eyes, purple and divided by concentric rings without any sclera to speak of. The teachers at the academy had made them memorize all the active jujitsu they were likely to encounter, allied or otherwise, and this hadn't been one of them. Whatever they did or didn't do, no member of Akatsuki they'd encountered thus far had been anything less than S-class. Only this time she didn't have Cho-sama and Naruto or Kakashi-senpai and the squad from Operation Headhunter. She had a few jounin she'd never been in active combat with, a handful of chunin, and enough civilians to outnumber their shinobi protectors some 4-1. The seal isn't finished, the anxious voice in her head protested. And without it you're a class at best. It's finished enough, the truest part of her contested. It will hold for 8, maybe 10 minutes before the natural chakra starts overrunning the matrix. It will hurt from the first, the little girl whimpered. There was a long, suspended moment where she waited for someone senior, someone stronger, to give an order, but none came. Get them out. She almost didn't realize she was speaking until the words had escaped her. Ma'am. The chunin nearest her queried. I said go. She snapped. Yanking chakra into the seal was as much finesse as something approaching blind panic allowed. The pain stole her breath away for a moment, but with so many civilians at risk she couldn't test the waters and use the seal as a last resort. She thought she caught the scent of burning flesh and hoped it was psychosomatic as the seal manifested and spread. She channeled the flash flood of chakra into a jutsu, her hands flexing through the signs and her palm slamming into the ground. A wall of rock speared up through the asphalt, thick as her forearm and 3 times as tall as she was. She didn't delude herself into thinking it was more than visual impediment and launched herself at her opponent. Her first premonition of how badly wrong this battle was about to go came when the enemy blocked her blow not with a knife, but his arm. It penetrated the skin, but beneath that there was the horrible screech of metal against metal. The blade wedged and when the shinobi went to wrench himself away, Sakura used her chakra-enhanced strength and the near-unbreakable nature of black steel to duck beneath his arm and gouge a long stripe down it. Much good as it did like Kakuzu, this one didn't bleed, but she didn't give herself any time to think about that. She swept around, wanting to take advantage of being at his back, but another arm caught her upside the head hard enough to have stars burst in her vision and set her ear to ringing. Blinking, she regained her footing and found her enemy shrugging off his jacket, which no longer comfortably accommodated his 6 arms. His already bizarre-looking head had become even more so with the addition of 2 more faces, like some Azura stepped fresh from its temple pedestal. Undulating behind his back was a tail-like blade, something like serrated flexible sword, highly reminiscent of Sasori's scorpion tail. Aside from the ringing, there was only ominous silence from her right ear, and his hands were big enough that if it hadn't been for her mask dispersing the force of it, he might have broken her cheekbone as well. Sakura tried to ignore it, her anchor already in her hand. She'd always had to use the Hiraishin sparingly due to how much chakra it required, but now she was all but overflowing with it, taking in more than her body could process. It was leaking out of her skin like streaky black electricity and it trailed her through the knot space as she twisted around her enemy, her fang catching and tearing and she trying to keep out of the way of his retaliation. He had almost no blind spots and too many arms and unlike him, she bled when she was cut. That tail opened up a nasty gash across her shoulders, the blade catching the fabric above the plates. She sheathed her knife after that, because it was becoming clear that this wasn't an enemy she could target with precision. What she needed instead was catastrophic damage and she could do that better with her bare hands and ninjutsu. She'd tried genjutsu early on, but those purple eyes saw through it like it wasn't even there. Now every punch she threw was filled with devastating power and she stopped being careful of things like property damage or civilians that might be caught by collapsing walls or asphalt turned into shrapnel. She drove her heel hard against the road and it cracked, rippled, and exploded in a fan-shaped wave of destruction. The wall of dust obscured her jutsu, which made the road behind her enemy erupt in quartz spears. She managed to catch one of his arms cleanly and she was there before he could pull away, her fingers dancing in a wind jutsu that came down on him like a house. His impaled arm was ripped free of his body, coming off in a spray of sparks and flapping skin as she tried to grind him to dust. Sakura's skin felt stiff and strange, her limbs too long, her teeth sitting strangely in her mouth. The natural chakra that she was pulling recklessly from the world was burning away her human self, but she didn't care about that anymore either. She had never been so strong or so fast, her reflexes had never been so quick or her hands so sure. Sakura was seeing the world in impossible colors and the pain had reached a point where it was something powerfully euphoric. Her eyes were seeing micro-movements now, she saw the twitch of his tail before it thrust forward and she stepped just far enough aside that she felt the air shift with its passage. She responded with a different wind jutsu, this one a shearing crosswind. It tore gaping holes through his body. Any normal shinobi would have been finished after having their arm torn off, but there wasn't even any pain reaction. It was like fighting one of Sasori's puppets. A silent scream of frustration and pain escaped her as a projectile caught her hard enough in the side to knock the air from her lungs and she heard the ceramic plate in her flak jacket crack even as the rib beneath it gave way. It wasn't going to end, she realized, not until he was in so many pieces that he wasn't a threat to anyone. She flashed forward and it was in the knot space that another thought struck her like lightning. This time she didn't try to stab or slice or gouge. This time her hand closed, ever so slightly, over his shoulder and she yanked him into the space between. She'd never tried to do anything there aside from getting out again as quickly as possible, because from the first time she'd stepped through, she'd been terrifically afraid of the space she had to step through to get there. Now, though, she stopped in that place that wasn't he, she didn't have long, not here, because whatever energy it was that existed in this place wasn't something she could use like she could natural chakra. The wild chakra she'd taken through with them hemorrhaged off of her even here, bright blue sparks here in this place without light, and her eyes began to see things that she didn't think she could unsee. It took everything she had to lift her strange, long-fingered hand away from the bare shoulder of her enemy, and even after she'd managed that, it took several confused moments before she managed to come back to a place that was. She clawed at her mask as she stepped back through into the world, but it didn't help the sensation that she was drowning. Drowning in fire, her skin so hot and tight she thought it might peel away and reveal something entirely different beneath. Her toes had grown as long as her fingers and broken through the seams of her boots until her nails scraped at the jumbled mess of the road. She stumbled then and her knees came down with a vicious crack and she curled into herself from the pain of it, vomiting half-digested food and chakra onto the dirt. Something atop her head scraped the ground at the movement, but she was too miserably caught up in her body trying to purge itself of the excess. Sakura tried to cut off the flow, but it was too late. She'd let the flood in and it had washed away the dam and flooded over the wall of all her careful channels. Her muscles began seizing and she bit through her tongue. The world became a small space of confusion and pain and exhaustion and she choked on the blood pooling at the back of her throat. Her stomach rebelled, but her muscles were weak and unresponsive to her diminishing efforts to turn herself back onto her side. Her mind still struggled, even though her body didn't have the strength. All that powerful sense of purpose was fading now, leaving her drowning in her own blood and sick. I don't want to die, she thought with a desperate half-sob that only drew the liquid deeper into her lungs. I don't want to die. But I won. Kill your heroes. It was strange for both Tsunade and Shimura Danzo, this fighting side by side when only a little while ago they'd been having another less than polite discussion about how they were going to handle negotiations with the other villages. Tsunade was aware that Shimura didn't respect her record and doubted her commitment to the village as well as her competency. He knew that she didn't respect his ethics and found his warhawk philosophy repugnant. But her guard and his lay in pieces around them, and he doubted that the blue-haired Kunoichi and her 3 orange-haired companions were interested in waiting for reinforcements to arrive. One of the orange-haired ones was using an interrogation technique that seemed like a distant, more effective cousin of the Yamanaka one. It seemed that while Akatsuki was here mostly to lay waste to the city, they were being efficient in gathering information about the location of the Kyuubi while they were at it. Danzo let his cane fall away as he sneered at the group, which caused Tsunade to glance briefly over at him. Her face was already bearing the distinctive markings of her most infamous jutsu. She raised a golden brow at what was exposed as he cut his bandages away. Provided you survive, he said acerbically, I'll listen to your scolding. Provided you survive, she snorted, I'll cure your delusions that a scolding is all you'll get. Kill your heroes. Kakashi could feel his skin seizing along the length of his arm, as if his lightning had crawled beneath his skin. His thoughts were slow and watery, and there was something warm leaking from his nose that he couldn't be bothered to brush away. The long, slow rasp of his breathing was strangely loud in his ears as he stood above the body of an orange-haired stranger. The world stretched and swayed around him, but what fixated him lay just beyond the black puddle of the stranger's cloak. Pakun. So small and so still and so quiet. The rest of the Ninken were pressing so close to his legs that he was wading through them to get to the little pug, who'd been so large and present in life. Now he fit in one hand, which was good as Kakashi had to use the other and the mass of the Ninken to keep his balance and get back up again. Exhaustion was a weight that pressed down on him, but he couldn't rest just yet. Not while the village was still burning. But surely he could take just a moment and tuck Pakun out of the way. He was so small, and even if he was no longer there in that battered little shell, he didn't want him to be trampled. A half-collapsed wall had formed a triangular alcove in a nearby alley, and Kakashi stooped down to lay Pakun gently on the ground. It took both hands to steady himself as a wave of nausea and disorientation swept over him, and he shifted so that his back was against the upright wall. He slid slowly down it, promising himself that once the world stopped spinning, he'd go out again and fight the good fight. Warm, furry bodies pooled on his lap, but Kakashi could hardly feel their weight or their warmth. Just, he told himself, a moment. And then he was gone. Kill your heroes. Chapter 59. Yura. Konan's hand closed over Nagato's wasted arm, her grip firm and reassuring. Her hands no longer trembled when they were finished with necessary things, and he regretted the loss, for Konan deserved better than this cold acceptance of the horrors he asked of her. One day she wouldn't have to fold herself away, displaying the same able mastery over herself as she evidenced over paper. One day he would be strong enough to bear the weight of the needful fear alone, and he would let her go free. He wanted her to choose to stay, he wanted her to choose to leave. He wondered if she would smile at him when she went. He knew that even if he was strong enough to crush the world, he would never be strong enough to watch her walk from his side with a genuine smile. But if he could not provide the kind of world where Konan was free, everything would have been for nothing. Yahiko's death would have been for nothing. Danzo proved himself even more a monster than expected, he rasped, voice soft and low. Ruined, like the rest of him. Moriso, as he and Tsunade-sama discovered their devotion to their village exceeded their personal differences about how best to serve it. Aside from Hatake Kakashi, I'd never heard of a successful transplant of the Sharingan outside the clan, Konan murmured. Hatake is lauded for his one eye. What kind of terrible potential that man must have possessed to survive doing such a thing to his body. Evil men endure things that would cause good men to crumble and come out the stronger for it, Nagato sighed, eyelids slipping shut as he sensed the approach of someone he'd once thought was the best of men. Even tempered by time and experience, he still thought of him as a good man, but a weak one. One who couldn't bear to watch children suffer before his eyes, but who was content to take part in the cycle of violence that was at the root of that suffering. He was like his slug princess in that way. She'd learned to hate war when it wasn't her taking things from others, but she'd drowned her guilt in alcohol and had never lifted her hand to heal the sick or alleviate someone's suffering when her village wasn't paying her to do it. There was an Uchiha accompanying Jiraiya. Even with their chakra signature muted or disguised, there was always a faint sense of unbalance eddying from them as they walked through the world. He knew of 2 living members of that clan. He doubted it was Uchiha Sasuke, who was determined to revenge himself on the world. He doubted even more that it was the masked Uchiha playing deep games. It was vaguely plausible that Jiraiya had found some heretofore unknown bastard, but he really thought it more likely that this was Itachi, playing games of his own. He considered mentioning this to Konan and decided against it. Nagato had not assembled himself a company of true believers and zealots. His first consideration had been to acquire shinobi strong enough to make the world shiver by whatever means necessary. Itachi had served his purpose, and though his little brother wasn't nearly the ninja that his elder brother was, Sasuke was angry enough to burn the world without much prompting. At the end of the day, Nagato was indifferent to which he used to collect the last missing pieces of his puzzle. He knew Jiraiya was probably expecting a confrontation, but that wasn't what Nagato had in mind. What he wanted was an understanding of this manifesto he was writing in the destruction of cities. Jiraiya would be his mouthpiece to Konohagakure, who needed to know that this wasn't mere reprisal for the killing of Akatsuki agents. No, this was a reordering, one that would touch the whole world. Kill your heroes. They say, the low voice rasped, that the best argument against war is to live through one. But that can't be right. How many wars are finished only for the people who fought in them to find some other enemy to turn their sights on after a day, a week, a year? Besides, human memory is short and uncertain. Each generation is condemned to learn the lesson fresh, and sometimes the victors decide the spoils outweigh the sacrifice. Take Konohagakure, who fights her wars far from home and is strong enough to keep her enemies from her gates. She sits fat and happy among the trees, powerful and content, a symbol of what might be obtained if only you are willing to peddle just a little more death. And I asked myself, what might be done to interrupt this cycle? Peace through peaceful means? No, he said, and Jiraiya felt a shiver work across his skin at the resolve contained in that single word. Our economy is built on the commodification of force, and while a farmer might say he wishes that the world were a more peaceful place, he also wants to feed his children. So he sells his crops so that they may feed soldiers. Even if he thought to do otherwise, he tells himself that there are always other farmers. If he doesn't sell to them, someone else will. And if all the farmers in the world decided that they would no longer support the villages, well, the balance of power will always be in favor of those who have access to chakra. Farmers can be replaced, their lands and goods given to people with fewer morals and better business sense. So we cannot look for a peaceful refusal of the masses to keep the villages in check. Shinobi, then. As the cause of all this, surely they ought to also be the solution. But they can't be, can they? Their earliest teaching moments are filled with learning to despise those who hesitate at the sight of blood. Cowardice, which is what they call pacifism, is still rewarded with death in some villages. The more civilized ones trust the weight of social censure to keep their people in line. And how does burning Konohagakure fit into this? Jiraiya asked when the wasted man fell silent. He was impatient to go, to save what could be saved of his village, but he recognized that no matter how weak this man looked, and even with the advantage of Itaki at his side, he doubted it would be an easy battle. Even ignoring the cool-eyed woman at the man's shoulder, there were the two orange-haired shinobi in Akatsuki colors flanking him. Because the change I desire is strangled in the cradle, I decided that I could not wait for some miraculous internal revolution among the collective consciousness of shinobi. Not while they believe that all beauty and glory is to found on the battlefield. And there is beauty there, in the burning, he said, turning his strange eyes briefly toward the smoke-shrouded village. Strange and terrible. The foxwife in her unchecked glory, Hatake Kakashi hunting his prey like the favorite hound of some war god, Harano Sakura more than half a dragon and fierce even when dying from it. 1,000 little acts of heroism. It is in part this great, enduring myth of sacrifice and nobility in battle that convinces people that so long as a cause is worthy enough, it is fine to die for it. It makes it more palatable to die for some great thing rather than the financial advantage of your village. Which is why, he told Jiraiya gravely, there will be no battles. There will only be a slaughter, and by it I will break the spirit of first this village and then hold it up as an example for all others to follow. I will do so by destroying their lives, rendering all their blood-bought material possessions to ash, and then raising them up again to walk in the wasteland of their own creation. Since their conscience has fallen short, I will lay down a law to govern this world. My message is simple. Learn to live without violence or be destroyed by it. You've come too late to do anything more than carry that word to your Hokage. All that is left is the resurrection. I wonder, when they walk again in the world, how many of your people will still have a taste for war? Kill your heroes. A breeze stirred the grass, carrying with it the smell of sunlight. Sakura opened her eyes cautiously, but a vast and spreading cherry tree sheltered them. Without raising her head or even glancing over, she gently squeezed the hand entangled with hers. It was no longer calloused and they fit together differently than she remembered, but it was the assurance of dream knowledge that she knew to whom it belonged. A warm, familiar chuckle rewarded her. Hey, she said shyly. Tatsuo shifted so that rather than laying side by side on their backs, he was stretched out alongside her. His hand slipped out of hers when he moved and it went to pillow his head, but his other hand soon found hers again. There was open fondness in his expression as he said, "You can't do things by half measures, can you?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Injuries of the earthly flesh vanish in death," he told her. But the things you do with your chakra reflect on your body in the Shinkai. You've been meddling in natural chakra. Sakura blinked at him before raising her free hand and holding it up to the light, finding it recognizably human. You haven't come to the river yet and there's still an echo of your human self, he said in answer to her unspoken question. We who have taken life are too heavy for the bridge and not welcome at the ford and must swim the Sanzu no Kawa. When we come up out of the water we no longer wear our human shapes. We are become yokai. For most of us it will take us a long time to regain a human form or have an opportunity for rebirth. So long, in fact, that most of them must forget that they were ever anything else. You've got one, she said softly, wondering how her use of natural chakra changed anything if she was already meant to lose this form. In life, she would have been terrified of being consigned to the deep, demon-infested waters of the least pleasant of the Sanzu River crossings, but after the shock of death there was only the mildest of anxiety. Everything was distant and mild and pleasant and she wondered if this was what being drugged was like. I've bound myself in service to one of the kami. You can think of this body as being on loan, he replied. She frowned. I thought you would be free, she said, and at peace. That would take a much better man than I've yet managed to be. The Shinkai isn't that different from the world you just came from. There are rules here, laws, those who rule, and those who serve. Escaping that takes lifetimes. But I'm freer here. With Yaoyorozu no Kamigami, there are 100,000 paths of service, if that's what you want, or you can exist as a yokai or a spirit without the patronage of a kami. That is if you haven't been meddling in natural chakra, which anchors you to the human world. When you've crossed the river, you're going to go somewhere I'll have trouble following, he said with a sigh. Inari only lets old foxes leave the Shinkai when it isn't festival night. His opalescent gaze was intense and his expression sober when he spoke again. You're going to be a dragon, Sakura. Not many shinobi are brave or stupid enough to try to use natural chakra without the aid and guidance of a contracted spirit. If they make a mistake, it destroys their physical bodies, but their souls themselves go on to join the family of whatever animal spirit showed them the path. If Jiraiya lost control, he'd just be reborn as another toad of Mount Myaboku. Dragons are the world at its most elemental. When you lost the path, that's what you were channeling. You won't have the protection of a sacred mountain, he warned her. Choose the kami you ally yourself with wisely. Contracts are binding and they last a long time. Inari granted me the 49 days until you crossed the Senzu. I thought you could use a friend, he said simply. Just a friend. She murmured, remembering long ago promises. A friend, he said firmly. Gently. The time of the Shinkai and the human world aren't in sync. It was a long time for you. It has been more years than my human lifetime for me. This isn't a world of waiting, like I thought when I left you. Souls grow and change. We live on, even when we die. I understand, Sakura sighed after a long, silent moment in which she let the last gauzy tatters of that dream flutter free. The dimming of her human emotions, the rage and grief and anxiety that she should surely still feel after that abrupt and very painful end, and the very real gulf of time between those promises and the present was what made possible this easy acceptance. We never could get the timing right, but it will be nice to have a friend here. I watched over you, he told her. When I could. That won't change. Not unless you want it to. Sakura only squeezed his fingers in reply. I thought it would be more like an ending, she said at last. Only a very few beings manage to step outside of existence. For all the rest of us, there aren't any endings. We just stop telling the story. Sakura hummed thoughtfully, watching the light dance through the blossoms of the tree. How far to the river? She asked. Not far at all, Tatsuo assured her. We can lay here a while longer. Life will get hard again soon enough. Kakashi-senpai. Don't worry. There were friends waiting for him too, he assured her. One of them had been waiting for a long time. She told me to thank you when I saw you again, because before he became your partner, she was convinced that the first words she'd say to him after all that time were going to be angry ones. You don't know how happy it made her, that he was actually living instead of just waiting for the mission that finished him. You seem fond of her, Sakura observed. Tatsuo smiled. She was already watching over him, and she's the kind of woman that thinks the people important to her friends are important to her as well. You were probably the most important human in his life and I was your partner. I suppose you could say that you introduced us. I'm glad, Sakura said, and meant it. So she talked and laughed and dozed beneath the boughs of that vast cherry tree, where the blossoms never fell and she wasn't hungry or cold or aching. It was as beautiful by moonlight as it was by sunlight, and she relearned her friendship with Tatsuo without regard for the river she'd have to brave or the battle she'd left behind. And then the world shuddered, like she was a fly on its skin, and Sakura yelped as something cold and unforgiving grabbed her ankles and yanked. Tatsuo's eyes were wide and panicked as he tried to catch her hands, but he missed and she was dragged down into the not here nor there. Staying there might have been a mercy as she was shoved savagely back into her twisted body, which rebuilt itself around her. Teeth receded into gums and her jaw gave a vicious crack as it was reshaped, elongated bones and extra vertebrae collapsed like she was clay being molded by an angry sculptor. Ribs rejoined her sternum and locked tight around her lungs, which beat against their bars as she tried to breathe through the smoke and the dust and the pain. Reawakened nerves screamed, but she couldn't through her choking. And beneath it all, her chakra, wild and unruly and scorching. She was no longer drawing in natural chakra to supplement her own, but she'd let it overflow the boundaries of her coils, and now it was a restless animal trapped inside her body, like it was determined to make of her that dragon that Tatsuo had said was what waited for her on the other side of the river. Blisters formed and burst even as her skin healed over, only to do it again. Sakura thought with shattered longing of the state of perfect remove from negative emotion and physical pain that she'd experienced in death. She tried to put herself back in that place, all her years of meditation and genjutsu discipline bent toward regaining control of her mind so that she could pacify the war in her body. As if responding to her state of mind, the natural chakra settled as her mind centered and her thought patterns were no longer desperate fragments focused on whatever pain was most overwhelming. She managed to get her shimok worked up over her nose, and while it didn't improve the foul and acrid air, it was at least enough to calm her coughing. She lay prone, breathing raggedly, for long minutes before she worked up the will to stagger upright. Her eyes were watering and she ground the filthy palms of her hands against them to temporarily ward off the burning until she could retrieve her combat glasses from her kit. She was leery of using her chakra again so soon, but she risked it, and when she wasn't struck by crippling pain, she fished a gas mask out of her supplies. Of her mask, there was no sign. Breathing more comfortably and less blinded, though the glasses couldn't do anything for the hazy quality of the air, Sakura observed the devastation surrounding her. There wasn't an orange-tinted glow on the skyline, so she presumed the fires had been extinguished as mysteriously as she'd been resurrected. Most of the buildings she could see were damaged, if not outright destroyed. There was movement in the distance, vague and shadowy figures that resolved themselves briefly into people who looked just as lost as she was before they disappeared from her line of sight. That did away her indecisiveness. No matter what sort of larger schemes were in play or how strange it felt to be back in this body and this place, she was part of a team that had been entrusted with the safety of a group of civilians. Without orders to the contrary from her Hokage, they were her priority. Konohagakure would need them in the coming days. Kill your heroes. Chapter 60. Hireth, Part I. His skin was sweat-slicked and clammy, and it twisted something inside Konan to see him like this. You should have left them dead, she told him harshly, her voice tight with worry and anger. It would have been enough. Nagato laughed, and it was a broken thing. You can only fear a man so much. Think of Hanzo, whom we feared and killed anyway. But to have not even death held sacred. How much more would you fear and obey someone who could snatch even that last escape from you? You can't be one man and end a war. It would take something far more to end all war. That would take a god, and all of ours are indifferent. That was why they hunted the Jinchuriki, because it took power to play god, and Nagato was only one man, wasted and hurting and desperate. Konan had been as devoted to their cause as he when this all began all those years ago, but it wore at one, this long battle with no one to win it for. Her friends and her family were so long dead only their bones were left. There were more things she'd forgotten about them than she remembered. She knew the faint halcyon quality that shrouded them for what it was. She remembered anger, real anger, deep and unthinking, Not the little thing that masqueraded as it in her worry, but anger was a burning thing and hers had scorched the parts of her soul that fueled it. Conan wasn't angry anymore. She was tired and caught in a sense of inevitability, like this war wasn't a path they walked, but rather some cliff they'd stepped off the edge of that day when they decided that their battle wasn't finished with the salamander dead and his city in their grasp. Conan was not much given to whimsy, but she wondered what her world would have been like if she and Nagato had been selfish in their strength. If they'd torn that tyrant down and just left, been each other's solace and left the world to find itself a way forward. She wondered if she would have been happy. Conan hadn't been happy in longer than she had been angry. But she could not abandon Nagato. He was all she had left. Kill your heroes. The radios still worked, though almost everything else was down, and after a few minutes of confused transmissions with everyone trampling over each other, radio discipline had been re-established on her channel, at least by a stern-voiced man she didn't recognize but who projected calm authority. Sakura, who'd feared being marooned with a gaggle of anxious civilians and wasn't ready to think too deeply on her death and what had been waiting on the other side of it, was soon ordered to leave her group in the care of the Chunin. They were scrambling teams for search and rescue, and every Jounin had enough skill with earth manipulation to be useful, though not all of them had the sensitivity to pick up a civilian's signature under 8 feet or more of rubble, and they were assigned to teams headed by those who could. The graves was no longer ironic. The catacombs that were both escape route and place of refuge had collapsed, entire sections of the village subsiding into the resultant channels and pits. Sakura was in the strange position of being relieved that her team and many others hadn't managed to get their civilians down into the catacombs before the invaders had killed them. They'd been slaughtered on the street and were the better for it, because the houses hadn't come down on them when the penultimate attack that had collapsed the catacombs had also leveled most of the buildings. There was a breathtaking sort of cruelty to it, yanking someone back from that first piece of death, wherever they ended up, just so they could suffocate in some black closed space. She had a moment's blinding fear as her blood dripped onto the ground. What if Sude didn't respond? But she should have known that of all of them, a cat wouldn't let a little thing like death get in the way of being condescending. Sakura had very carefully honed sensory skills. Sude had been born to them. Together they made a ferociously impressive search and rescue team, which was a work that got grimmer as the hours passed and fatigue made every corpse retrieved that much more of a blow. Sakura coped by more not thinking, taking refuge behind single-minded focus on reaching each survivor before they became more corpses to burn. She kept at it until her eyes stung with exhaustion, her every move made with the kind of careful deliberation of someone either drunk or at the end of their endurance. Even through the filters of her mask, her mouth tasted like dust, bitter and acrid and pervasive, and it mixed with the sweat on her skin to become a layer of grime that would take days of scouring to see her clean of. Except there weren't any hot showers waiting. She was lucky to have hot food, even if it was out of a bag that she balanced in one hand while perched on the rubble of a street she no longer recognized. Potable water, food, and other supplies were going to be a problem. The catacombs were also where most of their emergency supplies had been stockpiled. It wasn't just the matter of the tunnels being collapsed. Broken water and sewage pipes had saturated or outright flooded many of the areas where the supplies had been cached. Sakura had feared sleep for years, treating it like an enemy to be overcome. Now she welcomed the escape of it, because if nothing else no one would speak to her for 5 hours barring another invasion. For all the grateful mothers and the civilians eager to help in any way they could, there were always the demanding voices: "Find my child, why haven't you saved him, where is he, how could you let this happen, why aren't you doing more?" Even when the shinobi were pushing themselves to the brink of collapse. It wasn't only women, the accusers, but men didn't always confine themselves to words, and Sakura had to stamp down on the urge to break the fingers of the people who touched her like they thought they could shake their world back into order. She at least had the consolation of her field kit intact, sealed in her scrolls, though she was so filthy she didn't make use of it. They were packed tight into too few tents. There were harried personnel signing them in, trying to keep a log of their comings and goings because the batteries in the radios were already dying, depending on the diligence of their owners, and not everyone had one anyway, and everyone smelled like death, but there a silent void where good-natured complaints and ribbing would have been voiced. There wasn't even any boisterous review of the day, riding high on adrenaline, if not victory. Everyone had withdrawn into their own small worlds. She'd seen it during the day as well, when they'd abruptly lapse into silence, sometimes for hours. Sometimes they'd falter, their chakra lashing out wildly, and no one did more than take them aside and let them sit for a while, their head hung between their knees. Sude had slunk off and she thought briefly about trying to find Kakashi-senpai, but she was shattered and her home was a labyrinth of unfamiliar wreckage for all that her night vision was proving unnervingly acute. She'd expected to die again in her dreams, to feel the burn of natural chakra as it reshaped her, too large and too wild to flow smoothly in human channels. Having lost her fear of dying, of the suspicion of annihilation of self because for all the wonder of their world of manipulated elements and summoned spirits and all the evidence of something that existed beyond the tangible flesh, she hadn't had the certainty of a true believer, hadn't actually spared much thought for it beyond her need not to die and her desperate desire to believe that somewhere Tatsuo continued whole and at peace. She still hadn't lost the echo of pain of a magnitude she hoped never to experience again. Instead, the foxwife was waiting. She was the young woman again, beautiful and dangerous, dressed in a white kimono with the lapels crossed right over left like a corpse's. There was a quiescent crane tucked on her lap and the hands that stroked it were gentle and nearly reverent. "My husband," Gozen-san said, her voice soft and fond, which was strange on this woman who had been all sharp, bitter edges in her memories. "It exhausted him, anchoring me here, but I am grateful for it. I won't be coming back, Sakura. I had a good death. I could live another 100 years and never find another battle like that. I had never found anyone good enough to kill me, but to one day die old and weak and sick in my bed wasn't something I ever wanted." "You came to say goodbye?" Sakura asked. There was something humbling in that, of being worthy of this woman, who'd shaped the shinobi she would become. It was Gozen-san who had shown her what she was capable of making of herself. It was strange, to be grateful to someone because they hadn't been kind, but it had been a very long and strange set of days and she'd made her peace with all sorts of things. Yes. Pulling so many souls out of the spirit world has left the barrier very thin. You should expect some mischief from yokai usually too weak to cross the divide. I imagine a lot of dreams are full of spirits tonight. Your fox friend is waiting, but he can spare us a little time. The dream undulated, like water rippling, and it was a pale young man stretched out at the feet of a white fox, his head pillowed by her tail. Sakura's body was different too, one long powerful length, her fore and hind limbs truncated by comparison. She had instinctive knowledge that they weren't truly necessary, that air was like water for her this body and she could wend her way though it like a water snake swimming downstream. This future was not one she feared, not in the waking in the night can't breathe can hardly think cold clamminess ringing ears way she'd once feared her own death. It was waking to the devastation of her village that she dreaded now. Kill your heroes. Something woke her and she blinked the world into gray-shaded focus as someone lowered themselves into the nearly non-existent space between her and the person on the next collection of what passed for betting. Your eyes are reflecting light, Kakashi-senpai observed as he somehow wedged his long body beside hers, smelling like sweat and dog and death. There wasn't much space between them. Then there wasn't any at all as he astonished her by threading his arms around her, almost tangling their legs as he held her tight to his chest. They were almost of a height nowadays, she and Kakashi-senpai, and she had to squirm further down his body to tuck herself beneath his chin, feeling weight and warmth pile themselves at her back and at her feet as the Ninken joined them. It had already been too warm in the tent and the additional body heat made it all but suffocating, but Sakura didn't care. "I was almost a dragon," she murmured against the fabric of his vest, feeling the first sting of tears. She cried then, very quietly, with strange little hitching breaths, and though she couldn't see it, she could feel Kakashi-senpai's own even quieter tears, his breath ghosting against her hair. Trust and affection bridged them, made everything bearable, but the weight of what they were bearing deserved acknowledgement. Some small part of her was glad to feel the faint quivering of his body, feel the wet warmth of tears on her hair, because Kakashi-senpai he didn't get over pain, because he didn't know how to acknowledge it, confront it, and let it go. When Sakura had first learned to despise her own shortcomings, she'd thought all tears were weakness. It was only because of Kakashi-senpai that she understood that sometimes they were a catharsis, like a spring flood, a temporary devastation that would give way for something greener. They were in a room full of people, but the anonymity granted by darkness and being surrounded by strangers concerned with their own misery allowed it to be a private moment. Otherwise, no matter how much Kakashi-senpai trusted her, he would have never allowed himself to be weak. Sakura in this moment didn't need the untouchable sensei of her childhood, She needed him as someone very human, sharing their grief and their hurt and their loss, and she hoped she was filling a similar need for him. It wasn't something they would talk about by daylight. Kakashi-senpai was neither a woman nor a genjutsu adept. He was neither trained nor inclined to pick apart feelings like they were the workings of a machine. It made it more powerful when he did try, made her feel loved as he stumbled through proving he cared. At 12, she'd thought she'd known what love was. It had been deep and obsessive and wildly unhealthy. At 18, she knew with certainty what love was. It was quieter and more gentle than she'd thought it would be, but strong and resilient as spider silk, something that could be beautiful even in this village turned to dust. Kill your heroes. If we don't attend, the talks will collapse, Danzo said, fingers tapping against the battered surface of the salvaged table. The prerogative of the Hokage was reduced to the shelter of real walls and sharing space with the records they'd been able to recover. Privacy was her only real luxury, when her shinobi were living in battlefield conditions in their own village. They're already balking, waiting to see what you'll do. Tsunade, who'd leveraged the weight and prestige of her own village to force some of the other Kage into giving her face and holding the talks at all, knew he was right. She also knew that it would appear incredibly callous to leave her village in the midst of its crisis, and they were already seeing civilians leaving. Her shinobi were exhausted and at risk of defection, and she didn't know that she had the heart to take measures against them if they did. There was battle fatigue rampant among them on a scale that hadn't been seen since the last war. Already there were reports that some of her soldiers had decided that what was waiting after death was preferable to the things that they were facing on this side. Will any of them even act against Akatsuki now? Was what she asked aloud. If Akatsuki was only trying to force them into an alliance, no. They'd show their belly and keep their life. But most of their cultures are even bloodier than ours, Danzo replied. Suna would sooner go back to being desert nomads before they'd bow their heads to Akatsuki. She privately thought they'd fight instead because the days of the people of Suna being able to vanish into the winds was long gone. Their fierce and arid pride might make preserve the shell of their nomadic heritage, but it lacked substance. It had been their women who'd known the sand ways of wells and dunes and oases. When they'd settled and become a culture of war rather than cooperation and negotiation, Suna's women had lost more than just status, though they'd preserved the memory of Shabbat fermented camel milk just fine. Should we anticipate another attack? She asked Jiraiya, who had been withdrawn and pensive since he'd reached her after her resurrection. This would be an opportunity to crush all of us at once. She remembered the feel of Dan's hands locked around her own and his steady promise as she'd loosed her own grip. I'll be waiting. Take your time, and when you're finished, come back to me. Her little brother, impatient as always, was already reborn in the world. But there'd been an echo of him. I'm going ahead, sis, don't wait up. Which was both infuriating and very much Nawaki. I doubt it, Jiraiya said at last. He wants you to choose peace, which means he has to give you the opportunity to make up your mind. Not that he won't crush you afterward if he doesn't like the way you're thinking. I'd also like to think that crushing the village wasn't like wringing a rooster's neck, he said with a rueful kind of humor. Because if our friends don't need time to recover after that, we've got bigger problems than whether or not Onaki will refuse to cooperate just to be contrary. If they agree to cooperate, the combined might of the villages should be enough to keep them occupied until your apprentice is finished with his training, Danzo said. Akatsuki has already subdued most of the Jinchuriki. Kyomagakure won't risk the Eight Tails unless Akatsuki attacks the village directly, which leaves all our hopes resting on the shoulders of Uzumaki Naruto. His mouth twisted on the name, his tone making it clear how much he regretted the necessity of it. She'd been glad to have Naruto safely tucked away on Mount Myaboku during the siege, because as much as he'd matured these last few years, she doubted he'd have been able to keep himself from tipping into a killing rage as the village fell. Whether their invaders eventually managed to subdue the unleashed Kyuubi or not, it would have been his allies who'd have taken the brunt of his attack. Sage training was closed door. Naruto wouldn't have contact with the outside world again until he'd either passed or the Toads brought word that he'd failed. Though, Danzo remarked, if the battle took place in a Megakure instead, there might have been a different outcome. Our Jounin wouldn't need to hold back. The Kyuubi could be used to full advantage, as well as Uchiha Itachi. A thoughtful expression creased his face and one of his hands ghosted over the knots of flesh along his forearm that had once housed Cherry Non-Eyes. They'd withered, but the one that had replaced his own eye remained, red and inflamed. Tsunade didn't have words for the kind of anger that had swept through her at that nasty little revelation, but her temper had cooled by the time she'd come back from the other side. Shimura Danzo was all the ugliest parts of their profession soldered together and given power, but while she thought of him as nearly amoral in the ways he chose to serve his village, and it was only in the dimmest reaches of her memory that she could recall him as merely ambitious, before his wife and granddaughter had died and she remembered seeing the change before his son had been gutted in the swamps of Omegakur, she thought that he wouldn't risk sabotaging the village's strength by somehow encouraging the attempted coup. Oh, she had no doubt that he hadn't spent nights racked with guilt over the massacre and had taken full advantage of the scavenged pieces, but he and his faction were powerful and loyal in their own way and she couldn't afford to alienate them now. Tsunade had gone to a lot of dark places in her efforts to escape herself. Met the kind of people she'd have had nothing but disdain for before she'd left the village. She'd owed money, the kind of money that could buy and sell the deaths of important men, to Boryo-Kyuden, and paid them back in favors or with greater violence than they could counter. The only thing she didn't trade was sex. Everything else was negotiable in her pursuit of some nebulous peace that she never found. If it hadn't been for Shizune, she probably would have destroyed herself. That time had taught her about men like Danzo. If she was strong enough, she could force him to respect the limits she set, but only if she was explicit about them. If their end goals ever diverged, she could expect him to betray her. But for now, they were bound in a relationship of mutual self-interest and political expediency. Have they settled on how many guards they'll allow you? Jiraiya asked. Still two, she grimaced. After they received news of the invasion, they wanted to push back the summit and reassess the security measures we were allowed, but we managed to convince them that if I felt safe attending with only 2 guards, it would be a mark of cowardice for them to do anything less. I'll be taking Danzo and Narakameo from TNI as my retinue, but I want you to get a team into Iron, in case things go badly. Take Itachi. Harano Sakura has worked with him before, and Heitake Kakashi will probably limit himself to being scathingly sardonic. Even they're really more than we can spare, she said, bitterness seeping through the spaces in her words. The cost of rebuilding the village, we're going to need a war to be able to afford it. Kill your heroes. He looked well, Sakura thought, rather than being surprised at the sight of Itachi. Jiraiya-sama had been rather too cagey about the identity of the agent they were going upstairs to meet for her to be caught off guard again. There had been something terribly compelling about skin so pale and translucent that she could see the blue rivers of his veins, stretched tight over the bird-fragile bones of his face, but Itachi didn't need frailty to emphasize his beauty. He'd been much recovered at their last meeting, but she'd either forgotten or been sheltered by the force of her irritation and her anger. Sakura had no such defenses now, wrung out and weary, so what struck her first was how clean he looked. Every night by the time she'd finished out her duty shift, her skin was red and abrad, her knuckles split, and her fingernails torn and bleeding. Her lips were chapped, her skin dry, and she was developing thick bone-white streaks in her hair at her temples. If she hadn't eked out just that little bit more every night and healed her skin to ruin it again in the morning, between the MREs, the filth, and the mask she wore so that the dust settled on that instead of in her lungs, she'd have had several nasty pimples in the works as well. Itachi's skin was pale honey, unblemished and nearly glowing with good health, his black hair lustrous. He still wore it long and it was loose and slightly damp across his shoulders, like he'd showered before they came. Perhaps he'd done it to look less intimidating, whatever he was wearing now as combat gear set aside in favor of civvies. Although, knowing Itachi, he'd probably showered earlier as a courtesy so that she and Kakashi-senpai could take full advantage of access to hot running water that wasn't closely monitored. "Hello, Sakura," he murmured in that perfectly polite voice that ignored the awkwardness of the fact that the last time they'd seen each other they'd hollowed out a man and stuffed Itachi's consciousness inside. "Heitake-senpai." Kakashi-senpai noted his use of her name and his gaze slid between them, weighing and assessing, before he hummed thoughtfully. "You've always had terrible taste in men," he pronounced solemnly. Sakura hesitated, somehow reluctant to be teased like this in front of Itachi, but she knew that this humor was really a front, a way for Kakashi-senpai to take the time he needed to process this without looking like he'd been startled by the revelation. "Really, senpai? That's where you're going to take this?" Ma, Sakura, we've read all the same books, we both know how this goes." Sakura lifted her brows into an incredulous line. Well, Kakashi-senpai relented a moment later, to be fair, your books tend to think that the redemption of a man isn't in the love of good women, but in the skillful interrogation of a good kunoichi. Do you even need to redeem double agents? Conflicted ones, was Kakashi-senpai's prompt answer. His eyes settled expectantly on Itachi, who replied soberly, I was not. He hesitated, considered, and then, once it was no longer possible that my clan would rethink their course, I was not conflicted. Akatsuki's vision is inherently flawed, because there will never be a threat great enough to enforce lasting peace. Only someone built of violence would have such a mad dream. Peace isn't something you find outside yourself. Kakashi-senpai was watching Itachi with the same kind of intensity as he usually reserved for the first read-through of a novel, for a moment undisguised by a mask of lackadaisical humor. Kakashi-senpai thought like he fought. He was agile, adapted quickly, saw patterns, and made decisions all faster than most people would ever manage. And how does my cute little Kaoruhei fit into all of this? Kakashi-senpai demanded flatly. I was dying and all but blind, the last time we met. Sakura was ordered to correct that, so that I might be useful a little while longer, Itachi said, volunteering nothing else. It was a very different tact from the one he'd used to convince her that he was, if not harmless, then not a threat to her. Something more than an ally and less than a friend, she supposed, though that was something that had come with time. Kakashi-senpai tilted his head thoughtfully, then shrugged, striding across the room to sink bonelessly into a seat across from Itachi. And here I thought I was being terrifically brave by letting you prod at my eye, he said to Sakura, who was much slower to follow. They were in a nondescript motel room, somewhat shabby but cleaner than anything she'd seen for days. Kakashi-senpai had just commandeered the chair which had been crammed beneath the desk, leaving her with the option of one of the two beds or sharing the couch with Itachi. You were still very brave, she assured him, reflecting on those harrowing moments when she'd tried to interface the Sharingan whose taint turned chakra corrosive to cells with a brain not born to it. She decided she was brave too, padding across the worn carpet to join Itachi on the couch. An awkward silence ensued. Well, awkward for Sakura. Itachi was outwardly serene and Kakashi-senpai opaque. Then Kakashi-senpai said, well, as interesting as this has been, I'm going to shower and go out. I'm going to assume that you two are capable of playing nice for a few hours on your own. Sakura nodded, understanding his need to distance himself and reassess. Or perhaps he was only desperate for a little privacy and a little space after so many days packed like sardines in a tent with other people. It was probably some combination of the two and she did not begrudge him it. Kakashi-senpai vanished into the bathroom after that announcement, leaving Sakura nominally alone with Itachi. She considered commandeering Kakashi-senpai's vacated chair, but that would feel very like a retreat. Have you eaten? Itachi asked at last. I can go fetch something. It would still be warm when you get out of the shower. I know, I haven't, Sakura said, struggling for a moment before deciding that, yes, it would be nice to eat something that wasn't designed to be chemically heated and good for 10 years. That would be nice. When Kakashi-senpai came out of the shower, he noted Itachi's absence immediately. He went to get food, Sakura volunteered. Underneath all the martyring and massacring, Itachi is really a middle-aged housewife. Most of our meetings featured him being very sickly and still insisting on being the perfect host. Hostess, really, she clarified. He did a lot of cooking. Kakashi-senpai's lips quirked up into a half-smile. Well, everyone needs a hobby, he allowed. Even Uchiha Itachi. Maybe especially someone like him. He was almost eerily self-contained, before, which was odd for an Uchiha. I don't know how much of them you remember, but there was something about them. Not unstable, necessarily, but temperamental, especially the ones that manifested the Sharingan. He tilted his head a little as he examined her face. You're not surprised by this. You haven't seen how a Sharingan interfaces with the brain, was Sakura's soft reply. I wasn't being facetious when I said you were very brave, Kakashi-senpai. It's not a very nice jujutsu. It's powerful, erratic, and unstable. The stimuli that trigger further mutation, it's not very nice. No, he agreed softly. Anyway, Weeumbu used to joke about who or what would die when Itaka finally cracked and lost his temper. No one was laughing when the massacre happened, but I can't say that we were surprised, either. It was only a matter of time, he said, echoing long-ago voices. We were a terrifically cynical bunch. To be fair, that was what you were meant to think. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Kakashi-senpai, but you are occasionally wrong, just like the rest of us. But you love me anyway, right? Yes. But Itaka cooks for me, so you have competition. Just because you've broken it off with your boyfriend doesn't mean you can hold the Uchiha over my head. Sakura Mox scowled at him, though the reminder of Zen was a little bite of melancholy. It had been entirely amiable and he was understanding after she'd sent little Yoko to him to explain that she didn't feel it would be fair to him, when all of her attention and time would be owed to her village for an indefinite length of time. Zen was too prickly for pretense. If she'd lost his friendship she'd have known it and she was glad to have kept it. While theirs hadn't exactly been a story of passion overcoming the barriers of distance and village, she thought they'd been good for each other and she'd been glad to have him while he was hers. Go on, Kakashi-senpai. Go think or read a book or get a girl or whatever it is you need to do. I'll be fine. Itaka will probably even have my laundry done by the time you get back. If he does laundry, get him to do mine. Check the description for the links to the author.